Chapter 22:17. Immortal Killer Move Golden Topox Hair. The golden light rain expanded rapidly. It was dazzling and soon spread out, covering dozens of giant arms. The golden light rain fluttered down. The raindrops were as fine as ox hair, as they seeped into the pitch-black giant arms. The giant arm trembled, and streams of golden veins were produced continuously. Then, they meandered upwards in the giant arm, and wherever they went, they interweaved into a fine golden net. When the golden net covered most of the giant arms shook intensely. Fang Yuan's pressure fell sharply. The giant arms were unable to move under the penetration of the golden net. This golden topox hair killer move clearly had the effect of restraining powerful enemies. It was just that it was different from Fang Yuan's 10 time wind. It was more focused on infiltrating the target's body and controlling the movement of the target's body. When the golden net spread and completely covered the giant arms, these dozens of giant arms were immediately used by Immortal Zombie Giant Sun to attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. In an instant, 1,000 giant arms fell down and tore these dozens of giant arms into pieces. The golden net lost its target and turned back into a golden light rain. Within the golden light rain, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's figure gradually appeared. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable shouted. His voice was like thunder. The whole door of life and death shook intensely. A gray tornado formed and swept towards Fang Yuan and the rest. The gray tornado did not have attraction force. It had a huge repelling force instead. The wind blades rotated and cut souls. They were even sharper than the wind in Luopa Valley. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan, and the rest quickly retreated. Soul beasts charged over from 100 li away. They were swept by the wind blades and died one after another. After these soul beasts died, everything was absorbed by the gray tornado and turned into gray soul lightning. Lu Weiyin was hit by the gray soul lightning. The soul lightning exploded. Lu Weiyin's soul was heavily injured and he felt dizzy. His defense was outstanding, but he was already in such a situation. The other Gu immortals like Qi Ju and Shen Shang were even worse off. If not for Fang Yuan's help, their souls would have dissipated. There were too many soul paths in the door of life and death. They had accumulated to an unimaginable level. Before Spectral Soul Demon Venerable awakened, these pseudo-venerables were suppressed to only 50%. Now that he had awakened, the pseudo-immortal venerables were suppressed to 20%, while Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun only had 50% of their strength left. What's going on? Spectral Soul has also reached Supreme Great Grandmaster level. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his physical body, he has already modified himself into a soul beast body. He has almost fused with the gate of life and death. Using the environment here, his killer moves are amplified by several times. He can easily suppress us. This is the might of a Tao master. What should I do? The immortals could not help but hesitate. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body's battle strength surpassed many people's expectations. Another key point was that there were too many soul path Tao marks in the door of life and death. When Fate Gu was complete, every dead lifeform's soul would return to the door of life and death. When Fate Gu is damaged, most of the living beings' souls would return here. After countless years of accumulation, countless souls were stored and melted here, finally forming the current gate of life and death. It could be said that among all the secluded domains of heaven and earth, the gate of life and death contained the most Tao marks. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun worked together to destroy the gray tornado and detonate thousands of gray soul lightning bolts. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable bent his body slightly and attacked with thousands of giant arms. The attack was like the sky was collapsing. It was suffocating. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun started to use their full strength. The giant arms were destroyed one after another. The fragments fell to the ground and immediately turned into soul beasts that attacked again. Lu Weiyin and the other pseudo-venerables were in charge of killing these soul beasts. After the soul beasts died, the fragments would fuse together and be reborn. Moreover, these reborn soul beasts were getting stronger with each generation. They possessed innate talents and instincts that countered the abilities of Lu Weiyin and the other Gu immortals. Fang Yuan, immortal zombie giant son, and the other Gu immortals were suppressed. At every moment, countless soul beasts and countless giant arms attacked them. They were exhausted from dealing with them. At this moment, Soul Path fully displayed the advantage of using battle to nurture battle. Die. You are all going to die. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's mind became even more chaotic. He roared like a wild beast. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. Her voice was clear. It was not covered by the noisy battlefield. It was clearly transmitted to the immortal's ears. Your valiance in battle is truly admirable. Fang Yuan Giant Son, Star Constellation will be back soon. Saying so, she retreated leisurely like a meteor, tearing through the dark world, and leaving the door of life and death. Since the start of the battle, she had been standing on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's head. Now that she was retreating openly, it did not attract Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attention. Such a situation was unavoidably shocking. The great Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had actually become a puppet of Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin suddenly shouted with a pale expression. Oh no, Lord Fang Yuan. Star Constellation's departure is definitely to unify the three great worlds and destroy Paradise Earth's tomb. We need to go out and stop her. However, this was easier said than done. Spectral Soul's main body was a true Tao Lord in the door of life and death. He was a Soul Path Supreme Grandmaster. He was a complete rank 9 Venerable. In contrast, Fang Yuan only had rank 8 cultivation level, while Immortal Zombie Giant Son might have become a Tao Lord. But in the door of life and death, other than his own luck path Tao marks, how could there be other external luck path Tao marks to amplify him? Heaven and earth travel? Fang Yuan had already tried it secretly, but it had no effect. Celestial Court knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. How could they not take precautions against it? No killer move was invincible. Just like Fang Yuan's ghostly concealment killer move, it had no effect after entering the door of life and death. The three great worlds were rapidly disintegrating. The edges had already shrunk by 30%. As for the eighth layer's void, it was originally vast and boundless, but now it was even closer to the bubble regional wall of the three great worlds. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable returned here, and immediately set up a formation. The formation rumbled as Celestial Court's Gu Immortals split up to attack Savage Wilderness and Yellow Earth. The main forces of these two great worlds had almost all perished in the battlefield. Only a few Gu Immortals with no battle strength, old and weak, or Gu Master elites remained. Be it the former or the latter, they could not resist Celestial Court's attacks. Celestial Court continued to advance. Every time it occupied an area, it would throw down a subformation. These subformations were connected to the main formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was personally guarding the main formation. The subformations shot out dazzling light that shone on the surroundings, causing the vast and desolate Savage Wilderness Great World, or the hilly Yellow Earth Great World, to bloom with greenery. Weeds and saplings grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon a dense forest was formed. This was naturally only the appearance of the naked eye. The true essence was that Green Lotus Great World continued to expand, bringing the other two great worlds into its territory. If one looked down from the sky, they would see that the greenery was like moss, with Green Lotus Great World as the starting point. It continued to spread and gradually covered the other two great worlds. After covering them, the greenery started to deepen. At first it was only light green, but with the subformation as the center, many areas turned dark green. The dark green gradually turned dark green. The three great worlds were finally united. After reaching a certain extent, a strong gust of wind blew. The wind was not huge, but its range was shocking. It covered the entire world. Strong winds blew, similar to the chi tides of the 5 regions. The primeval chi of the united great worlds quickly gathered and distributed evenly. Limitless Demon Venerable's heaven and earth refinement method has already reached the peak. If I am not wrong, this wind will continue to blow, eventually turning into the winds of assimilation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the main formation. She personally participated, and even helped in the unification of the great worlds, she gained a lot of insights. In fact, almost half of the Heaven Path research results of the crazed demon formation were thanks to star constellation Immortal Venerable. In his later years, why did limitless demon Venerable go to Celestial Court to play a game of chess with star constellation Immortal Venerable? The reason was simple. Star constellation Immortal Venerable took the initiative to fuse providence. Human creation was extraordinary. While altering providence, she also comprehended Heaven Path. Thus, when limitless demon Venerable played a game of chess with star constellation Immortal Venerable, he continued to absorb the original Heaven Path profundities. He also needed the help of a wisdom path sage like star constellation Immortal Venerable to deduce new Heaven Path research results. Limitless demon Venerable cultivated rule path. Only by cooperating with star constellation Immortal Venerable, who created wisdom path and cultivated wisdom path, could he realize the crazy idea of crazed demon cave. Limitless demon Venerable achieved his goal, while star constellation Immortal Venerable also benefited a lot from this. Ignoring everything else, just the method that triple-faced fairy used earlier affected the emotions of many mutant Gu immortals, causing them to side with Celestial Court. This was the Heaven Path research result, and controlling spectral soul demon Venerable was also the manifestation of Heaven Path research results. Of course, star constellation Immortal Venerable was just taking advantage of the situation. Spectral soul demon Venerable's main body had flaws to begin with. The three realms are united. The outcome has been decided. Star constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, her eyes shining with starlight. She had achieved this. The alliance of Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven was very powerful. But using her outstanding wisdom path attainment, she took the lead step by step, maintaining her advantage from start to finish, not allowing the other two sides to overtake her. Even though Celestial Court was weak, star constellation Immortal Venerable used Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Formation, and the Door of Life and Death, using everything she could to help star constellation Immortal Venerable secure victory. This was star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was the power of wisdom path. Celestial Court had already infiltrated the crazed demon formation. Now that it unified the three realms and obtained this huge clue and fuel, half of the crazed demon formation was in star constellation Immortal Venerable's hands. Finally, it is your turn, Paradise Earth. A cold light flashed in star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes. She did not like Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even though Paradise Earth was an Immortal Venerable with great prestige, he had a lot of sympathy and love towards variant humans. Paradise Earth protected the Merman Imperial Court in Eastern Sea. He left behind a Mushroom Man habitat in southern border, and so on. Especially what made star constellation Immortal Venerable disgusted was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's identity. Although Paradise had encountered many opportunities in his life that allowed him to change his identity from his roots and become a pure-blooded human, he had never been able to do so. But he did not do so. He was a hybrid variant human from start to finish. He could not be tolerated by Celestial Court. Immediately, the subformation buzzed and tore the ground. The ground cracked, and huge ravines rapidly extended from all directions to the top of Paradise Earth's giant tomb. Paradise Earth's tomb was torn apart, countless cracks appeared. Next, star constellation Immortal Venerable gave a deep shout, looking at the sky. Soon, countless starlight condensed in the depths of the sky, turning into meteors that fell from the sky. The meteors rained down on Paradise Earth's tomb. Bam bam bam. Intense explosions occurred, starlight mixed with soil and rocks, splashing everywhere. After a few minutes, Paradise Earth's tomb was leveled to the ground. It turned into ruins. Pull-up next chapters. Chapter 2218. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze traversed 10,000 li, carefully inspecting the ruins of Paradise Earth's tomb, before nodding in satisfaction. She put away the main formation, while the Celestial Court immortals took care of all the subformations. The Celestial Court members gathered together and moved along with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Ever since primordial domain dissipated, They could easily travel through the 8th and 9th layers. They left the 8th layer and entered the 9th layer. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally instructed them to move forward. Qin Dingling, Che Wei, Fang Zheng, and the rest stepped into the crazed demon formation one after another, eventually stopping and guarding a truthful floating ice piece. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable informed the immortals about the manipulation method in detail, while she herself went to the center and faced the center of the truthful floating ice piece. Lady Star Constellation, what do you want? If you insist on destroying it, we will use practice goo and destroy this truthful floating ice piece. Not Immortal and the others were alarmed. Pang Shan and Secret Schemer immediately appeared and threatened Star Constellation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. To speak the truth, the three of you being able to control practice goo is beyond my expectations. Limitless will has already been sealed by me. I did not expect him to still be able to draw you three here. However, the reason why I sealed Limitless will is just in case. Next, I will do my best to push the crazed demon formation. When Limitless set up this formation, he was indeed a brilliant genius at the peak of the world. But he is a rule path goo immortal after all, not a wisdom path goo immortal. He has naturally realized this, otherwise, why would he attack the Celestial Court and make a bet with me? Pang Shan and Secret Schemer looked at each other. The latter thought about it and mustered his courage to ask. Since Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has the same thoughts as us, why don't you come in? We are willing to give practice goo to you. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. No need. This is the core of the crazed demon formation. It is easy to enter but difficult to leave. It also concerns the final deduction result. If I want to leave and forcefully break through, I might destroy this truthful floating ice piece and ruin this million years of deduction. I have already controlled more than half of the crazed demon formation. Only by leading the Celestial Court Immortals outside and taking action at any time to guard against any unexpected situations can I activate the crazed demon formation to its limit. I already know the ambitions of the three of you. There's no need to hesitate. Hurry up and carve the truthful floating ice. Pang Shan and the Secret Schemer clenched their teeth. Now that Fang Yuan was missing, the odds were against him. Since the Celestial Court was in control of the situation, the three immortals couldn't go out. Even if they could, they definitely wouldn't be a match for the Celestial Court. They could only continue to drill into the truthful floating ice and continue their previous work. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable started to activate the formation. Under her influence, the form of the crazed demon formation changed again and again, and the efficiency of the deduction continued to soar. Many members of the Celestial Court controlled one truthful floating ice piece each. They cooperated with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable at all times, listening to her orders and constantly manipulating the truthful floating ice pieces. The rate at which the world of the 8th layer disappeared increased by several times. The truthful floating ice at the edge of the crazed demon formation started to melt and shrink. As for the truthful floating ice in the center, its volume continued to expand. In the end, the crazed demon formation would only be left with one piece of truthful floating ice. If Limitless succeeded, then whoever occupied this piece of truthful floating ice would obtain eternal life, because the truth of immortality had already been forged. As expected of Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, in such a situation, she continued to fight and finally allowed our Celestial Court to win. Qin Dingling sighed. With such a person leading the Celestial Court, even if we die of old age, we will have no regrets. Duke Mei and the rest conversed happily. No one is more suitable than Lady Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to obtain eternal life. With her as the leader, our Celestial Court will definitely become a supreme existence again. We will definitely unite the 5 regions, just like how we united the 3 realms in Crazed Demon Cave. Che Wei and the rest also started to look forward to the beautiful future. When there was no Immortal Venerable in the Celestial Court, it had always been the tradition of having a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal as the leader. Past experience proved that this system was wise and advanced. Right now, the creator of Wisdom Path, now that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who was also a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, and the #1 Wisdom Path expert in the world, was leading the Celestial Court. No one in the Celestial Court had any objections. Even if Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable wanted eternal life, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was more suitable than them to obtain eternal life. Inside the door of life and death. All of you are going to die, why are you not dead yet? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sat cross-legged on the ground. Pacifying Soul Lake was just a puddle of water in front of him, while Feng Yuan and the rest were as tiny as ants. But it was these ants that made Spectral Soul Demon Venerable furious. Boom boom boom. Countless giant arms attacked at lightning speed, attacking and suppressing these ants. Lu Wei-yin, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest resisted with all their might. They were peak battle strength second only to Feng Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but they were in a pathetic state here. If not for Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's constant help, some of them would have died already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body was ranked 9. After turning into a soul beast, his attainment level rose to Supreme Grandmaster. He became a Tao Lord. Originally, he had just become a Tao Lord. He had yet to roam the world and refine the Tao marks of his own path. His strength still needed to be raised. But this door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's territory. He had used it long ago. Moreover, the door of life and death had the most soul path Tao marks in the world. So even Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were at a disadvantage. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were aware of this. They fought while looking for a way out. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's deductions were successful. He sighed bitterly at Feng Yuan. Not good. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left earlier, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the one who opened the passage. He has already completely refined the door of life and death, becoming the owner of this place. There is no way we can escape from here by imitating Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan focused, staring at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body. To think that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could control Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body as a puppet. Giant Sun, do you know that in the 500 years of my previous life, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable possessed the sovereign immortal body and became the greatest culprit in the 5 regions chaotic war. He infiltrated the Celestial Court and took control of the Celestial Court. Now, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has taken revenge for the Celestial Court. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a solemn expression. There is no point in talking about this now. Our hope lies with you, fellow Immortal. Feng Yuan nodded. In fact, I have already started deducing. He knew what Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was referring to. Back then, Renzu fell into the door of life and death and wanted to leave through the path of life. He encountered Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. Renzu was defeated in Reverse Flow River. If not for that, he would have been able to leave the door of life and death. And now, Feng Yuan was the Gu Immortal with the most secluded domains of heaven and earth in the world. And he just happened to have Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. As long as he used these 3 obstacles to form a path of life, they would be able to leave the door of life and death through the path of life, and return to Crazed Demon Cave to fight against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan showed a bitter expression as he said, "Deductions need time, and even more so clues. I have no idea about this path of life. I only have these 3 obstacles. And this door of life and death has been modified by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable long ago. It is completely different from the one recorded in the Legends of Renzu. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is not in a clear state of mind. He attacks wildly. I have to be distracted." Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has astonishing attainment in Soul Path. He modified the door of life and death. It is far more outstanding than before. The situation is like this. I hope you can do your best. Saying so, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's expression changed. Again, follow me. He suddenly threw out Calamity Luck Altar. Immortal Killer Move, Luck Changing Golden Light Path. A dazzling golden light path instantly formed. The immortals knew what was good for them. They quickly stepped onto the light path and allowed it to bring them up. At the next moment, countless soul lightning bolts shot down. Each was as large as a mountain and had tadpole-like tails behind them. The giant tadpole soul lightning self-detonated with terrifying power. The golden light path shook intensely from the explosion and soon dimmed. But the immortals also passed through the light path and successfully escaped from the soul lightning group. They had already suffered once. Shenshang and demon immortal Qiju were heavily injured on the spot. Thankfully, Shenshang cultivated human path and had become a doctor after a long period of illness. His healing methods were very outstanding. He displayed the advantage of human path and quickly healed the immortals' injuries. From then on, every time the soul lightning group attacked, immortal zombie giant Sun would rely on luck-changing golden light path killer move to teleport the immortals away. This killer move was extremely profound. It could forcefully open a path of life in a desperate situation. Around the golden light path, soul beasts attacked fiercely and soul lightning self-detonated. Many attacks cancelled out each other and protected the golden light path instead. If it were in the past, immortal zombie giant Sun would have used this move to escape the predicament long ago. But this door of life and death was not ordinary. It was extremely troublesome. No matter how many times immortal zombie giant Sun used luck-changing golden light path, he could not succeed. Be careful, Qi ancestor warned loudly. After the soul lightning, a soul river descended from the sky. Countless vengeful souls formed a black river. The souls wailed and cried in pain. The sorrowful and angry voices made the immortals' thoughts freeze for a moment. The soul river's range was extremely huge. It directly covered a radius of 10,000 li. The immortals could not dodge in time. They used their abilities and were tossed up and down in the soul river, suffering from torment. Feng Yuan protected his body. Profound light blossomed around him as he used the mixed rainbow light threads to restrain the other pseudo-venerables, preventing them from leaving the group. In this dangerous situation, if the pseudo-venerables left the group for too long, they would die here. Most importantly, if they died here, the pseudo-venerable souls would immediately be used by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to deal with the remaining people. This was what Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was most proficient in. Thus, when immortal zombie giant Sun and Feng Yuan helped these people, they were also helping themselves. In this situation, we can't even take care of ourselves. How can we quickly deduce and create a path of survival? Feng Yuan looked at the surging soul river around him and showed a difficult expression. The situation was getting worse as time passed. Feng Yuan's chances of victory were getting lower and lower. If they stayed in the door of life and death for too long, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable might obtain eternal life and gain a huge boost in strength. She might come back to kill them. By then, if there was no improvement, not only would Feng Yuan lose, he might even lose his life here. Right at this time, in the great world of Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer, a yellow light suddenly shone. The yellow light shrouded an area of ruins. It was Paradise Earth's tomb. The yellow light burst out and soared into the sky. It turned and shot towards the door of life and death. A Gu immortal formed in the yellow light. After 100,000 years in the yellow soil, today dust ruffles my clothes. May all living beings be equal. May all living beings bow to each other. After a long chant, the Gu immortal said, "Spectral soul, open the door. Paradise Earth has come to pay a visit." Chapter 22:19. For an instant, the door of life and death battlefield suddenly stopped. The furious spectral soul demon Venerable stopped roaring. Countless giant arms seemed to freeze in space. They stopped moving. What happened? Qi ancestor was puzzled. But at the next moment, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. The roar was mixed with anger, hatred, and the excitement of facing a great enemy. "You are alive. You are also alive. I finally found you. Since you are here, come at me. Let me kill you." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable could not remember Feng Yuan or immortal zombie giant Sun, but he seemed to have a deep impression of Paradise Earth. Blood suns rose up one after another. These were Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. He had a total of 3 heads. Only one had awakened in the battle earlier. But now, the other 2 heads were awakened as well. They opened their blood-red eyes. The door of life and death opened, forming a huge whirlpool that emitted a terrifying suction force. The passageway opened and closed instantly. By the time Feng Yuan and the rest reacted, a Gu immortal had already been sucked into the door of life and death. He wore a simple robe, he had no hair, he was shining brightly. He had a kind expression, his body was emitting a faint halo of light. Paradise Earth. Feng Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted in unison. Lord Paradise Earth, you revived successfully. Lu Weiyin was surprised and joyful, he suddenly shouted. Be careful. Bam bam bam. Hundreds of giant arms pushed apart the air, emitting intense sounds of wind and thunder, as they ruthlessly attacked Paradise Earth. The battle erupted again. The crazed demon formation was in chaos. Celestial Quartz Gu immortals were heavily injured. They all had weak expressions, but also shock and bewilderment. This was all caused by Paradise Earth's revival. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also revealed a surprised expression. Ever since the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, this was the first time she was so moved. Because even though Paradise Earth revived, his revival method was out of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expectations. I thought you would revive as an Earth Path Venerable, but to think that you took a different path. I underestimated you. You have actually converted to the Heavenly Tao. The tomb of the Paradise Earth is more like a target. Only by destroying it and rebuilding it can you be reborn. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable let out a breath of air, but did not go to the door of life and death. Right now, the crazed demon array was spinning like the wind, not allowing her to escape easily. Moreover, even though Paradise Earth had revived, because he cultivated Heaven Path, and was destroyed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable in advance, he was only a pseudo-venerable now. If the Yellow Earth Great World swallowed the other 2 Great Worlds, Paradise Earth's tomb would be destroyed along with the Great World at the final moment. Then, Paradise Earth would be reborn with the cultivation of a supreme. The focus now was still on the crazed demon array. As wise as Xing Xiu was, it was impossible for her to give up the big for the small. Moreover, even if she returned to the gate of life and death, her combat strength would be greatly suppressed, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Inside the gate of life and death. Be careful, Lu Weiyin shouted. A huge net appeared in front of Paradise. The pure white giant net was extremely crude. Each mesh was the size of an elephant, giving off a strong feeling of grandeur. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's attacks were all blocked by this giant net. What killer move is this? It has such defensive power. I have never heard of this aura before. Wait. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable does not have rank 9 cultivation level. He is only rank 8, the same as us. Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zhan Budu, and the rest were greatly shaken. This is a Heaven Path killer move. Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path, he was reborn. But he did not regain his venerable cultivation level. This is probably the price. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun realized in his heart. Feng Yuan's emotions were somewhat complex. He had once considered developing in Heaven Path. But who could have thought that Paradise Earth's ambitions were even greater than his? His progress was even deeper. After this revival, he directly became a Heaven Path pseudo-immortal venerable. Using the advantage of Heaven Path, Paradise Earth suffered the least suppression in the door of life and death. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was furious. With a loud sound, he went from a cross-legged posture to a half-squatting posture. Thousands of giant arms surged over. Each hand had fingers that were like spears as they stabbed towards him. Countless giant arms stabbed into the light net. Paradise Earth's expression did not change, but the Heaven Path net that was unmoving started to shake slightly. Even though he cultivates Heaven Path, he is only a pseudo-venerable. Go and reinforce him. Feng Yuan immediately saw through the situation and reminded. Lu Weiyin took the lead, but was obstructed by the giant arms along the way. Fortunately, Feng Yuan and the rest arrived soon after, and helped Paradise Earth. After Spectral Soul Demon Venerable adapted, the giant arms changed shape. A large number of spikes grew out of their fingertips. They turned from stabbing to grabbing. Crack, crack, crack. Countless giant arms tore through layers of the light net, breaking through continuously. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, his defensive methods were very impressive. He was completely at immortal venerable level. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable used his full strength. Paradise Earth retreated along with everyone after receiving support. The Immortal's situation was as dangerous as before. After resisting for a while, Paradise Earth transmitted. Everyone, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's state is strange. His mind is not clear. His emotions are likely disturbed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. I have a method that can dispel all emotions and make one's rationality as cold as ice. Wisdom Path cultivation had 3 important elements: thoughts, wills, and emotions. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was definitely at the peak of these 3 aspects in the world. Fairy Feng Ye's deduction of limitless arrangements had always been ahead of everyone else. This was her attainment in thoughts. Limitless will was sealed by star constellation Immortal Venerable. This was a method in terms of will. Meanwhile, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's emotions were fluctuating. He did not have a trace of rationality. This showed how powerful star constellation Immortal Venerable was in terms of emotions. Actually, be it Feng Yuan, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, or the other pseudo-venerables, they had all tried this. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's state was the same as before. His mind did not show any signs of clarity. The Immortals' attempt failed. They all thought that this was because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the #1 person in the world. Since she had the confidence to leave, she definitely had great confidence in her method. She believed that this method would not be easily broken. But now, since Paradise Earth proposed this idea, the Immortals did not reject him. They quickly cooperated. Spectral Soul's attacks were extremely fierce. Paradise Earth's appearance stimulated his state. All sorts of soul path killer moves were unleashed one after another. Some were sinister, some were strange, some were tyrannical, some were wild. The Immortals were tired of dealing with them. Paradise Earth was protected at the center, but he was strongly disrupted. His killer move was constantly being prepared. There was little progress. After a while, Feng Yuan snorted coldly. "Get out of the way!" The Immortals heard this and quickly retreated. Feng Yuan had a cold expression. His eyes suddenly shone. Facing an unexpected tide of soul beasts, he spread his arms and roared. Along with his roar, specks of light flew out of his immortal aperture. The specks of light had all sorts of colors. They flew in the air and collided, turning into dragon, wolf, tiger, shark, and so on. These were all totem killer moves. Countless totems of all shapes and sizes charged forward. Everywhere they went, soul beasts screamed miserably. They were torn to pieces, burned to ashes, drowned in water, struck by lightning. In an instant, Feng Yuan released hundreds of totems that he had accumulated. These killer moves were all at rank 8. That was to say, Feng Yuan used hundreds of rank 8 killer moves in an instant. The power was unparalleled. The Immortals immediately felt the pressure on them decrease greatly. Countless soul beasts were slaughtered. Even when the giant arms attacked, they were destroyed by more than 10 totems. 30% of my immortal essence storage was expended. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air as he returned to the group. Using so many totem killer moves at once, the immortal essence expenditure was extremely terrifying. According to Feng Yuan's current immortal essence storage, he could only use them 3 times at most. The weakest of the Gu immortals present was pseudo-venerable. Their gazes towards Feng Yuan were filled with shock and even faint fear. Totem killer moves were fast and convenient, but it was too shocking that Feng Yuan could use so many totems at once. Ignoring everything else, just this move of Feng Yuan's could forcefully destroy almost all the super forces in the world. Even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stared at Feng Yuan, unable to shift his gaze away. He knew about totem killer moves, so he understood the pros and cons of this form of killer move. Totem killer moves were fast and convenient, but they also had a disadvantage: they were hard to nurture. However, Feng Yuan had nurtured so many rank 8 totems. This made Immortal Zombie Giant Sun extremely shocked at Fang Yuan's wealth. Good method. After Paradise Earth praised, he immediately focused on preparing a killer move. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 3 heads opened their mouths and spat out vast soul rivers. The 3 soul rivers converged and formed an unprecedented scale, like a black cloud that covered the sky, shrouding everything. Totem killer moves flew and charged into the soul rivers to fight. The speed of the soul rivers' descent slowed down, and the light of these totems also extinguished one by one. Thoughts moved rapidly in Fang Yuan's mind. All kinds of thoughts flashed like sparks as he frantically dispatched the totems to coordinate with them. His immortal essence rapidly decreased. His mind surged and soon started to heat up. He had reached the limit of his wisdom path abilities. The reason why totem killer moves were so powerful, far surpassing immemorial desolate beasts, was because they could coordinate with each other and be used at will. More importantly, they each had mystical abilities. They were comparable to immemorial desolate beasts with wild immortal goo, or even immemorial desolate beasts with immortal killer moves. The numerous totems bought 22 breaths of time for Paradise Earth. Eventually, Fang Yuan sighed and stored the remaining 12 totems in his immortal aperture. These totems were fortunate to be preserved, but they were all in tatters. The remaining hundreds of totems had perished in battle. Of course, along with their losses were tens of thousands of soul beasts, as well as dozens of spectral soul giant arms. Fang Yuan retreated to the depths of the group. He needed to rest his mind. He could not fight for the time being. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stepped forward and took over his position. He had already prepared his killer move. He released it without hesitation. Immortal killer move, unexpected disaster. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's palms were shrouded in a layer of light. He stretched out his hands and grabbed above his head. The white gold light in his palms was quickly dyed black and red. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun would casually throw them away after grabbing them. The black and red bad luck flew in the air, turning into lumps of black and red clouds that shot in all directions. Each cluster of black-red clouds wasn't very large, and wherever they went, the soul beasts within a radius of 50 kilometers would inexplicably perish within a few breaths of time. Their giant arms would be fractured, and large sections of their soul rivers would also collapse. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun grabbed his bad luck repeatedly and threw them at the enemy. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's body was slightly unstable after being hit by this method. His left head grunted and used Burning Soul Bursting Luck Killer move. His luck surged and counteracted Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's method. After attacking for a while, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun stopped. It was not that he did not have enough immortal essence or mental strength, but his bad luck had been used up. Chapter 2220. This method is really not bad. Fang Yuan secretly observed Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. His mind slightly moved. He could make use of his bad luck and use it to attack. His luck was always at a high level. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a good combat system. This method definitely had a high status in his combat system. With Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's support, Paradise Earth successfully grasped the opportunity and activated his killer move. Immortal killer move, Heartless Heaven and Earth. White light waves spread out from Paradise Earth's forehead. The light waves were swift and fierce, immediately spreading to the whole battlefield and enveloping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Waves of light waves were activated one after another. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not sense anything at first, but he soon reacted. The killing intent in his blood-red pupils weakened, replaced by the light of reason. But right at this time, a silhouette appeared in Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's stomach. The immortals only heard this silhouette say, "Heartless Heaven and Earth. That is true, but humans have emotions." Saying so, this silhouette even laughed. Thus, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes were filled with killing intent again. The trace of rationality that he had earlier vanished without a trace. Who is this silhouette? The immortals were shocked. Evidently, this silhouette was the one who caused Paradise Earth's killer move to fail. Could it be Verdant Great Sun? A thought appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. According to Spectral Soul's memories and the records in the Legends of Renzu, The soul of Renzu's eldest son, Verdant Great Sun, was lying beside Soul Pacifying Lake. But now there was nothing beside Soul Pacifying Lake. It was very likely that this Verdant Great Sun's soul had been devoured by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. However, for some reason, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who cultivated both Soul Path and Food Path, could not digest this Verdant Great Sun, and was instead restrained by him. It could be deduced that star constellation Immortal Venerable had played a crucial role in this process. Seeing that his killer move was useless, Paradise Earth also showed a look of difficulty. Spectral Soul attacked again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Feng Yuan looked at each other. The former sighed. I wonder if Feng Yuan has any comprehension? Feng Yuan shook his head with a solemn expression. I have no idea at all. I have some ideas. Shen Shang suddenly spoke. Ever since the Fate War, I have been hiding in the city of Divine Emperor, cultivating the human Tao. Apart from the great gains, I was also thinking about how to get out of this predicament. Thus, I came up with a human path method. Up until now, I have already deduced 90% of this method, and only the last 10% is incomplete. Earlier, when I saw Lord Paradise Earth use the Heaven Path Killer move, my heart palpitated. My intuition tells me that this is the final piece I need. With it, I can complete this killer move. The other Gu immortals heard this, and became silent. The meaning behind Xinshang's words was that he wanted to obtain Paradise Earth's Heavenly Tao research results, which was very rash. Although Feng Yuan had 3 crucial secluded domains of heaven and earth, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had never mentioned handing these secluded domains of heaven and earth to him, so that he could deduce a way out of the door of life and death. However, in the current situation, Shen Shang's originally excessive request was somewhat reasonable. The key was that there was a subtle relationship between him and Paradise. Shen Shang was an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. In order to cultivate human path, he had accumulated many sins. After Paradise Earth learned of it, he attacked. Shen Shang could not even take one attack from Paradise Earth. But Paradise Earth did not kill him or imprison him. He gave him a chance to redeem himself. Shen Shang thus entered the Blue Dragon Whale and cultivated in closed cultivation. After obtaining Paradise Earth's help, Shen Shang made breakthroughs repeatedly and progressed steadily. Starting from Heal Injury Immortal Gu, he created healing injuries, light injuries, heavy injuries, fatal injuries, emotional injuries, 5 laborious injuries, 7 injuries, and so on. Next, he created the killer move Riddled Injuries, and further deduced the Immortal Gu recipe of Scar Scar Immortal Gu. Finally, he refined Scar Scar Immortal Gu and replaced it with his Vital Gu. Feng Yuan entered the Blue Dragon Whale to explore and let Shen Shang out. Shen Shang cooperated with Feng Yuan according to Paradise Earth's instructions and participated in the Fate War. He played a decisive role at the crucial moment and established a crucial foundation for Feng Yuan's victory over Celestial Court. Shen Shang and Paradise Earth's relationship could be said to be very close. Back then, when Shen Shang cultivated human path in the Blue Dragon Whale, he also had Paradise Earth's guidance. It could be said that the two had a deep connection. It was second only to the relationship between Lu Wei-yin and Paradise Earth. Thus, Shen Shang made this seemingly excessive request. Because back then, Paradise Earth had guided him. Now that Paradise Earth had revived, there was a high chance that he would guide him. The only difference was that it was human path before. Now it was heaven path. Sure enough, like what Shen Shang expected, Paradise Earth did not hesitate. He directly taught Shen Shang the results of the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth. Thank you for your guidance, Lord. Shen Shang cupped his fists. His voice was trembling from excitement. Paradise Earth nodded with a smile. Shen Shang, even though Fate Gu is destroyed, it is fate that you are here now. Whether we can leave this place or not, we will need to rely on your talent. Junior will do his best and not let down Lord's expectations. Shen Shang became even more excited. He was a pseudo-venerable, but in front of Paradise Earth, he would always be a junior. He was extremely humble and respectful. Paradise Earth was a benefactor to him. In fact, Paradise Earth was a benefactor to many people and forces. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was the most popular among the 10 venerables. Even in Central Continent, many people respected and loved him. Paradise Earth had done countless good deeds in his life. He had helped countless people. After getting Paradise Earth's affirmation and encouragement, the other Gu immortals slightly looked forward to Xinshang. Most of their hopes were placed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had a breakthrough in battle. He created Reverse Flow Protection Seal and defeated Celestial Court. There was a precedent for this. Moreover, right now Fang Yuan's status was above Xinshang's. Facing Spectral Soul's frenzied attacks, the immortals retreated while fighting. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable grew another head. This was because Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, and Fang Yuan's joint attack had split one of his heads into two. But the two halves of the head split into two. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable gained another head. Not just the head. No matter how many arms Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost, they could grow back rapidly. His arms were increasing in number, they were getting tougher and stronger. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's strength was still growing. The fiercer Fang Yuan, and the rest resisted and retaliated, the faster Spectral Soul Demon Venerable grew. Using battle to nurture battle, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was already a special venerable, but he could still grow. Compared to when he fought with his full strength earlier, his strength had clearly risen by a large margin. The immortals could not guess his limits. They were even more determined to leave this place. Fighting against Spectral Soul Demon Venerable in the door of life and death was too disadvantageous. There were countless soul beasts. It was useless no matter how many they killed. All kinds of soul path killer moves covered the sky and earth, forcing the immortals to defend with all their strength. They did not dare to be distracted for even a moment. Fang Yuan showed a strange expression. This change in expression immediately attracted the attention of the immortals. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun held on to hope and immediately asked, Fang Yuan, did you gain anything? Fang Yuan nodded before shaking his head. I gained something, but it is not a path to survival. Let me try. After saying this, Fang Yuan's aura became deep and unfathomable. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley buzzed and resonated with each other, shining brighter and brighter. After preparing, Fang Yuan restrained his aura and pushed out with his palm. A gray-white square seal flew out from his palm. The square seal was slow, but wherever it went, souls were destroyed and everything turned to ashes. The army of soul beasts was instantly wiped out. Even the primordial soul beasts couldn't resist this grayish-white square seal at all. They were even weaker than paper. The vast soul river that had been shrouding the sky also collapsed and was destroyed. Most of the soul path killer moves were greatly suppressed by this gray-white square seal. Their power fell sharply. The immortals around Fang Yuan also shuddered in fear. A bone-chilling chill rose from the depths of their souls. The whole battlefield was silent. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was breathing roughly after neutralizing Dang Hun Luopa seal. For the first time since the battle started, he was able to catch his breath. He stopped the tsunami-like attacks. Immortal killer move, Dang Hun Luopa seal. Powerful, too powerful. Xinshang was shocked. Even Paradise Earth was dumbfounded. He was speechless. This move is powerful. It can be said to be the bane of Soul Path. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was stunned before praising it. He saw the gray-white square seal rising up. Even Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's 100 giant arms were destroyed. Even though the gray-white square seal was destroyed, the 100 giant arms that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost were still empty. They seemed to be exhausted. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had once used Unexpected Calamity Killer move. Its power was about the same as Dang Hun Luopa seal. But under Unexpected Calamity Killer move, these soul beasts could still resist it for some time. But facing Dang Hun Luopa seal, they could not resist at all. Fang Yuan sighed. I am ashamed, I did not deduce the path of survival, but I deduced this result. This move is called Dang Hun Luopa seal. It uses these two sacred lands as the core. Its foundation is the Luopa seal killer move that I created in the past. Spectral Soul had once said that Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley are the sacred lands of soul cultivation. My killer move starts from the essence of soul path and suppresses them from the very core. Unfortunately, There are only 2 of them. If I had Pacifying Soul Lake, I might be able to counter all soul path methods in the world. Demon Immortal Qi Ju heard this, and his eyelids twitched. From Fang Yuan's tone, it seemed like he was not satisfied with this killer move. Good. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun praised and encouraged. Right now, Fang Yuan has already merged 2 rounds. If you merge the 3rd reverse flow river, you should be able to deduce the path of survival in the door of life and death. Jean Budu raised a finger and suggested. No, in my opinion, as long as we use this move well, with the main body attacking while we assist, there is a high chance of killing Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Look. Following Jean Buddha's guidance, the immortals immediately discovered. The injuries caused by Dang Hun Luo Pasil were deathly still. They could not recover as quickly as before. As for Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's main body, even though the 100 giant arms were recovering, the speed was very slow. Dang Hun Luo Pasil was a pure soul path killer move. It was amplified in the door of life and death. The soul path Dao marks carved by this move were like the wind in Luo Pa Valley, or the vibration power of Dang Hun Mountain. They made it hard for soul beasts to gather. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun frowned as he analyzed. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is a Dao Lord, and can control the soul path Dao marks here to amplify himself, and suppress Fang Yuan's Dang Hun Luo Pasil. But his mind is not clear. He only has the instincts of a Dao Lord. Thus Dang Hun Luo Pasil can also be amplified. The immortals' eyes lit up as they saw another possibility. Kill Spectral Soul. Chapter 22-21. At once, the immortals' minds were boiling as they thought rapidly. Dang Hun Luo Pasil was truly powerful. It was a trump card against the delirious Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Jean Budu was right. Looking at the current situation, it was possible to kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable using Dang Hun Luo Pasil. If nothing unexpected happens, it is possible. It will be extremely difficult for us to find a way out from here under Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's frenzied attacks. But directly eliminating Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is also a viable option. This place is controlled by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. There is little hope of finding a way out. But to deal with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, or even eliminate him, it will definitely be a battle of life and death. The immortals were assessing the situation. Qi Si Ancestor had a grim expression. The truth is, if we want to leave the door of life and death, we need to get past Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, right? Even if we temporarily shake off Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and escape from the door of life and death, what if Spectral Soul Demon Venerable chases after us? By then, we will have to deal with both Star Constellation and Spectral Soul. Why don't we kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, while Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is busy infiltrating the crazed demon formation? The immortals' hearts jumped. Indeed, Lu Weiyin muttered. We need to fight for the eternal life research results. We need to resist the Celestial Court. If we kill Spectral Soul Demon Venerable now, the threat of the Celestial Court will decrease by half. Humph. Jean Budu snorted coldly. What are you hesitating for? Everyone. The longer we drag on, the more Star Constellation will infiltrate us, and the closer we are to the eternal life research results. No matter what the plan is, we need to decide on it quickly. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun frowned deeply, saying, It is not so simple, Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is the #1 person in Wisdom Path. Would she leave behind such an obvious flaw? I am worried about a situation now. That is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method to influence Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has a time limit. When the time is up, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable might escape this predicament. At that time, we will have Spectral Soul Demon Venerable as our ally. If we attack Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, be it us or Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, even if it ends in a stalemate, both sides will suffer great losses. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable will still benefit the most. The immortals fell silent. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's words made sense. It was not excessive to overestimate Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Giant Sun, when do you think Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will break free from control and regain his sanity? Fang Yuan's main body asked with a sharp gaze. According to your guess, we can take it one step further. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable purposely left behind flaws and clues to lure us into thinking like this, we would not be able to do anything. In fact, even if the real star constellation can only control the specter for a short period of time, what should we do if this time is enough for her to snatch the fruit of immortality? In that case, does fellow Taoist Fang Yuan insist on fighting to the death? Under such an environment? Immortal zombie giant sun stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. Fang Yuan didn't back down and stared back at him. The atmosphere among the immortals suddenly became subtle and tense. Right at this time, Shenshang suddenly shouted, I succeeded. My killer move is finally complete. Paradise Earth said solemnly. Shenshang, how confident are you? 80%. Shenshang had an excited expression. This move was incomplete before. It only lacked the fruit of heaven path. But the missing part was never the crucial core. A strong intuition tells me that this move will definitely succeed. Of course, there is still room for improvement. But now that it is complete, I can definitely activate it. Fang Yuan and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun heard this and retracted their gazes. Fang Yuan spoke. Then let's protect Shenshang and give it a try. Earlier, Fang Yuan and the rest had successfully protected Paradise Earth. Now that Fang Yuan had Dang Hun Luo Pasil, it was not difficult to protect Shenshang. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven leaves a way out. A moment later, amidst Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's frenzied attacks, Shenshang activated his killer move and formed a narrow path. The small path was winding, stretching out continuously, completely incomparable to the luck-changing Golden Great Path. But at the end of the path, it pierced through space and the gate of life and death. The immortals could even see the blurry scene of the outside world at the end of the path. The immortals were overjoyed. Shenshang laughed heartily, raised his arms and shouted, Sure enough, it worked. Paradise smiled. I didn't misjudge you. 100 years Eastern Immortal Chief, half venerable in terms of talent. You live up to your reputation. Qi Ancestor cupped his fists. It is all thanks to you that we were able to escape today. Demon Immortal Qi Ju praised generously. Let's go. Jean Budu was still in the lead. He was also very suitable to lead the way. Without any hesitation, the immortals covered each other and stepped onto the winding path. Shenshang's killer move was very special. Even the door of life and death could not block it. These Gu immortals managed to escape. The immortals rushed out of the door of life and death and prepared to fight. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's furious roars came from the door of life and death. The entire door was shaking intensely. But in the end, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable did not even take a step out of the door of life and death. So that's it. For some reason, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is unable to leave the door of life and death. No wonder Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wants to lure us inside. Maybe Spectral Soul Demon Venerable can come out, but Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method of controlling him is most effective inside the door of life and death. The Gu immortals let out sighs of relief as they guessed. Quick, go to the crazed demon formation. So much time has passed. I wonder what progress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has made? Demon Immortal Qi Ju reminded. Before the immortals moved, they tried to destroy the immortal graveyard. However, all sorts of killer moves were absorbed into the door of life and death. It's no use. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangement is very profound. She has tightly connected this immortal graveyard with the door of life and death. To destroy the immortal graveyard, we need to destroy the door of life and death first. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun sighed. He was the first to leave. Precisely because he understood this, he and Fang Yuan chose to attack the door of life and death at the first moment. Of course, there were many other reasons besides this. Of course, this method can be broken. We can separate the immortal graveyard from the door of life and death. But we don't have time. Let's go to the crazed demon formation. Fang Yuan also turned around and left. The immortals did not stop, they followed. Ever since Primordial Domain was destroyed, the 8th and 9th layers could be easily entered and exited. When Fang Yuan, immortal zombie giant sun, and the rest arrived at the crazed demon formation again. There was less than 30% of the formation left. A large number of truthful floating ice pieces had already dissipated. The remaining truthful floating ice pieces had expanded by several times compared to before. Bam! Right at this moment, a piece of truthful floating ice exploded, turning into countless ice shards. A large number of ice shards dissipated on the spot. The remaining few drifted into the formation and attached to other truthful floating ice pieces. In this battle, primordial domain lost, giant sun, star constellation, and even spectral soul have already become supreme grandmasters. If the eternal life research results that the crazed demon formation nurtured for 1,000,000 years are also taken away by these people, it will truly be a crushing defeat. If I cannot win in the end, I will have to kill them and destroy the final truthful floating ice piece. No one will benefit from it. Fang Yuan's gaze was bone-chilling as he charged towards the formation. The other Gu immortals charged together almost at the same time. This group was the strongest of the present era. It included Fang Yuan, Giant Sun, Paradise Earth, Qi Si, Zhan Budu, Xinshang Qiju and Lu Weiyin. It was a terrifying lineup that almost suffocated people. Terrifying. Guyue Fangzheng's expression was pale. Even inside Demon Judgment Board, he could feel the intense killing intent. Don't even think about it. Under the strong pressure, Celestial Court's Gu immortals still stood up. It was Duke Mei. Not just Duke Mei, even Duke Tong, Golden Hooped Immortal King, and the rest moved out to obstruct them. Get lost. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted coldly. Golden light shined and turned into a giant palm that slapped away several people. Who land above Qi Si ancestors' head surged with Qi. It turned into a Qi wall that blocked Ruan Dan and Fairy Maiden Soul. 7 fiendish primeval monarch rode on Shabi 95 as he flew over. Shen Shang and Demon Immortal Qi Ju were obstructed by his killer move. Their momentum immediately dissipated. Courting death. Demon Immortal Qi Ju was furious. He activated Shishi killer move to suppress 7 fiendish primeval monarch. Shen Shang had a cold expression as he cooperated. 7 fiendish primeval monarch lasted for a few breaths of time before he was killed by Qi Ju and Shen Shang. Shabi 95 was also cut in half. It died on the spot. Even though Celestial Court's members were strong, facing Fang Yuan's group, which had pseudo-venerable strength at the very least, they were too weak. Moreover, in this kind of attack, without the help of immortal formations or immortal Gu houses, they were using their lives to delay the enemies. Soon Celestial Court's side lost a large number of members. However, they also achieved their goal. Fang Yuan's group's momentum finally dissipated. Celestial Court has the door of life and death. So what if these Gu immortals die? They will revive soon. Their cultivation and battle strength will not be affected. We need to control at least a portion of the formation to kill our way in. Lu Weiyin and Zhan Budu shouted furiously. Starlight flashed. Before Lu Weiyin and Zhan Budu could react, they were sent flying by the starlight. Starlight flickered as Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable revealed herself. She looked around and sighed. Everyone, you are too anxious. The crazed demon formation's derivation is at the final juncture. We cannot try it recklessly. What if limitless 100 years of hard work and accumulation is destroyed in a moment? Fang Yuan had a cold expression. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun smiled as he stared at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In that case, I won't mind waiting. But we cannot waste this final period of time. Star Constellation, let us settle this once and for all. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze lingered. I want to test your sharpness. Please. The moment she said that, space changed, stardust flew and starry paths crisscrossed, forming a grand chessboard. At the center of the chessboard was the crazed demon formation. Inside the chessboard were Celestial Court, Fang Yuan, Longevity Heaven, and other Gu immortals. Star Constellation Chessboard. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's eyes shined with bright light. Paradise Earth smiled as he realized. So Star Constellation Chessboard is an immortal Gu house, as well as an immortal formation. But this transformation has never been recorded in history. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable replied to Paradise Earth. This is because I modified star constellation chessboard after becoming a Dao Lord again. Everyone please comment on it. Without needing her to say anything, Qi ancestor had already made his move. Qi surged and surged in the surroundings. At once, the starry paths faded and the stardust scattered. Star constellation Immortal Venerable held a chess piece and threw it down. The chess piece flew into the air and turned into 9 Spiritual Fairy. 9 Spiritual Fairy had already used her transformation path killer move, turning into a kingfisher that shot towards Qi ancestor with astonishing speed. Qi ancestor fought with her for 3 to 4 rounds. They were evenly matched. Clearly, 9 Spiritual Fairy had obtained the amplification of the formation. After 5 to 6 rounds, 9 Spiritual Fairy had transformed into 3 different forms, but she still fell into a dangerous situation. But at this time, chess pieces were thrown down. Wan Zihong, Baizang Shui, Jun Shenguang, Zhou Xiong Xian, and other immortals attacked one after another. At once, the immortals fell into a chaotic battle. After just a few rounds, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun saw some clues. These celestial court members were the formation cores of star constellation chessboard formation. They cooperated extremely well with each other and were under star constellation Immortal Venerable's control. The more people participated in the battle, the more chaotic the situation became, and the greater the advantage of Celestial Court. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun snorted coldly. He got up and left the chaotic battlefield, charging towards star constellation Immortal Venerable, who was in the sky. Star constellation Immortal Venerable finally stopped dodging. She stood on the spot and fought Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. The battle between 2 venerables was unprecedented. Starlight flashed and golden aurora spread, illuminating the whole battlefield with gold and blue colors. The aftermath of the battle between 2 venerables created a grand Qi wave that surpassed the Qi tides. On one side was a Wisdom Path Supreme Grandmaster, the 2nd generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. He had unparalleled scheming abilities and outstanding achievements. On the other side was the number 1 person in Luck Path. He controlled Northern Plains and spread his bloodline. They were evenly matched. Please remember this book's domain name. Literature Library Mobile Version. Chapter 2222. All sorts of killer moves and methods were unleashed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun one after another, each displaying their might. Some killer moves were domineering and unbridled, traversing the sky. Some methods were exquisite and dazzling, dividing the universe. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was like a golden meteor, advancing bravely and continuously. Star constellation Immortal Venerable flickered around, her body moving around in star constellation chessboard formation, leaving behind star shadows to attack Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Moreover, while fighting, star constellation Immortal Venerable was still controlling star constellation chessboard formation to help the members of Celestial Court fight. Prince's Impatience activated Phoenix Flames. Baizang Shui unleashed Azure Waves River. Wan Zihong rained down flower petals. All sorts of killer moves were unleashed one after another under star constellation Immortal Venerable's coordination, greatly reducing the internal friction between them, forming waves of attacks with small gaps, giving Lu Wei-yin and the rest the illusion that Celestial Court's attacks were endless. Fang Yuan frowned slightly, evaluating inwardly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's wisdom path attainment is astonishing. Even with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's attacks, she has not reached her limits. She still has the ability to support the others and control the entire battle. So, looking at it from another perspective, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun has not truly used his full strength. At this moment, the 2 venerables were fighting with great momentum and countless methods. But no matter which move it was, its true power did not surpass Qi ancestors who elevation killer move. Be it star constellation Immortal Venerable or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, they were wary of limitless countermeasures. The foundation of venerables was unfathomable. If one side was countered by limitless, the other side would definitely gain an advantage. Of course, the most crucial point was that both venerables wanted to seize the eternal life research results. The value of this research result was simply too great to estimate. The venerables were in a stalemate. Which venerable could obtain the eternal life research results, breaking the balance, and becoming the #1 venerable? Since star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were eyeing the eternal life research results, they had to stop now. If they fought and destroyed this formation, it would be terrible. They were not limitless. The crucial point was that the truthful floating ice had been nurtured for over 1,000,000 years. If any of them were destroyed, the venerables would not be able to replace them. If that's the case, Fang Yuan's eyes flickered for a while, and he suddenly ordered, Qi-Si. Qi-Si ancestor received the main body's transmission and concealment. He did not hesitate to use his killer move. Immortal killer move, Hu Elevation. The terrifying Qi Path killer move descended again. The immortals all retreated. Even Qi Ju and Lu Wei-yin were the same. Is he crazy? Aren't you afraid of being countered by Limitless again? No, perhaps this is Fang Yuan's plan. How wonderful! After a moment of shock, the Gu immortals came to a realization. Lu Wei-yin and the rest were overjoyed, while the celestial court Gu immortals were filled with worry. As expected, at the next moment, chains appeared and shot out, trying to restrain Qi-Si ancestor. But don't forget, Qi-Si ancestor was still inside star constellation chessboard formation. The limitless sword's counterattack on the Sea of Qi would definitely not be able to bypass the constellation chessboard formation. Fang Yuan wanted to borrow the limitless sword's counterattack to break the constellation chessboard formation. But at the next moment, star constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly got out of the battle with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. Fang Yuan, even though your plan is brilliant, how could I not be prepared and leave behind such a huge flaw? Watch. As soon as she said that, starlight shined, the surrounding starry paths moved and attached to limitless chains. After a few breaths of time, limitless chains were wrapped by starry paths and used by star constellation Immortal Venerable. Not only was star constellation chessboard formation not disturbed by limitless counterattack, it even made use of limitless counterattack to make use of the chain's power, making star constellation chessboard formation even more resilient. How can this be? Demon Immortal Qi Ju's expression changed. Lu Wei-yin gritted his teeth. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's preparations are too ample. She has infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave too deeply. This was not strange. After all, when Crazed Demon Cave was just constructed, Limitless Demon Venerable went to Celestial Court and made a bet with Star Constellation's will. That was to say, when Crazed Demon Cave was constructed, Celestial Court had already started infiltrating it. This infiltration lasted for over 1,000,000 years. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained Savage Wilderness Great World and infiltrated Crazed Demon Cave for over 300,000 years. Compared to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he did not even have half the time. Moreover, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path. She was most proficient in infiltration. And Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind Yellow Earth Great World more than 100,000 years ago. As for Fang Yuan, he was the most miserable, even though he came into contact with Crazed Demon Cave more than 10 years ago. But the time he spent in infiltrating the Crazed Demon Formation was almost zero. His progress was also zero. If the door of life and death was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's home field, then Crazed Demon Cave was half of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's home field, while Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had a small portion of his home field. Fang Yuan was fighting in his home field. His understanding of Crazed Demon Cave was all thanks to Paradise Earth's information. Star Constellation chessboard had limitless chains. It became even more powerful. Celestial Court's Gu immortals did not fear death. They fought with their lives inside Star Constellation chessboard formation, barely restraining pseudo-venerables. After all, they had immortal venerables helping them. Of course, they could not stop Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body moved, flying into the sky and joining the battle between Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. As for Qi-Si ancestor, he was restrained by the chains and could not be stored in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He could only be guarded by Jean Budu and the rest. Then, let's try this move again. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, his gaze shining brightly. Immortal Killer Move, 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. 5 colored light qi rapidly spread around Fang Yuan. Be it the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, or Lu Wei Yin's group, they all retreated. Fighting inside this 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, they would suffer backlash at any moment. This was the reappearance of the 5 regional walls in Fang Yuan's hands. This move again. Prince's impatience, and the rest gritted their teeth. This move originated from Tao Zhu. It had been used in the Fate War, and Thieving Heaven's true inheritance space. It had repeatedly made things difficult for Celestial Court. Now, it became a problem for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable again. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi spread inside Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately sensed it, and started to suffer the backlash. Limitless chains in the starry path started to tremble, and move restlessly. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi is being suppressed in this formation. But it seems that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has yet to find a way to break it. However, this method will still trigger limitless retaliation. Fang Yuan observed carefully. Triggering limitless retaliation was not strange. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi was the nemesis of Gu formations and immortal Gu houses. Even the Crazed Demon formation was countered by it. Once it was activated in 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, the Crazed Demon formation would suffer backlash and eventually break apart. Limitless arrangements were naturally aware of this threat. Thus, it was normal for 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi to trigger limitless retaliation. This was also the reason why Fang Yuan did not use 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. As for the Door of Life and Death, there were too many Soul Path Dao marks there. Even 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi would be suppressed. Moreover, even if the light qi became dense and formed the 5 regional walls, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, and the rest would be harmed, it was not worth it. But the situation was different now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had incredible methods. She actually used Star Constellation chessboard formation to forcefully fuse limitless chains. At this point, Fang Yuan had to use 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi to fight against it. At once, the number of things that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable needed to scheme against increased by more than 10 times. On one hand, she had to deal with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. On the other hand, she had to help the members of the Celestial Court fight against the Pseudo-Venerables. On the other hand, she had to forcefully fuse with limitless chains. And on the other hand, she had to take care of the Crazed Demon formation, urging it to deduce and quickly produce eternal life. Right now, Fang Yuan was activating 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi in Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to endure the backlash and also forcefully suppress limitless chains. Fang Yuan's 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi posed a huge threat to the Crazed Demon formation. Limitless chains wanted to capture it by all means possible. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had to suppress it. If she did not suppress it, and allowed it to erupt, it would severely interfere with Star Constellation chessboard formation and cause it to collapse. Once the formation collapsed, with just those Celestial Court Gu Immortals, even with the Immortal Graveyard's revival, they would not be able to stop the ferocious Pseudo-Venerables. By then, even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable stopped Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Fang Yuan, she would not be able to protect the eternal life research results. They would be obtained by these Pseudo-Venerables. No matter how one looked at it, the Celestial Court still had too few people. Even if Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revived, she still had to face too many enemies. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi is a good move, Shen Shang praised after seeing through the situation. He felt bad for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Chapter 22-23. Fang Yuan activated 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to suffer backlash at all times. But Star Constellation Immortal Venerable wanted to suppress limitless chains and forcefully merge them. She was simply protecting Fang Yuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Even though she was the #1 wisdom path person, she was unable to make ends meet. From her point of view, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was the strongest enemy in her life. She had to pay attention to him. In comparison, Fang Yuan was less of a threat, but he definitely couldn't let him go. After all, many venerables had invested in him. Even when Spectral Soul refined Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Star Constellations will had invested in him. Fang Yuan couldn't let it go. Once he let it go, he would be in a difficult situation. With this understanding, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly threw out Book Mountain. A chess piece flew over. It was Zhou Xiongxian. Zhou Xiongxian landed halfway up Book Mountain, desperately trying to control it. Book Mountain erupted with golden light rays. They were actually all of Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's Luck Path Killer moves. These Luck Path Killer moves attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and blocked him temporarily. Almost at the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable personally attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not activate the Turbulent Soul Luo Pasil. With the amplification of his vast number of Dao marks, this method was definitely more powerful than Hu Elevation Killer move. Once Star Constellation Immortal Venerable became ruthless and kept Star Constellation chessboard formation, releasing limitless chains. Adding on the hatred accumulated from 5 restriction Profound Light Qi, Fang Yuan would definitely be restrained by limitless chains. He would be in a worse state than Qi Si Ancestor. By then, Fang Yuan's main body would lose his battle strength. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would release Star Constellation chessboard. It would be greatly beneficial to the Celestial Court. Of course, during this process, Star Constellation chessboard would definitely be damaged. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would be injured. But how much damage? According to Fang Yuan's deductions, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could endure it. Thus Fang Yuan did not attack. Instead, he directly retreated into the 5 restriction Dark Light Qi. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Fang Yuan's actions were within her expectations. Information about the Dang Hun Luo Pasil had already been transmitted from the Gate of Life and Death. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was slightly disappointed that Fang Yuan did not use such a method. However, retreating into 5 restriction Profound Light Qi made it easier for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to use her next move. At the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gave a light shout. Hundreds of straight starry paths started to twist and turn like water ripples. They quickly gathered and formed into a blue ball of threads that enveloped all of the 5 restriction Profound Light Qi, and even Fang Yuan. For a moment, Fang Yuan was sealed. The 5 restriction Profound Light Qi continued to spread, but the space within the Azure Sphere was vast, and it would take a long time to completely fill it up. What a good response! Fang Yuan praised in his mind. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method was undoubtedly using Wisdom Path and Star Path to imitate Space Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not unravel 5 restriction Profound Light Qi, but she found a way to suppress it. This response was extremely ingenious. Not only did he manage to use the Constellation chessboard formation to its fullest potential, but he also used a superb technique like Dao embroidery. Fang Yuan was trapped here, but he wasn't worried. He was waiting for Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's performance. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was extremely shrewd. He definitely understood the weakness of the Celestial Court and the advantage of the Alliance army. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took a risk to deal with Fang Yuan, which meant that Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could do something. On the other hand, when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable dealt with Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, Fang Yuan could make some small moves. Although these small moves were small, they would definitely make Star Constellation Immortal Venerable feel very uncomfortable. If he did not deal with them immediately, these small moves would become a huge bargaining chip to suppress the Celestial Court. Sure enough, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun shouted loudly, sending out a huge wave of golden light that pushed Book Mountain aside and charged towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Book Mountain shook and flew away like a meteor. Zhou Xiong Xian, who was on the mountain, had already turned into meat paste. This was the price he had to pay to control Book Mountain with his life on the line. This rank 8 expert used all his strength, but he could only obstruct immortal zombie giant sun for a few breaths of time. This was after he borrowed star constellation Immortal Venerable's method. And immortal zombie giant sun was still restraining his strength, wary of limitless formation. Immortal zombie giant sun obtained a rare moment of free time. He immediately started to prepare a method. This opportunity did not come easily. He had just fought with star constellation Immortal Venerable. Both sides had attacked too frequently. He had not found such an opportunity. However, at the next moment, I have finally waited for this killer move. Golden Hooped Immortal King suddenly appeared. Giant Sun Immortal, you deceived me. I invited your celestial court as a guest, but you took the chance to make arrangements, causing celestial court's headquarters to be ambushed by your longevity heaven during the Fate War. As soon as he said that, Golden Hooped Immortal King dissipated his cultivation and life, just to activate a killer move. Profound light shone down and landed on immortal zombie giant sun's forehead, turning into a golden hoop. The golden hoop bound immortal zombie giant sun's forehead, causing his mind and body to become slightly sluggish. A female immortal immediately appeared behind immortal zombie giant Sunday. It was Qin Dingling. Giant Sun, I will return all the humiliation you gave me to you now. Qin Dingling shouted as she slapped with both palms, hitting immortal zombie giant Sun's back. Immortal killer move, Luck Gamble. In Qin Dingling's phantom aperture, a black and white dice-like goo worm spun rapidly before coming to a stop. Immortal zombie giant Sun 3 points. The dice-like goo worm spun again, before coming to a stop, revealing the number at the top. Qin Dingling 5 points. Rumble. In an instant, immortal zombie giant Sun's majestic luck flowed towards Qin Dingling. Qin Dingling's body shook intensely. Her face was flushed, her teeth chattered. She could only endure it with all her strength. She had no battle strength at all. Back then, when I forcefully took Crazed Demon Cave's thieving heaven true inheritance, a mysterious goo worm flew out. I did not have time to collect it. It seems that you succeeded in the end. Immortal zombie giant Sun realized at once. Qin Dingling was sweating profusely. She received a huge amount of luck while replying hatefully. In order to deal with you, I gave up on Metal Path and sealed myself in the golden coffin. I buried myself deep in the earth vein and went into closed cultivation to comprehend Luck Path. Over 300,000 years later, one day, the golden coffin fell into a hidden area, and this gambling goo was attracted by me. From that moment, I understood that this was the backlash of you forcefully taking thieving heaven's true inheritance. It was also a fortuitous encounter for me, Qin Dingling, to take revenge on you. Gamble, gamble, let's gamble with our lives. Immortal zombie giant Sun's body shrouded in golden light rapidly dimmed down. Immortal zombie giant Sun's expression turned solemn. His combat system was rooted in a strong positive luck. He had all kinds of killer moves to help him maintain the positive and strong nature of his luck. For example, the unforeseen calamity killer move he used in the Door of Life and Death was to pluck out his misfortune luck to deal with the enemy. Although it caused a temporary decrease in the scale of his luck, it would quickly recover with other luck path methods. And overall, it was more inclined towards positive. Once immortal zombie giant Sun's positive luck was stronger than the enemy's, then according to the difference, his defense, offense, healing, and other abilities would rise accordingly. In short, he would be above the enemy. Originally, all of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's methods were powerful and exquisite. With the support of such a combat system, Giant Sun Immortal was in an invincible position. His luck path methods had not been widely spread. How could other Goo Immortals have the ability to snatch his luck? Most Goo Immortals' luck would fall to rock bottom in the first dozen or so rounds. Giant Sun Immortal's battle strength continued to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun might be in a deadlock with star constellation Immortal Venerable, but in fact, he had already accumulated a huge advantage in terms of luck. At the final juncture, when the Crazed Demon formation stopped working, and the Eternal Life research results appeared, without limitless retaliation, immortal zombie giant sun would be able to erupt with strength. But now, Qin Dingling had secretly dug up his foundation. Qin Dingling had almost completed a miracle. Just by gambling goo, thieving heaven demon Venerable's retaliation could not achieve this. Just by relying on Qin Dingling, she could not achieve this. In fact, just by relying on star constellation Immortal Venerable's arrangements and schemes, she could not dig up immortal zombie giant sun's foundation. But with the combination of the three, a miraculous result was achieved. In an instant, immortal zombie giant sun activated his killer move. Thoughts surged in his mind and collided rapidly. I fell for star constellation's scheme. She had already prepared this trump card to deal with me, but she never had a chance. Fang Yuan activated 5 restriction profound light qi and gave her a chance. She purposely left to deal with Fang Yuan, even abandoning Book Mountain for the time being. In fact, she wanted to give me a weakness. She succeeded in the end. Book Mountain was a secluded domain of heaven and earth, but in star constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes, it was just a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. In fact, many members of the Celestial Court were star constellation Immortal Venerable's chess pieces in this star constellation chessboard formation. In fact, Fang Yuan was even used by star constellation Immortal Venerable to lure immortal zombie giant sun. Just like how immortal zombie giant sun viewed the Celestial Court as a great enemy, the Celestial Court also viewed longevity heaven as a great threat to immortal zombie giant Sunday Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan was very strong, he even destroyed Fate Gu. But he was chosen and taken care of by Providence, and also received the support of past venerables. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used Fang Yuan. Giant Sun Immortal arranged for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a chess piece. Even if Fang Yuan was ambitious and wanted to become a refinement path venerable, turning from a chess piece to a chess player, now that primordial domain was destroyed, how could he become a refinement path demon venerable? Without becoming a venerable, no matter how many Dao marks he had, he would only be a pseudo-venerable. Meanwhile, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had already returned to Dao Lord level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable abandoned Fang Yuan and returned to battle Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday Go. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable pointed at Qin Dingling and activated Star Constellation chessboard formation. As a chess piece, Qin Dingling immediately vanished on the spot, instantly appearing at the edge of the battlefield. The killer move Luck Gamble was completed. Qin Dingling became the key to this battle. Luck Gamble. Qin Dingling recovered and activated the killer move again. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun 3 points. Qin Dingling 2 points. Rumble. This time, Qin Dingling's luck surged out and instilled it into Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. The power of Luck Gamble was like this. It could not be controlled by anyone. Points determine victory. But the appearance of points was completely random. Qin Dingling could not influence it as the owner. Chapter 22-24. This was the gamble goo that thieving heaven demon Venerable refined. In order to refine this goo, he had cut off his theft path Dao marks. Gamble goo's result was random. It could not be influenced by humans. Thieving heaven demon Venerable was special. He was an otherworldly demon, with Dao marks from another world. Thieving heaven space was established from the otherworld space path Dao marks on his body. Then Gamble Gu originated from the theft path Dao marks on his body. Gamble Gu itself had no killing power. No matter what the result was, it would just be a joke. But the Gamble Luck killer move that used this as the core was extremely risky. The result could not be controlled. It could suddenly succeed or fail. It could not be predicted. But because of this characteristic, even Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck could not interfere with it. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qin Dingling's luck were equal. Last time, Qin Dingling won the bet. This time, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun won. But Immortal Zombie Giant Sun did not have a smile on his face. Because regardless of whether she won or lost, Qin Dingling would definitely profit. Why? This was because she had to delve into the profundities of luck path. Luck was divided into 2 types, good luck and bad luck. And the scale of luck varied from person to person. In general, the higher the cultivation level, the larger the luck. Comparing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Qin Dingling's luck. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck was extremely huge. He was at Tao Lord level. Bad luck was rare. Good luck was the majority. But Qin Dingling? Qin Dingling's luck was far smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Bad luck was the majority. Good luck was rare. Qin Dingling was only a rank 8 expert. Her luck was naturally smaller than Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's. Luck was a variable. She had to deal with a strong enemy like Immortal Zombie Giant Sun now. Everyone's luck would affect each other. Even if one had good luck, it would be affected and turn into bad luck. Thus, firstly, Qin Dingling's luck was much smaller than her opponent's. She was gambling with luck. This was a huge advantage. Secondly, Qin Dingling had a lot of bad luck. If she lost to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, it would also affect his luck. The foundation of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's combat system was a strong positive luck. There were two key points. One was that the amount of providence needed to be massive, and the other was that it had to be positive. In other words, the more good luck there was, the better. If Luck Gamble Killer moved Qin Dingling one more than she lost, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's luck would fall greatly. If Qin Dingling won less and lost more, even if Immortal Zombie Giant Sun obtained Qin Dingling's luck, it would be mixed with a lot of bad luck. In this situation, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun fell into a dilemma. He had a lot of methods to turn his own bad luck into good luck. But during this process, not only would he expend immortal essence and mental energy, he would also have to sacrifice a lot of battle opportunities in the battle against Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. What was worse was that once he turned bad luck into good luck, he would lose to Qin Dingling in the next gamble. What would he do then? Wouldn't that be aiding the enemy? Bang bang bang. The continuous explosions destroyed another 30+ truthful floating ice pieces in the Crazed Demon formation. The Crazed Demon array only had 10% or so left. The power of the Crazed Demon formation continued to weaken, and only about 40% of the world in the 8th level was left. Everything was being used to fuel the central ice flow. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics continued to sculpt in the truthful floating ice, their expressions becoming more and more fanatical. Limitless counter power was undoubtedly from the Crazed Demon formation. If not for this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, or Immortal Zombie Giant Sun, would have already destroyed the source of limitless counter power. So, Limitless Demon Venerable had purposely set it up as one in the past to make people hesitate in taking action. If they wanted the eternal life research results, then they would have to face the threat of the counter and faint restrictions. Thus, as the Crazed Demon formation continued to weaken, the upper limit of the Gu Immortals fighting would also continue to rise. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's methods were getting stronger. However, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had also increased the power of her methods. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was dragged down by Qin Dingling. He inevitably fell into a disadvantage. We need to kill Qin Dingling. This was a consensus. Not only Immortal Zombie Giant Sun himself had tried, the other pseudo-venerables also made their moves. But this was Star Constellation chessboard formation. Since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had painstakingly plotted against Giant Sun Immortal and succeeded, how could she let Qin Dingling be easily attacked? The situation is bad. We need to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal. To reinforce Giant Sun, we need to kill Qin Dingling. At the very least, we need to disturb her and break that killer move of hers. But Star Constellation chessboard formation can allow her to teleport instantly, so we need to destroy this formation. After going around in circles, everything had returned to the starting point. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Flying stars shot out one after another, breaking the protective golden light, and forcing Immortal Zombie Giant Sun to retreat repeatedly. Guh. He spat out a mouthful of cold dark zombie blood. Starlight shone on his chest. No matter how the golden light spread, the starlight was still shining brightly. It showed how severe his injuries were. Because of Qin Dingling's obstruction, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's battle strength had fallen sharply. After fighting with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a while, he actually showed signs of losing. Seeing immortal zombie giant sun spitting out blood, the expressions of Lu Wei-yin and the rest changed greatly. Was the battle between two venerables going to end with immortal zombie giant sun's defeat? All sorts of battle situations had already shown that immortal zombie giant sun had always been the strongest battle strength in the Alliance army, followed by Guyue and Feng Yuan. If immortal zombie giant sun lost, then the Alliance would suffer a crushing defeat. However, no matter how much Lu Wei-yin and the rest did not want this to happen, they knew that it was normal for star constellation Immortal Venerable to have such an advantage. A battle between Gu immortals had many influences. First was the cultivation rank and the number of Dao marks. In this aspect, star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were evenly matched. Second was the storage of Immortal Essence and Immortal Gu. The difference between the two sides was not big. Third was battle experience. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were equally matched. Fourth was whether the surrounding environment could be used properly. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was indeed superior to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun. At least for now, it was true. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had used Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Savage Wilderness Great World to forcefully obtain Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Afterwards, he quickly cooperated with Feng Yuan to destroy Primordial Domain and explore the Crazed Demon Formation and the Door of Life and Death with Feng Yuan. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable switched battles, ingeniously using Book Mountain, Primordial Domain, Crazed Demon Formation, Immortal Graveyard, Door of Life and Death, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's Green Lotus Great World, Star Constellation Chessboard, and limitless countermeasures. Fifth was her combat methods. Gu formations, battlefield killer moves, Gu houses, and other forms of killer moves. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Immortal Zombie Giant Sun were outstanding. It was hard to determine who was superior. Sixth was her combat system. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system had an extremely fierce follow-up, but it was miraculously resolved by Qin Ding Ling. Meanwhile, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also had an outstanding combat system that had been displaying its effects all along. This combat system was the combination of Ming Hao, Yu Xiu, and Feng Ye's combat systems. In terms of offense, it was mainly Fairy Ming Hao's Flying Star Killer move. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had their own advantages and often used killer moves that were far more exquisite than ordinary ones. These killer moves often contained more Gu worms, had more complicated steps, and were more difficult to activate. Only Wisdom Path Gu immortals with extraordinary scheming could control them well. But in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system, the offensive aspect was almost exclusively this Flying Star Killer move. It could be said to be extremely lacking and monotonous. Was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable intentionally abandoning her clear advantage in Wisdom Path? That was not the case. First of all, Flying Star Killer move might be simple, but it was not. If it was used repeatedly, it would be a chain of moves. Each move would be a consecutive move. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun had been hit by many flying stars. By now, the damage caused by the flying stars had already risen to a level where he was heavily injured. Secondly, the lack of offense was due to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's ingenuity. In terms of the combat system as a whole, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had diverted her scheming ability from the offensive aspect and placed it into herself, allowing her to maintain a precise grasp of the battle situation at all times. Precisely because of this level of confidence, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used the surrounding resources to the extreme, defeating the strong with the weak. Facing the powerful allied army, she actually led the Celestial Court towards victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system could also use attainment level to suppress the enemy and use emotions to disturb the opponent. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was one of the victims. When Immortal Zombie Giant Sun and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable fought, they were evenly matched in many aspects. However, once they entered a deadlock, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's combat system would be obstructed, while star constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system would continue to be maintained, and her advantage would continue to accumulate. Each of these advantages was very small, but when accumulated, they eventually led to Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's defeat. Fang Yuan, this is the time to fight with your life on the line. Why are you still hesitating? Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suddenly turned around and shot towards the azure thread. Luck Path Killer moves erupted like rain, attempting to break the thread and free Fang Yuan. But star constellation Immortal Venerable was already prepared for this reaction. She immediately made a move. Star shadows flickered as Immortal Zombie Giant Sun suffered another heavy blow. The killer move he had activated earlier also dissipated halfway. We need to reinforce Fang Yuan. We need Fang Yuan to reinforce Giant Sun Immortal. Lu Weiyin shouted. Paradise Earth sighed. Sigh, if only my great tomb was not destroyed and I had venerable cultivation level, I would be able to resolve this predicament. These damn scums. Jean Buddha's iron fist swept out, killing another member of the Celestial Court. However, these Celestial Court Gu immortals would revive soon. There was no way to kill them all. And Jean Buddha still had Qi-Si Ancestor behind him. Half of limitless chains on Qi-Si Ancestor's body had already dissipated. On one hand, there were other Gu immortals helping him. On the other hand, the crazed demon formation had shrunk. The Gu immortals' upper limit was continuously increasing. Their tolerance towards Hu elevation killer move had also increased. However, Qi-Si Ancestor still did not have the strength to protect himself. He needed John Buddha's protection at all times. Everyone protect me, Paradise Earth shouted as he retreated to the center. The immortals protected him. Paradise Earth obtained a precious opportunity and quickly used a killer move. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. A mysterious aura quickly spread out from his body, like a wave of air, directly rushing towards the azure ball of light. This killer move was too amazing. It could restore the world to its normal state. It was the best counter to battlefield killer moves. It was also the best time to use it to resolve the situation. The azure thread was already enduring Fang Yuan's pressure. Now that it was attacked by the killer move Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm, it immediately collapsed. Fang Yuan roared and flew out like a fierce tiger that had escaped its cage. Paradise Earth, I hope you can lend me a hand, Fang Yuan said as a rainbow mixed light flew out, bringing Paradise Earth along as it charged towards Qin Dingling. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. Paradise Earth took a deep breath and used the killer move. His 7 orifices were bleeding, his face was pale as paper. Formless air waves rushed out. Wherever they went, the starry paths collapsed and turned back into nothingness. Without the starry paths, star constellation Immortal Venerable could no longer teleport Qin Dingling. Her eyes flashed with cold light. She immediately gave up on saving Qin Dingling and attacked Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. Fang Yuan misled me. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun growled as he was hit. His chest was damaged and his soul was heavily injured. At this time, Qin Dingling was successfully killed by Fang Yuan. Immortal Zombie Giant Sun could not turn the situation around in time. Thousands of stardust flew over. Most of them were destroyed by him, but hundreds still hit his immortal zombie body. The starlight accumulated in Immortal Zombie Giant Sun's injuries were already as dense as fire. At this moment, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun was on the verge of death. His life was in danger. Star constellation Immortal Venerable continued to attack without mercy. The final fatal blow. Chapter 22-25. Northern Plains. Chu Clan's headquarters, Blessed Land. Is First Supreme Elder still in close cultivation? Today is the day of the battle. Cho Laowu rubbed his hands. He was thin and had a slightly hunched back. He had a bitter expression to begin with, but now he showed a worried expression, making him look even more miserable. Don't worry, since First Supreme Elder agreed to Black Moon's challenge, why would he run away? We just have to wait patiently. Hao Zhen was leaning on the wall with his arms crossed, his expression solemn. He had a middle-aged appearance, he had a beard and a muscular body. He was good friends with Cho Laowu. The two of them had a signature killer move called Wind Thunder Roar. Precisely because of this, Chou Lao Wu and Hao Zhen were called Wind Thunder Demons. After joining Chu Du, they were the strongest in Chu clan, second only to Chu Du. Actually, it is not impossible to avoid the battle. At the other side, Great Immortal Wang suddenly said in a low voice. He was short, had small triangular eyes and a red nose. He was a transformation path Gu Immortal, specialized in transforming into dogs. What did you say? Hao Zhen was enraged. He quickly walked towards Great Immortal Wang and stared at him angrily, growling. How can First Supreme Elder avoid the battle? He is the great Chu Du. Do you want First Supreme Elder's reputation to go down the drain? Saying so, Hao Zhen stretched out his hands and grabbed Great Immortal Wang's collar, lifting him up into the air. Great Immortal Wang was also furious, shouting, Let go! You barbarian! If you don't let go, don't blame me for using my killer move. Seeing that trouble was about to happen, Chou Lao Wu quickly pulled Hao Zhen back, while Li Si-chun also supported Great Immortal Wang. Li Si-chun had a square face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a tall nose bridge, and thick black chest hair was exposed. He was clearly a male but wore a flowery dress. He pinched his middle finger and said in a sweet voice, Aya, can you guys stop messing around? I am already very irritated. If you guys continue to fight, our Chu clan will really be in danger. Great Immortal Wang snorted coldly, shaking off Li Si-chun's hand. This is our Chu clan's crisis. We need to be careful when dealing with it. If the First Supreme Elder is still alone, then whether or not he accepts the challenge has nothing to do with us. But he is not now. He is the First Supreme Elder of our Chu clan. Do you know what will happen if he loses? Barbarian. Hao Zhen snorted coldly, but did not reply. That was because he knew that deity Wang wasn't lying. Chu Du had originally founded the Chu sect as a sect. The method he used was to invite the immortals to deal with Heavenly Lord Baizu. But later, he allied with Heavenly Lord Baizu and coerced these Gu immortals into establishing Chu sect. His methods could be said to be able to summon clouds and rain with a flip of his hand. After establishing the Chu sect, Chu Du quickly subdued everyone with his charisma and methods. However, good times didn't last long. Due to the pressure from Longevity Heaven and the Golden Tribes, Chu Du had no choice but to change the Chu sect into the Chu family. Thus, Chu Du took in all the Strength Path Gu immortals he had nurtured as his foster children. He abolished the sex system and used the clan system to govern. Even so, because Chu Du didn't have any children, the Chu family was still mistrusted and suppressed. Because of this, Chu Du took the initiative to participate in the Fate War to stabilize the Chu clan. Now the situation had changed again. Fate Gu was destroyed. Giant Sun Immortals revival was getting more and more rumors were spreading. Longevity Heaven issued the Longevity Order, mobilizing Northern Plains' righteous path to forcefully recruit lone cultivators and demonic immortals, attempting to unify Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. Lone cultivators and demonic immortals were very opposed to this. They were very disgusted with the Huangjin tribes. This way Baizu tribe and Chu tribe were very attractive. Many Gu immortals were alone. Due to the pressure, they would rather join Chu tribe or Baizu tribe than join the Huangjin tribes. Chu Du was a lone cultivator. Baizu tribe's Heavenly Lord Baizu was the same. These two tribes benefited from this and expanded greatly. Because of that, Longevity Heaven gave him a secret warning. Sigh, why did this fairy black moon suddenly appear? This person's origin is mysterious. She seems to have popped out of a rock. We still can't find out anything about her. Northern Plains is such a huge place. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. It isn't strange for Fairy Black Moon to appear. But she actually challenged our First Supreme Elder. She is simply asking to be humiliated. Not necessarily. Objectively speaking, this person's strength was indeed terrifying. Ever since she entered the world, she has challenged all sorts of experts without losing a single battle. Her battle strength is extremely high. In the most recent battle, even Lu Chang was defeated. In almost every battle, Fairy Black Moon has a brand new method that makes people's eyes light up. That totem killer move of hers is her trump card. According to rumors, she is likely to be Reckless Savage's inheritor. Cho Laowu, Li Si-chun, and the rest discussed. Right now, He Lolan's reputation was huge. She won consecutively, displaying peak rank 7 battle strength that could rival rank 8. And because of the rumors of her being Reckless Savage's inheritor, she suppressed Chu Du. I have already seen through a person like Fairy Black Moon. She is very ambitious. She gathered many people around her and challenged others to gain fame. At this moment, she is already the symbol of the demonic path and lone cultivators. It is inevitable that she will challenge Lord Chu Du. Even if she does not challenge him now, she will do so sooner or later. Because once she wins, her reputation will increase by at least twofold. She will be able to rally all the lone and demonic immortals in Northern Plains. Haojin analyzed. Under pressure, the demonic immortals and lone cultivators, who were willing to join Northern Plains' righteous path, had basically all done so. The rest were all stubborn people. Unfortunately, these stubborn people all had their own capabilities. After all, without strength, they had no qualifications to be stubborn. And in the hearts of these stubborn people, Chu Du had established a righteous path tribe, and was on the same side as the Huangjin tribes, even participating in the Fate War. He was clearly a lackey of Longevity Heaven. He was even more hateful than the Huangjin tribes. If Fairy Black Moon defeated Chu Du, she would definitely win the hearts of the people. Her gains would be much greater than defeating Lu Chang. In contrast, Chu tribe was originally suppressed by Longevity Heaven. They were all relying on Chu Du to support them. Chu tribe did not have any bloodline connections. The sect system could not be established openly. It was mostly maintained by Chu Du's charisma. Chu Du was the soul of Chu tribe. Once he fell, Chu tribe would definitely suffer heavy losses. Their development would be severely hindered. They would rapidly decline and lose the hearts of the people. Cho Laowu and the others were all worried. They had already become the backbone of Chu tribe. They were the ones who enjoyed the benefits. They did not want Chu tribe to decline. Sigh, if we can get Fang Yuan to help, that would be great. Li Si-chun sighed. Great Immortal Wang, however, shook his head. No, the risk is too great. Lord Fang Yuan's demonic might is indeed outstanding. Longevity Heaven can only endure it. But what if Giant Sun Immortal revives in the future? Fang Yuan might be strong, but he is not the match of a venerable. What we are doing now is very straightforward. But it is a foolish move to cut off our ties with Northern Plains' righteous path. Quiet. They are here. Cho Lao was suddenly reminded. This wave of Gu immortals came at once. Half of them were Chu Du's adopted sons. They cultivated strength path and had average cultivation level. The rest were the lone immortals and demonic cultivators that Chu tribe had taken in recently. Although their strength was higher than the adopted sons, because their loyalty could not be verified, it was quite troublesome to use them. May I ask for external elders, where is Lord Father? Where is First Supreme Elder? It is already so late. Why has First Supreme Elder not appeared yet? These people asked one after another. Who asked you to come? Haojin stood up, Cho Laowu, Great Immortal Wang, and Li Si-chun stood behind him, coldly looking at these people. At this moment, the four immortals suppressed their internal conflicts and became one, advancing and retreating together. External elders, please don't blame us. We are really worried about Father's safety. That's right, since we joined Chu tribe. Lord Chu Du is our leader. Is it wrong for us to be concerned? The voices became noisy again. Everyone's anxiety could be seen clearly. Hao Zhen was about to berate them, but at this moment, an aura appeared. The immortals turned around. The closed cultivation room's copper door opened. Chu Du slowly walked out with an indifferent expression. First Supreme Elder. Lord Father. Chu Du nodded slowly. He looked around and said with a smile, since you're all here, you might as well come and support me. Chu Du's heart was heavy. The actual situation was far more serious than what Li Si-chun and the rest had discussed. These itinerant immortals and fiendish cultivators, who joined recently, were all fence-sitters, and some were even spies. Although the adopted sons were respectful and humble, in fact, they had long been resentful towards Chu Du. On one hand, they blamed Chu Du for grooming them to become strength path cultivators. Their future was uncertain. On the other hand, Chu Du used them to absorb reckless savage's true meaning, causing them to suffer great losses. Chu Du knew the Chu tribe seemed to be united, but in fact, it was already at the juncture of prosperity and decline. If they could pass this battle with Fairy Black Moon, the Chu tribe could still maintain its original state. If not, Chu Du would be defeated. Then the Chu tribe would definitely decline, and they would be looked down upon by others. No one would join them, and they would become weaker and weaker, eventually becoming cannon fodder in the 5 regions' chaotic war. Lord, with so many people going, how are we going to guard our territory? Chou Laowu asked. Chu Du waved his sleeves, saying casually, no matter. How many resource points do we have that are of real value? As for our headquarters, we need a Gu immortal to guard it. Let's draw straws to decide. Although Chu tribe was established, it controlled few resource points and their quality was poor. It could be said that they lacked resources and could not develop. Like this, after choosing a few unlucky fellows to stay behind, Chu Du brought almost all the Chu tribe Gu immortals and went to the battle location. Chu Du was not flustered, he slowly moved forward. Along the way, Gu immortals from Huang Jin tribes appeared and joined Chu Du's group. Although these Gu immortals secretly ostracized Chu tribe and Baizu tribe, they were on the same side as Fairy Black Moon and the rest. They naturally stood on Chu Du's side. Halfway through the journey, Heavenly Lord Baizu appeared. Chu Du let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 22-26. Even though it was only a clone of Heavenly Lord Baizu, he was a rank 8. The immortals quickly greeted him. Chu Du was quite satisfied. Even though Heavenly Lord Baizu did not come to help him, Chu Du knew that Heavenly Lord Baizu had an amazing method to instantly switch locations with his clone. Thus, with this clone around, it was no different from Heavenly Lord Baizu himself. At this crucial moment, only Heavenly Lord Baizu could be relied on for Chu Du. Heavenly Lord Baizu had been paying close attention to the battle between Chu Du and Fairy Black Moon. After all, Longevity Heaven was above. The Huang Jin tribes were all around. Baizu tribe and Chu tribe were in the same boat. However, he had important matters to attend to now. Naturally, only the Longevity Heaven could summon him. Right now, Heavenly Lord Baizu was inside Longevity Heaven. Beside him was the current Longevity Heaven's South Desolation Immortal, Yao Huang. Seeing that Heavenly Lord Baizu was in a daze, Yao Huang understood and smiled. Baizu, who do you think will be the final winner between Chu Du and Black Moon? Heavenly Lord Baizu came back to his senses and smiled bitterly. From my perspective, I hope that Chu Du can win. But Fairy Black Moon is not to be underestimated. Her strength is unfathomable. This will definitely be a fierce battle. Lord Baizu is right. Both cultivate strength path. One has been famous for a long time while the other has just risen to fame. It is hard to tell who is stronger. Only a true contest can determine the victor. That Fairy Black Moon seems to have inherited Reckless Savage's true inheritance. Her strength path attainment is extraordinary. But in my opinion, Chu Du has a higher chance of winning. After all, he is a legendary character who once forced the whole of Lu tribe. Once he said that, a Lu tribe Gu immortal snorted coldly with an unhappy expression. A large number of Gu immortals gathered around Heavenly Lord Baizu and Yao Huang. They were all from the Huang Jin tribes. The Gu immortals discussed for a while, when 5 Elements Grandmaster flew over. Alright, the formation is ready, please enter. In front of the immortals, a formation was already set up. Beautiful blood-colored patterns could be seen everywhere. The Huang Jin tribe Gu immortals stopped talking and entered the formation, including the He tribe Gu immortals led by Heavenly Lord Baizu. Soon, only Heavenly Lord Baizu and Drug Emperor were left at the edge of the array. The Medicine Sovereign stared at the grand formation as he suddenly spoke. It would be fine if Chu Du wins. But if he loses, I'm afraid the Black Moon Immortal sect would truly rise in power. Fellow Immortal Baizu, have you secretly supported fellow Immortal Chu Du? Heavenly Lord Baizu shook his head. To tell you the truth, I once suggested it to him, but he rejected me. He only wanted to use his strength path attainment to welcome this battle. In his heart, This battle of strength has an unusual meaning. The medicine sovereign remained silent as he smiled in his heart. Chu Du will definitely lose. He Lulan was nurtured by the ancestor. She had outstanding strength. And with the help of effort Gu, her cultivation level and killer moves improved rapidly. On the other hand, He Lulan already knew about Chu Du. If He Lulan wins this battle, she will become a prominent figure in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Her every move will be an indicator for lone cultivators and demonic immortals. Right at this time, the sky in longevity heaven suddenly changed as an alarm rang. This was the agreed signal. Why is it so early? Yao Huang's expression changed as he shouted, "Quickly activate the formation." Even without his reminder, 5 Elements Grandmaster controlling the formation had already activated the formation. The formation rumbled as blood-red light shone brightly. The Gu immortals in the formation cores shook slightly, their expressions distorted as a large amount of blood was extracted from their bodies. Their strength and cultivation level fell rapidly. This formation was a rank 8 Blood Path Immortal formation. The Blood Path Immortal formation condensed a mystical force that quickly vanished into the formation, being transmitted to a mysterious place. At this moment, Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer, inside Star Constellation chessboard formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used a fatal blow. Whoosh! The heavily injured and dying immortal zombie giant sun's body suddenly burned with blood-red flames. Inside immortal zombie giant sun's immortal aperture, countless Gu worms shone brightly as they flew around, forming a killer move that drew in the blood path divine might from longevity heaven. Among them, familial affection Gu was the first core, while imitation Gu was the second core. Right now, imitation Gu had already turned into a blood relation bone, acting as the second core. The blood path divine might quickly spread throughout immortal zombie giant sun's body. The cold immortal zombie black blood started to boil like boiling water. A smear of golden light blossomed from the black blood. Soon after, the golden light spread out like flowing water. After a few breaths of time, immortal zombie giant sun's blood had turned golden. His withered skin that resembled the black bark of a withered tree quickly regained its white luster. A head of needle-like hair grew rapidly and extended to his shoulders. At first, his pupils were dim and lifeless, but now they were bright and radiating golden light. His whole body also started to grow taller. His slightly hunched back was now puffing out his chest. His muscles bulged as he turned into an imposing middle-aged man. Boom! Blood-colored light spread out as winds and clouds surged. Giant Sun Immortal had completely revived. The entire revival process was extremely short. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable found that she could not break immortal zombie giant Sun's blood-light defense. And there was even a faint hint of a trap on immortal zombie giant Sun's body. So she decided to watch from the sidelines. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was deep. As expected, Blood Sea Ancestor is your clone. Giant Sun Immortal smiled, revealing a mouth full of white teeth. Star Constellation, you cultivate Wisdom Path with Star Path as a secondary path. Genesis Lotus cultivates Wood Path with Painting Path as a secondary path. Thieving Heaven cultivates Theft Path with Space Path as a secondary path. Such a combination is very suitable for Venerables to fight. Blood Path is my choice. It is just that the time was not right when I was alive. Years after my death, there was enough foundation for the Blood Sea clone that I left behind to create Blood Path. Celestial Court also has many geniuses. First, there was Gu Immortal Fei Shuang, and Ning Shui who chased after my Blood Sea clone. Then, there was Refinement Path Great Grandmaster Lianshan, who refined blood relation Immortal Gu, almost ruining my plan. Fortunately, I had a backup plan. During the time when Blood Sea Ancestor died, Celestial Court had already sensed something fishy. Thus, they created Demon Judgment Board to suppress Blood Path. Even though Immortal Zombie Giant Sun succeeded in reviving, his Blood Path's development was severely hindered. It did not develop into a mainstream path, and was always treated like a rat on the street. Even if the super forces researched it, they did it behind closed doors. Giant Sun Immortal's original plan was to keep Luck Path a secret and use the strength of everyone in the world to perfect Blood Path. But in the end, Blood Path was obstructed. If Blood Path was flourishing, Giant Sun Immortal's strength would have risen even more. Forget it, nothing goes according to one's wishes. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. His gaze went past star constellation Immortal Venerable, passing through the formation and looking into the distance. Inside the crazed demon formation, there was not much truthful floating ice left. Star constellation Immortal Venerable had a solemn expression as she collected her thoughts. The resurrected Giant Sun Immortal's injuries were all healed, even though his battle strength had not returned to his previous life's peak state. He was already on par with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Meanwhile, Qin Dingling was still resurrecting. Luck gambling had already been used once. Giant Sun Immortal was prepared for it. It would be hard to use it again. The following battle between Star Constellation and Giant Sun was bound to be a battle of life and death that was hard to control. But even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable felt troubled if she really had to go all out. Because the current situation was not simple, she had many worries. At this time, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly sighed. Star Constellation, the eternal life research results are right in front of us. But let's postpone our fight for the time being. Why don't we work together and get rid of these irrelevant people? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was stunned before nodding with a smile. This is a good idea, it should be done. These two venerables were still fighting a battle of life and death a moment ago, but now they were working together. Undoubtedly, this was a wise move. When two tigers fought, it would not be good for others to take advantage of them. Thus, the wise Star Constellation and Giant Sun would naturally get rid of those weaklings first. Boom! Giant Sun Immortal charged at Feng Yuan. Countless golden rays shot towards Feng Yuan like spears and swords. This was Giant Sun Immortal's sincerity towards Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan and Paradise Earth were together. They had just killed Qin Dingling not long ago. You defend, I will attack. Feng Yuan called out to Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth hesitated for a moment before nodding. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Web Extension. A pure white web of light appeared again. The heavenly web was untainted by even a speck of dust. The hole was like an elephant. It did not leak through. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's 10,000 rays of golden light were all blocked by the heavenly net. This was the void. There was no luck path Dao mark amplification from the outside world. Immortal Zombie Giant Sunday. In turn, there was limitless counters restriction. It was not like the door of life and death, where Spectral Soul Demon Venerable obtained a vast number of soul path Dao marks and could attack with his full strength without any reservations. 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. Feng Yuan attacked from the back. The 5-colored smoke spread rapidly. Giant Sun Immortal did not slow down. He did not dodge or evade. He continued to charge forward. A layer of golden light flowed continuously on the surface of his body. Giant Sun Immortal charged into the 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. The 5-colored smoke flowed away from his body. Giant Sun Immortal got close to Feng Yuan. He suddenly used another move. A golden hand rapidly flew out, grabbing at the sky above Feng Yuan's head. The giant hand wanted to plunder Feng Yuan's luck, but at the next moment, Cooking Luck Pot revealed itself and shook fiercely, blocking the giant hand. Giant Sun Immortal used another move. The giant golden hand was strengthened, and its strength rose sharply. But this time, when it tried to grab it forcefully, Cooking Luck Pot's resistance was even stronger. The giant hand was directly repelled. Giant Sun Immortal already knew that Feng Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot, and it was not weak at all. But this probing still made him secretly moved. How many rank 8 Immortal Goo did this Feng Yuan use to raise this Cooking Luck Pot to this extent? Even Giant Sun Immortal felt troubled at this moment. Feng Yuan had Cooking Luck Pot's protection. Most of Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods could not do anything to Feng Yuan. Normally speaking, Gu Immortals could not fight against Giant Sun Immortal because they could not defend against Giant Sun Immortal's luck path methods. Once Giant Sun Immortal targeted their luck, they could not resist much, and the effect would be very low. But Feng Yuan's current situation was completely different. Chapter 22-27. Giant Sun Immortal's attack was obstructed. Fang Yuan took the chance to counterattack, but right at this time, a starlight shot over at lightning speed, hitting Fang Yuan's forehead. Fang Yuan's head was slightly tilted back from the attack. Seeing that his defensive methods were weakened by 30%, he quickly moved around casually, moving around continuously. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable flew over and cooperated with Giant Sun Immortal to attack Fang Yuan from another direction. At once, Fang Yuan faced the combined attacks of two Venerables. The immortals present were tongue-tied. No matter how strong Fang Yuan was, how could he be worthy of being targeted by two Venerables? But thinking about it, everyone started to understand. After all, among all the pseudo-Venerables in the battlefield, Fang Yuan was the biggest threat. Other than Fang Yuan's main body, Qi Si Ancestor and Zhan Budu were also Fang Yuan's clones. Thus, he had the biggest force. And Demon Immortal Qi Ju, who seemed to be alone, had already cooperated with Fang Yuan for a long time during the pursuit battle against Fang Yuan. The pressure increased. Fang Yuan focused on dodging. While resisting the attacks of the two Venerables, he shouted to Paradise Earth's immortals, "We need to work together, we need to be united. Otherwise, with the eternal life research results in front of us, the two Venerables will not let us take advantage of them easily. They will definitely get rid of us first." Without much hesitation, Shunshang, Paradise Earth, Demon Immortal Qi Ju, and the rest shouted and attacked. But even with their efforts, they could not relieve the pressure on Fang Yuan's shoulders. Inside Star Constellation Chessboard Formation, Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals fought desperately against Shunshang and the other pseudo-Venerables. Even if they sacrificed their lives, they did not hesitate. Fang Yuan gradually started to escape. He became more and more passive. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly activated Star Constellation Chessboard Formation to slow down Fang Yuan's flying speed. Giant Sun Immortal took the chance to attack. A golden light shot out from his hand. Fang Yuan could not dodge. He was hit by the golden light. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan had to use a famous defensive method. A long robe instantly appeared on his body. His long sleeves fluttered in the wind as white as snow. The robe's surface rippled. It was actually the image of the reverse flow river flowing slowly. Not only that, but the surface of the robe was also shrouded in a faint mist. Another streak of rainbow light, azure and pure, curved like a ribbon on a celestial robe. It coiled around Fang Yuan's arm, the nape of his neck, and circled around his waist. Immortal Killer Move, Reverse Flow Protection Seal. The countercurrent protection seal was not just for show. It immediately reflected the Giant Sun Immortal's golden light, as well as the flying stars that came after it. Fang Yuan finally got a chance to catch his breath. He didn't dare to be negligent. He spread his fingers wide. His left hand released 5-colored smoke. It was the killer move 5 Restriction Profound Light Qi. His right hand also opened up and pressed on the star path. It was a sinister and vicious compound killing move called Corrosivine Ash. This move contained the profundities of Wood Path, Poison Path, Dark Path and Fire Path. It could corrode everything and cause severe internal damage. The longer it dragged on, the more intense the damage would be. Even if he stopped this killer move, there would still be continuous damage, just that the damage would gradually decrease. Fang Yuan had once tried this move on an immemorial year beast. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped this killer move. But the immemorial year beast that was hit howled for 3 days and 3 nights, before turning into a pile of rotten mud. Fang Yuan blew out a breath of air and blew it away. Fang Yuan used this move not to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. It was this Star Constellation chessboard formation. He had to destroy this formation first. Heaven Path Killer Move, Heavenly Summary Earthly Norm. On the other side, Paradise Earth activated a killer move again. He had the same thought as Fang Yuan. Great minds think alike. He wanted to destroy this formation first. Heaven Path Killer Move had extraordinary power. Wherever it went, the star path vanished, starlight dissipated, and the void returned to its original state. Paradise Earth. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable frowned as she scattered starlight from her hands. Most of them were still focused on Fang Yuan. but the remaining half attacked Paradise Earth. Even though Paradise Earth only had pseudo-venerable cultivation level, he had converted to Heaven Path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not figure out his methods immediately. She had to be vigilant at all times. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlled the entire situation. She was extremely calm. As long as there were any suspicious signs, she would suppress them in advance. With Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's help, Paradise Earth also became more conservative. This reverse flow protection seal is truly troublesome. But Feng Yuan, how long can you last? Giant Sun Immortal used killer moves consecutively with shocking power. These killer moves were reflected back, but reverse flow river's water level also fell rapidly. Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal was known to the world. Giant Sun Immortal was not unprepared for it. It was just that he had not dealt with Feng Yuan's reverse flow protection seal personally, and Feng Yuan modified it afterwards. Giant Sun Immortal could only choose to expend it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and frowned slightly. She willed as the star path shook. A Grand Rank 8 Immortal Goo House moved along the star path and entered the battlefield. It was Divine Emperor City. Inside Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus will had a solemn expression as he used a method that he had prepared for a long time. Painting Path Killer Move, Scenery Hanging Painting. Instantly, Feng Yuan's image appeared in Divine Emperor City's painting world. Feng Yuan's image was standing in front of Genesis Lotus Will, unmoving. His eyes were wide open, and he had no expression. After using this killer move, Genesis Lotus Will's body started to become unstable. He gritted his teeth as he used another painting path killer move. It was called rope cutting ink. A thin ink line flew out of Genesis Lotus Will's hand and cut the face of Feng Yuan's image. Almost at the same time, Feng Yuan, who was fighting with Giant Sun Immortal, suddenly shook. His left cheek was cut open. The wound was like a thin line. Black ink flowed out of the wound. What's going on? Feng Yuan's pupil shrunk. Almost instantly, he turned his eagle-like gaze towards Divine Emperor City. This is a painting path method. It is definitely Divine Emperor City's doing. It is likely related to Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. His guess was absolutely correct. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable planned before taking action. Since she prepared the killer move Luck Gamble for Giant Sun Immortal, she would not leave out Feng Yuan either. Even though Feng Yuan had not used Reverse Flow Protection Seal for a long time, it did not mean he could not use it again. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable thought of a plan, she would not leave out Feng Yuan's Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Thus, Scenery Painting Killer Move was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable in the first place. Afterwards, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable used Genesis Lotus Will to work together and modify Reverse Flow Protection Seal to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had just stabilized himself with Reverse Flow Protection Seal when Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately used this method. Reverse Flow River had the essence of reversing everything, but Reverse Flow Protection Seal was created by Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had little understanding of painting path. He did not have much attainment level. Feng Yuan knew this loophole. He had already gathered some painting path mortal goo, but against a method like scenery painting, he was still unable to do so. This way, Feng Yuan was hit by scenery painting killer move. This was also the reason why most Goo Venerables would cultivate two paths. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path and Star Path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path and Painting Path. Giant Sun Immortal cultivated Luck Path and Blood Path. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Earth Path and Heaven Path. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable cultivated Transformation Path and Strength Path. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable cultivated Theft Path and Space Path. When Goo Venerables cultivated both paths, they usually had one orthodox path and one mystical path. That was to say, one path was the main method that could be spread far and wide. The other path remained mysterious and restrained communication. For example, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cultivated Wisdom Path as the orthodox path, and Star Path as the mystical path. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable cultivated Wood Path as the orthodox path, and painting path as the mystical path. Fang Yuan's current situation was the advantage of this. Fang Yuan could reverse wood path methods, but he was unfamiliar with painting path. Thus, painting path methods were effective. Giant Sun Immortal's situation was special. He intended to cultivate blood path as the orthodox path, and luck path as the mystical path. In Giant Sun Immortal's first life, he created luck path, but he only cultivated luck path in his entire life. Thus, he kept luck path a secret, and only left behind a third of his luck path true inheritance in 88-point Jinyang Tower to support Fang Yuan and his family's ambitions. After his death, he used all methods to create blood path using his clone's ability. He had intended to use blood path as the most common method. Thus, the Blood Sea clone spread blood path everywhere. He wanted to borrow the strength of the world to help him perfect and develop blood path. In Divine Emperor City, Genesis Lotus used a painting path killer move called Brush Strike. The brush continued to move on Fang Yuan's image, leaving behind ink marks wherever it went. At the same time, black ink wounds appeared on Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's injuries were rapidly worsening. Compound Immortal Killer move, man as before. Fang Yuan used another killer move to heal himself. But this way, he had no choice but to cancel the corrosive Dark Ember killer move, only using 5 restriction Profound Light Chi to counterattack. The killer moves he used at the same time did not exceed the limits of Fang Yuan's wisdom path abilities. But Fang Yuan had to leave room for thinking to deal with sudden situations. Otherwise, if an accident occurred, Fang Yuan's reaction would be slightly slower, and the enemy would take advantage of it. After all, his enemies were not Qin Dingling or Bing Sai Chuan, but venerables. Moreover, 2 venerables were working together. Immense pressure pressed down on him like an endless mountain. They would not stop until they killed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. His situation was getting more and more difficult. This was the most difficult battle he had fought since rebirth. Compared to this, the situation during the Fate War was far less torturous. Fang Yuan is in danger. Paradise Earth and the rest wanted to reinforce him, but were obstructed by star constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. The 2 venerables focused most of their firepower on Fang Yuan, leaving only a small part of their energy to stop the other pseudo-venerables from helping. Finally, Fang Yuan's reverse flow river was exhausted, and Fang Yuan had no choice but to cancel the move. Without the obstruction of this move, Giant Sun Immortal laughed loudly. He unleashed the killer move that he had already prepared. The killer move was formless. Fang Yuan was instantly hit. The Sovereign Immortal aperture shook intensely. Thunder rumbled and clouds of calamity gathered. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Immortal friend Fang Yuan, the core of this move is Calamity Luck Altar. It can turn fortune into disaster. Your Sovereign Immortal aperture has too many resources. It is developing too well. If such a profound blessing were to turn into a calamity, how great would the calamity be? Fang Yuan's expression changed. Library of Literature. Chapter 22-28. Over 100 typos were fixed, and over 30 bugs were fixed. The climax of this plot update will be released in 2019. 2.1. From now on, if there are any typos or bugs, just leave me a comment. If there is no update, it means I encountered an accident. Goo. After going through the liver life formation, I am so skinny, I am dizzy. This is a small update, don't expect too much. Also, please don't refine the human path Immortal Goo Alliance leader Goo. I really want to have a good year. The first Goo Immortal was heavily injured and on the verge of death. The last generation combat beast king's heart tightened. So fast. His heart was heavy. The more Goo Immortals died, the less resistance the Sovereign Immortal aperture had. If it reached a certain limit, it would cause an avalanche, and the situation would be unsalvageable. The last generation combat beast king gritted his teeth. Send the message, don't save mini Black Heaven. Abandon all desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts. First, ensure that all the cities are safe, then focus on the important resources. What have the wisdom path Gu immortals deduced? Star Collection City naturally had wisdom path Gu immortals. Not even half. There are too many calamities and tribulations. A wisdom path Gu immortal was sweating profusely. Take out the results first. The last generation combat beast king almost stomped his foot. The results were quickly obtained. The last generation combat beast king made a decision, and Star Collection City began to mobilize the Gu immortals. Oh! Wu Shuai was the first to receive this order. A strange expression appeared on his face as he slowly retreated. In a short period of time, while he was fighting the flame monsters, the blaze mist swamp had been completely destroyed. Most of the flame monsters were still alive. There were too many of them. Even with Wu Shuai's full strength, he could only exterminate a small portion. These flame monsters' targets were already destroyed, so all their hostility was concentrated on Wu Shuai. Seeing Wu Shuai retreating, how could the flame monsters let him go? They chased after him. Wu Shuai led the way and met with another Gu immortal halfway. This Gu immortal also had a Qi monster army behind him. The two Gu immortals met at the center, while the flame monsters and Qi monsters fought against each other. It works. These calamities and tribulations are not natural. They are caused by the giant sun immortal's killer move. Because it's just a change in luck. Without Providence's unified command, it's like having an army of billions without a marshal to lead it. We can use calamities to deal with calamities. Wu Shuai was overjoyed. This was the deduction result of the wisdom path Gu immortals. Some Gu immortals collected the acid rain, while some Gu immortals directed the flowing heavenly river into the desert. With this, the situation in the sovereign immortal aperture was finally alleviated. We've stabilized our footing. The last generation combat beast king spat out a mouthful of turbid air. In just a short period of time, he was already drenched in sweat. The calamity came too fiercely. If they were slightly slower to react, they might end up collapsing. Thankfully, it was a race against time. The Gu immortals managed to gain a foothold before the calamities and tribulations. However, it was far from enough to reach this stage. Calamities and tribulations were still taking place everywhere, and only a small portion of them were able to wear each other out. The entire sovereign immortal aperture was still being damaged by the calamities and tribulations. With every breath that passed, the damage would be more severe. The tribulation clouds above the day's flower mist have completely dissipated. The tribulation clouds above the Needle Forest snowfield have mostly dissipated. The dark graphite mine is completely destroyed. The tribulation clouds have been destroyed. Something is wrong. There is a strange situation. Reporting. Over 20 tribulation clouds in the Mini-5 regions are experiencing the same change. This is the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation. The last generation combat beast king had just let out a sigh of relief when he heard the bad news. Oh no! His expression turned pale. Combining the information he had a map of the Mini-5 regions in his mind. At this moment, the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation had appeared at all the key locations. Bam bam bam. From the tribulation clouds, earthen yellow light pillars shot out. The light pillars hit the ground and penetrated deep into the ground. The tribulation clouds surged. Large amounts of tribulation clouds quickly entered the earthen yellow light pillars. A portion of the light pillar lit up. This portion of light flew down and entered the ground. Bam! A loud sound resounded. The ground shook intensely. Bam! 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 The earth-shaking light pillars in the Mini-5 regions continued to attack. The ground shook even more intensely. The terrifying shockwaves continued to spread. Everywhere they went, the ground shook violently, mountains collapsed, rivers changed their paths, and the sea roared. Giant Sun Immortal's method is Luck Path. It targets the resources of the immortal aperture. Now that these resource points are either destroyed or suffering heavy losses, the earth veins have become the focus of attention. Thus, so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations were formed, surrounding all the earth vein nodes and trying to destroy them. Wu Shuai's expression was cold as ice. Although Giant Sun Immortal's tribulation did not have Providence's overall control, there would be such a change towards the end. It was equivalent to making up for the lack of a leader. However, Do you think the earth veins that we built so painstakingly will be destroyed so easily? Wuxia sneered, activating the formation resolutely. The earth vein formation was activated. A grand aura rapidly spread. The rampaging underground tremors were fiercely suppressed. Next, Star Collection City sent Gu immortals to various locations to attack the earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The heavenly light pillars broke one after another. The sovereign immortal apertures Gu immortals worked together to get through this crisis. The tribulation cloud changed again, this time forming beast calamities in various locations. Immemorial desolate beast-level golden steel hamsters attacked the nodes of the earth vein from all directions. After losing 7 to 8 earth vein nodes, these golden steel hamsters were exterminated, while a small portion of the hamsters were enslaved by Wuxia. The tribulation cloud changed again, still targeting the earth veins. The immortals defended the earth veins with all their might, working closely together. Although the earth vein nodes were decreasing, the situation was gradually turning for the better. Calamities and tribulations were still ever-changing, but their target was still the earth veins. This was a controllable factor. It gave the immortals a lot of convenience. There were more than a dozen calamities and tribulations targeting the earth veins. After the immortals defended against them, most of the tribulation cloud that covered the entire sovereign immortal aperture had dissipated. However, just as the immortals thought they were about to pass, an aura that caused all the living beings in the sovereign immortal aperture to feel fear suddenly appeared. At first this aura was very small, but soon, the aura grew rapidly in the depths of the tribulation cloud. Under the immortals' shocked and fearful gazes, a flame burned in the depths of the tribulation cloud. Black flame. The moment the black flame appeared, it burned the remaining stubborn tribulation cloud to nothingness. The black flame grew rapidly, as lumps of black flame continued to fall. Everywhere it went, be it the ground or the sky, everything was burned to nothingness. The immortals sucked in a breath of cold air. The black flame's power was so terrifying. It was like the nemesis of all existences, the natural enemy of all existences. Isn't this black flame the same as the one in the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal really has a good method. Wuxia's heart was pounding. Even an existence like him felt extreme threat from the black flame. There was nothing to say. The immortals started to resist the black flame. However, all their methods were not effective. Even if Fairy Meow-een and Lady White Rabbit used all their strength, they could only destroy a small portion of the black flame. Moreover, once the black flame was damaged to a certain extent, it would transform into black water or black lightning. Many Gu immortals were caught off guard and killed by the black calamity. At the crucial moment, He Chun Xiu made his move. Don't panic. The main body had also expected this and instructed me to deal with it. He Chun Xiu said as he activated the human path formation. The human path formation had the 1,000-wish tree, as well as the secluded domain of heaven and earth human sea. Bam bam bam. Lumps of white light flew out of the formation. These lumps of light were huge. They flew to various places in the mini-5 regions. Wherever the black flame spread, the white light would pounce on it. The black flame quickly dissipated and changed forms. But no matter what form it was, they were all enveloped by the white light and continued to dissipate. The white light was very effective, but the black flame continued to collide and grow in size. If this continues, it will be terrible. Even though human path killer moves are effective, they cannot compare to the growth of the black flame. What should we do? The immortals panicked. Oh no, black flame has appeared in Dang Hun Mountain in Luopa Valley. The earth vein formation is also being burned by the black flame. The situation worsened rapidly. He Chun Xiu, Wuxia, and the rest's expressions changed. The situation was out of control. The human path formation that Feng Yuan left behind was also not working. What to do? The defending Gu immortals were already doing their best, but there was nothing they could do. They could only rely on Feng Yuan's main body. Feng Yuan's main body continued to dodge. At this moment he was bathed in blood. His hair was disheveled and one of his arms was cut off. It was a tragic sight. Against the two venerables, he had no chance to counterattack and regain the initiative. 5 Restriction. Profound light chi was forced to stop. There was a word that could be used to describe Feng Yuan's current situation. That was barely surviving. Giant Sun Immortal's method was truly amazing. It could be said to be taking drastic measures. The Gu Immortals left behind in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture were already powerless. They could only hope that Feng Yuan's main body would make a move. But Feng Yuan could not find such an opportunity. The two venerables worked together like a storm. They came one after the other, almost suffocating him. I need to get rid of the black flame. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. If the black flame was left unchecked, his Sovereign Immortal Aperture would be finished. Immortal Killer Move. Huang. Suddenly, a Chi Path Killer Move arrived and blocked a venerable for the time being. This was the Chi Cyclone's move. He finally broke free from the restriction. Here I come. Jean Budu roared. Without the responsibility of protecting Chi Si, he was freed. He charged forward and arrived in front of Giant Sun Immortal. Feng Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal Killer Move. Mortal Smoke. He used his method to save the Human Path Formation first. Next, he worked with the Human Path Formation to destroy the scattered black fire. Lumps of burning white fire tangled with the black fire, tearing at it fiercely. The main body's attack was truly extraordinary. The black fire's growth was immediately restrained. However, Jean Budu and Chi Si Ancestor were both forced back. Paradise Earth's ally. Feng Yuan retreated rapidly, flying towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth breathed in deeply as he used Heavenly Net Recovery again. With his help, Feng Yuan gained some breathing space again. When the two venerables broke the Heavenly Net, Jean Budu and Chi Si Ancestor came to reinforce him again. At this point, the two venerables were still not able to take Feng Yuan's life. They were frowning. The crazed demon formation was getting thinner. The venerables also started to let loose. Their attacks were getting more terrifying. Feng Yuan could only escape pathetically. Immortal Gu House, Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Feng Yuan hid inside the Immortal Gu House, activating a killer move. This move used ability Gu as the core. It could actually absorb the power of the black fire. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's stalemate finally started to turn around. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress lasted for Feng Yuan for a while before it was broken by the two venerables. Die! After fighting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly used a ruthless killer move. Protect me! Feng Yuan could not dodge in time. He shouted. At the crucial moment, Jean Buddha flew over, using his body to block the killer move. Boom! With a loud sound, Jean Buddha shattered into pieces, dying on the spot. Feng Yuan's eyelids twitched. The other pseudo-venerable's heart sank. In contrast, Celestial Quartz Immortal's morale was greatly boosted. Feng Yuan lost his main clone, Jean Budu, while his immortal aperture was also rapidly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But thankfully, the various immortal Gu were sent to Jewel Yellow Skies under the control of Jean Buddha's will. However, the black fire was still rampaging in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Giant Sun Immortal attacked again. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only command the Chi Si clone to block the attack. The Chi Si clone was not as tough as Jean Budu. It would definitely die under Giant Sun Immortal's attacks. But Feng Yuan had to sacrifice this clone for the safety of his main body. However, at the next moment, the starry path shook and twisted, forming an azure thread lump that trapped Chi Si Ancestor inside. Giant Sun Immortal was caught off guard. His killer move landed on the starry path lump and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal turned around and looked at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, the latter side. Lu Wei-yin and the rest were shaken. This was the first time the two venerables had made a mistake in their cooperation since the start of the battle. They were really too lucky. The Chi Si clone managed to keep his life. He continued to protect Feng Yuan with his life. The situation in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only improved slightly. As long as Feng Yuan relaxed his efforts to save himself, he would lose control again, and the entire Immortal Aperture would face destruction. With a loud sound, the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer completely vanished. The unified Great World turned into nothingness. Countless living beings became sacrifices. The door of life and death flew over along with the immortal graveyard. Star constellation Immortal Venerable caught them and kept them in her immortal aperture. At this point, Crazed Demon Cave had a total of 9 layers. The first 7 layers were swept clean by Feng Yuan. The 8th layer completely vanished, only the 9th layer remained. And in the Crazed Demon formation at the center of the 9th layer, only that final piece of truthful floating ice remained. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics stood on the surface of the floating ice, activating practice Gu together, as if they were making the final carving. Seeing this, all the immortals present were shaken, while Feng Yuan secretly let out a sigh of relief. The crisis was over. He had finally gotten through the most difficult moment. As Feng Yuan expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal did not attack him anymore. They stood on the spot and looked at each other. The atmosphere immediately became subtle. The 2 venerables had worked together to get rid of these pseudo-venerables first. In the end, Feng Yuan used all sorts of methods and tried every possible means to survive. The 2 venerables' plan failed. Now the eternal life research results were almost complete. The most important thing was to seize this research result. Whoever continued to tangle with these pseudo-venerables would create an opportunity for the other venerable. Success, we succeeded! The 3 Crazed Demon Cave eccentrics suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, lying on the ground in extreme excitement. Immortal Killer Move Luck Gamble. The 2 venerables were in a deadlock for a moment, when Qin Ding Ling suddenly appeared from the starry path. She activated her killer move again, attacking Giant Sun Immortal. At the same time, Golden Hooped Immortal King also appeared, using the Golden Hooped Ring to trap Giant Sun Immortal. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had an obvious advantage. As long as Giant Sun Immortal was hit by this method, his combat system's foundation would be dug out. He would fall into a disadvantage. Even if he did not succeed, he would be slowed down for a moment because he had to deal with Qin Ding Ling and Golden Hooped Immortal King. With this momentary advantage, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would probably maintain it until the end and seize the eternal life research results. However, at the next moment Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Star Constellation Immortal, you have a great method, but you seem to have forgotten something? At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal Gu House suddenly shone brightly. Most of the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave was filled with this light. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. This Immortal Gu House had been placed in the Crazed Demon formation by Giant Sun Immortal earlier. Giant Sun Immortal used it to escape. Feng Yuan and the rest also benefited from it. From then on, this Immortal Gu House had been involved in the operation of the Crazed Demon formation until it was expelled. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not truthful floating ice after all. After it was expelled, it hid itself deeply. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find it. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple. It had been involved in the operation of the Crazed Demon formation. It was compatible with this world. Right now, when Giant Sun Immortal activated it, it immediately affected the Crazed Demon formation, causing limitless chains to become restless. This Star Constellation chessboard formation that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up not only forcefully fused with limitless chains, but also involved many pseudo-venerables including Feng Yuan. It had already reached its limit. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly erupted, finally freeing limitless chains from the starry path, causing the entire Star Constellation chessboard formation to collapse. GUH. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable coughed out blood. She suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, Giant Sun Immortal flew into the sky, rapidly closing the distance between itself and the Crazed Demon formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain was like a lantern, but also like a birdcage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at Giant Sun Immortal's back, lightly shaking it. Giant Sun Immortal was immediately affected by endless emotions. Its speed fell sharply. Star constellation Immortal Venerable shot out starlight specks, quickly chasing after it. Bam bam bam. The two venerables fought, wind and lightning surged, ghosts and gods trembled in fear. Thankfully, this was a void, otherwise all living beings would not exist. The two venerables kept each other in check, reaching the mountain-like truthful floating ice almost at the same time. The two venerables suddenly stopped at the same time, their expression strange. Pang Shan of the Crazed Demon Cave's 3 eccentrics woke up at this moment. He was originally extremely fat, but now he was all skin and bones, as if all the essence in his body had been squeezed dry. What is going on? Why haven't we obtained eternal life yet? Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Unfortunately, we have no strength left. Pang Shan's gaze was unfocused. There was something wrong with his condition. He had a dazed expression as he mumbled. Alarmed by his voice, the other two immortals also woke up. Secret Schemer had an ugly expression. He collapsed on the ground, barely cupping his fists towards the two venerables outside. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just a step away. No, half a step away. As long as either of you slightly activates practice goo, you will be able to completely mold this truthful floating ice. The two venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was no small matter. Whoever went in would not be able to come out immediately. If they wanted to come out, they would have to completely mold this truthful floating ice. But how could that be so easy? Right now, the 8th layer was destroyed. There were no longer any great worlds to provide fuel and clues for the Crazed Demon formation. That was to say, if they wanted to properly mold this truthful floating ice, they would have to contribute their strength. The amount of contribution was very important. If they contributed too much, even if the venerable who entered the truthful floating ice had the initiative, they would lose a lot of battle strength. In the end, they might be taken advantage of by another venerable who was in perfect condition, be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. They both had their concerns. They could only stop and ponder. On the other side, the Pseudo-Venerables and the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals were still fighting. Duke Tong, don't you like to block me? Demon Immortal Chi Ju smiled sinisterly, pointing his finger. Boom boom boom. The chi lump exploded, blasting Duke Tong into pieces, not even leaving behind a corpse. Spear Forest. Che Wei shouted. Countless spears shot out from the surroundings, forming a dense forest. Lu Wei-yin charged forward, breaking through the spear forest and grabbing with his hand. A yellow giant hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without Star Constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you stop me? Lu Wei-yin sighed. The yellow giant hand clenched and turned Che Wei into meat paste. Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals were inferior to Pseudo-Venerables after all. Earlier, even in Star Constellation chessboard formation, these Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals could not resist Pseudo-Venerables and died frequently. After reviving in the Immortal Graveyard, they quickly joined the battle, creating a dangerous balance in the battlefield. Now that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was not in charge of the situation, without Star Constellation chessboard formation, these Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals immediately collapsed and were slaughtered, unable to stop the Pseudo-Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and snorted coldly, immediately taking action to help. Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good opportunity. He immediately attacked and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables started fighting again. The two Venerables were evenly matched. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand. While he was resting, Giant Sun Immortal opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time he transmitted, Bing Sai Chuan go. Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the truthful floating ice. Bing Sai Chuan received Giant Sun Immortal's order and was about to charge in. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly, waving the lamp in her hand again. Calamity Luck Altar's momentum immediately stopped. Bing Sai Chuan, who was in charge of controlling Calamity Luck Altar, held his chest and knelt down, crying with his head lowered. He blamed himself and cried, "It's all my fault, it's all my fault. It's my fault, it's my fault." If I had performed better, I would have been able to help Master defeat Celestial Court and obtain the eternal life research results. What is the point of me living? I have betrayed Master's trust. Sob sob sob. I might as well just die. Saying so, Bing Sichuan actually activated his killer move and wanted to commit suicide. Giant Sun Immortal sighed. He took on Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attack and summoned Calamity Luck Altar back to him. Golden light flowed and permeated Bing Sichuan's body and mind. With Giant Sun Immortal's help, Bing Sichuan broke free from his self-blame. He was covered in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. If not for Master's help, I would have committed suicide. Is this Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Has Master been suffering from such terrifying emotions all this time? Thinking of this, Bing Sichuan's fear intensified. His face was pale as he collapsed on the ground. His body was shivering like a sieve. He opened his mouth and breathed heavily, but he still felt suffocated. He was filled with fear. He was about to be scared to death by himself. Giant Sun Immortal took action again and saved Bing Sichuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She had taken advantage of Giant Sun Immortal's protective nature. She also took advantage of the fact that Giant Sun Immortal did not have a method to revive his subordinates. Giant Sun Immortal temporarily avoided her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable opened her immortal aperture's entrance and let out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. Even though these Gu immortals were killed by Lu Wei-yin and the rest, they quickly revived in the immortal graveyard. Once these people came out of Star Constellation's immortal aperture, they scattered and charged towards the truthful floating ice. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He used several methods to kill all of these Celestial Court members. The two venerables restrained each other. They fought back and forth, using many methods, but none of their subordinates managed to enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was in a deadlock again. After a long battle, a figure suddenly approached the truthful floating ice. It was Shen Shang. You are courting death. Giant Sun Immortal shouted coldly. Golden light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Shen Shang. Shen Shang screamed and quickly retreated. At the same time, Paradise Earth and Lu Wei-yin attacked with all their strength. The two venerables' attacks tore apart defenses one after another, but Shen Shang was still hit. Shen Shang let out a cry and fainted on the spot. His injuries were extremely severe. He was barely hanging on to his last breath. After fighting for a long time, the two venerables were furious. They also understood the upper limit of their current strength. Shen Shang's attempt directly touched the two venerables' reverse scales. They immediately joined forces. Shen Shang's miserable state made the pseudo-venerables' hearts palpitate. The two venerables used their actions to tell them that this was the outcome of trying to take advantage of them. The situation was in a deadlock like this. The two venerables kept each other in check. Their attention was placed on each other. The pseudo-venerables were left to watch the battle. As for the pseudo-venerables, it was wishful thinking to try to enter the truthful floating ice. Once they made a move, they would be attacked by the two venerables. After Shen Shang, Paradise Earth, Qiju, and the rest also made a move, they took advantage of the opportunities created by the two venerables' battle, but they all returned in failure. Lu Wei-yin was heavily injured, while Paradise Earth had light injuries. He was breathing heavily. Shen Shang woke up. His injuries were severe and could not be healed immediately. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that the situation was bad and retreated early. He would rather waste the opportunity. Thus he was in good condition. As for Fang Yuan, he rarely made a move. He mainly watched the battle and tried his best to save himself. He had finally gotten rid of the black fire, but he also paid an extremely high price. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, most of the resource points were destroyed. Secluded domains of heaven and earth like Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were damaged by the black fire. Many immortal Gu were also destroyed by the black fire, and even more Gu immortals died. 60% of the Gu immortals died in battle, including the old combat beast king of the last generation. Just this tribulation alone caused Fang Yuan to return to his original state. He lost 70 to 80% of his foundation. I only have 20% of my immortal essence left. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. Even though he had time path methods to increase the production of immortal essence, and also had the help of Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, his expenditure was too huge. All kinds of construction and immortal goo refinement aside, just the repeated battles caused his immortal essence to fall rapidly. Fang Yuan's careful planning was useless, he had no room to save. Using only 20% of his immortal essence to deal with the two venerables, who were in good condition, was very dangerous. Boom boom boom. The two venerables attacked. Their killer moves became stronger and stronger, exceeding their limits. Crazed demon formation was still operating. Limitless chains appeared out of nowhere and shot towards the two venerables. The two venerables resisted limitless chains while attacking even more fiercely. At first, the two venerables restrained themselves, but after a stalemate, Giant Sun Immortal broke through the limit and triggered the chain's counterattack. He resisted the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced to raise the level of her killer moves to deal with Giant Sun Immortal. This way, she also provoked the attacks of limitless chains. The situation gradually went out of control. The two venerables fought and competed fiercely. The power of their killer moves gradually increased. At first, there were only hundreds and thousands of chains, but soon limitless chains increased by several times and joined the fight between the two venerables. The pseudo-venerables retreated quickly. They were almost forced to the edge of the 9th layer. The two venerables are going all out. No, more accurately speaking, they cannot stop. Even though they know this is wrong, there is no other way. The fierce competition has already formed. What should we do? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on. So this is the true strength of a venerable. We pseudo-venerables don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle from a close distance. The pseudo-venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Fang Yuan. Friend Fang Yuan, do you have a good plan? Fang Yuan's face was pale. His aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Right at this time, another change occurred. After the killer moves of the two venerables collided and exploded, a large amount of remnant power hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily damaged. With a series of cracking sounds, countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. Crazed Demon Cave's 3 eccentrics were heavily injured. Among them, Pang Shan died on the spot. Floating ice, floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed out blood. He shouted anxiously with a distorted expression. He did not have the demeanor of a wisdom path Gu immortal at all. What are you doing? You bunch of idiots. This is the eternal life research result. We only need one person to continue activating practice Gu. But you destroyed it. Not Immortal beat his chest and stomped his feet. He pointed at the two venerables and scolded, falling into a hysterical frenzy. The pseudo-venerables' expressions were unsightly, but the two venerables did not care. The destruction of the eternal life research result shook their hearts, but they could not stop their attacks. At this point in the battle, whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other party and suffer a huge loss. The two venerables were evenly matched. Once they suffered a huge loss, it would affect the outcome. Once the outcome was decided, it would not only affect the eternal life research result, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Regardless of which side won, Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, it would affect the prestige of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. In the end, it could even decide the ownership of the 5 regions. Of course, retreating was also a choice. But if they retreated, the other party could quickly interfere with the eternal life research result, sending someone to complete the final step and take the eternal life research result. Thus, they could not retreat. Even though the eternal life research result was slightly damaged, it was still mostly intact. But if they continued to fight like this, neither of the two venerables would be willing to back down. If the outcome could not be decided, the eternal life research result might truly be destroyed. The two venerables were naturally aware of this, but they could not back down. Even if the final battle ended in failure, it was better than the enemy obtaining it. Fang Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shouted. Celestial Court is our common enemy. Help me and we will split the eternal life research result equally. Just like Primordial Domain. The immortals were stunned. Giant Sun Immortal had tried to kill Feng Yuan not long ago. But now he actually took the initiative to ask for an alliance. Giant Sun Immortal was actually so shameless? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted the fastest. She shouted. Feng Yuan, Celestial Court has always wanted to recruit you. They had tried to recruit you before. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, why can't we join forces? Everyone was stunned again. Giant Sun Immortal was like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was like this. Were all venerables like this? But soon, the immortals accepted this seemingly absurd fact. Venerables were far stronger than pseudo-venerables. But Feng Yuan was not an ordinary person. Not long ago, the two venerables joined forces, but he managed to barely survive. This showed Feng Yuan's strength. Now that the two venerables were in a stalemate, Feng Yuan was a sufficient bargaining chip. Whichever side he chose to bet on would fall into a disadvantage. Just looking at the current situation, a slight disadvantage might be enough to decide victory or defeat. Even if the venerables had extra strength and trump cards, they could rope in Feng Yuan to counteract the other side's trump card. It would not be a loss. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Good plan, immortal venerables. It is not impossible for me to help. But can the two of you afford the price? Feng Yuan was fearless at this moment. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. The tribulation had caused the sovereign immortal aperture to be destroyed. But the situation was completely different now. No venerable would be foolish enough to find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two venerables joined forces again, Feng Yuan would be able to last for some time, without the burden of the black fire tribulation, in the sovereign immortal aperture. Not to mention that the two venerables could not join forces again. Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan had a falling out, but they took the initiative to make up for it, because Giant Sun Immortal was strong, and Feng Yuan was weak. The same reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan and the Celestial Court had a deep grudge, with the eternal life research results in front of them, they could indeed join forces. Why not? Feng Yuan had never been a person who was blinded by emotions. But the two venerables had a falling out. They could not easily join forces. They were very wary of each other, unless an even stronger force appeared in the outside world, forcing them to think that it was more advantageous to join forces. Giant Sun Immortal smiled. Feng Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately followed. I can also give you all of my primordial domain, my wisdom path true inheritance, and Genesis Lotus Wood path true inheritance can also be traded. Not only you Feng Yuan, but also Paradise Earth, Lu Wei Yin, Shenshang Qiju, everyone. My celestial court's magnanimity is known to all. I swear in the name of Star Constellation. Crack crack. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished speaking, the immortals heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal opened their eyes wide, staring blankly at the truthful floating ice. Cracks appeared on the truthful floating ice, spreading all over in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me. That attack just now completely destroyed this truthful floating ice. Not Immortal hugged his head and shouted. The immortals stared fixedly at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice was completely destroyed, what was the point of fighting for it? Bam! At the next moment, with a soft sound, the truthful floating ice completely shattered. The shards were like crystals, flying everywhere before gradually dissipating. Only the human-shaped ice block in the middle was left. This human-shaped ice block's figure and outline were originally very blurry, but after a few breaths of time, it became lifelike. After a few more breaths of time, it became flesh and blood. Eventually, under the dumbfounded gazes of the immortals, the human-shaped ice block turned into a Gu immortal, ever-mad demon Dao addict, looking up to ask about yin and yang, heaven and earth. A million years of planning and accumulation. Today, Limitless will live forever. After this immortal finished his long chant, he slowly opened his eyes. His expression was calm, but Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Paradise Earth were shocked. Limitless? Paradise Earth could not believe it. Limitless? Giant Sun Immortal frowned deeply. Limitless Demon Venerable, how did you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable cried out involuntarily. P.S. Today I will update slightly roar roar. The most shocked person was Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. She had a deep understanding of Crazed Demon Cave and Limitless Formation. After countless investigations, she did not find any traces of Limitless rebirth in Crazed Demon Cave. Giant Sun Immortal had the same result as her. Precisely because of this, the two venerables competed so fiercely. But the truth was right in front of them. Limitless Demon Venerable had really revived. Don't tell me. Once the final truthful floating ice block is successfully sculpted, Limitless Demon Venerable will revive and become eternal? Fang Yuan was also shocked. Fang Yuan could clearly sense that Limitless Demon Venerable's aura was far stronger than the other two venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal felt it even more deeply. Facing Limitless Demon Venerable, they felt like they were facing mountains and a vast ocean. This does not match the historical records. Did Limitless Demon Venerable really surpass venerables and achieve eternal life? Giant Sun Immortal's eyes shined with golden light. His current state is very strange. His aura is so strong that even Master cannot compare to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was shocked. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable looked at each other, before attacking at the same time. Attacking Limitless Demon Venerable fiercely. Limitless Demon Venerable smiled. His chains danced in the air, and easily turned the two venerables' attacks into nothingness. The two venerables' hearts shook. Their battle intent increased instead of decreasing. They used even more ferocious killer moves. Limitless Demon Venerable only defended and did not attack. After several rounds, the two venerables could not even harm a hair on Limitless. Limitless roared and waved his hands. Space shook as Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable quickly retreated. Paradise Earth, Fang Yuan, and the rest did not dare to stay. They retreated far away. Limitless Demon Venerable looked at his arm and sighed lightly, replying to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In my previous life, I had already walked to the end of my path. I asked the Heavenly Tao, there is no possibility of eternal life. I was restrained by Fate Gu. I racked my brains and created Crazed Demon Cave after racking my brains. I had no other choice, I could only think of this method. But to be safe, I pulled in the Celestial Court. With you guys around, even if there is a hole in the Crazed Demon formation, and the hole expands, your Celestial Court will definitely do its best to fix it. Once he said that, how could Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's expression be pleasant? She realized now that when Limitless Demon Venerable forced her to play a game of chess, he did not just want to use her wisdom path attainment. He wanted to borrow the power of the Celestial Court to deduce new heaven path research results. He also wanted to use the Celestial Court as the final layer of insurance. If something happened in Crazed Demon Cave, the Celestial Court would be the paper that Limitless Demon Venerable used to clean up his mess. But with the Celestial Court's standpoint, they would definitely make sacrifices to fix the hole. And they would be very willing to do so. But, Limitless Demon Venerable continued, at this level, it cannot be considered eternal life. Don't you think so? Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth nodded slowly. He was expressionless. Fang Yuan had a vague realization. True eternal life was to be undamaged by chaos. But Limitless Demon Venerable had not reached this level. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Limitless Demon Venerable shook his head, sighing repeatedly. He looked at Demon Immortal Qiju. Qiju, can you help me? Demon Immortal Qiju snorted coldly. Why should I help you? Limitless Demon Venerable took out Practice Gu, smiling. This immortal Gu was prepared for you. Qiju, for this moment. I have been waiting for you for over 1,000,000 years. Demon Immortal Qiju laughed loudly. Tears flowed out of his eyes. My revival was indeed part of your plan. Ha ha ha, laughable, truly laughable. Lamentable, truly lamentable. He was not mocking limitless demon venerable, he was mocking himself. He had lost to limitless demon venerable. He was filled with resentment and unwillingness. After rebirth, he had always wanted to take revenge. But at this moment, he finally understood the gap between him and limitless demon venerable. Limitless demon venerable looked at demon immortal Chiju quietly. He waved his hand. Practice Gu flew towards him. Demon immortal Chiju had a complex expression at this moment. He recalled the scene that was etched deeply in his memory. Limitless, you want to become a venerable, have you asked me? With me around, you can become a venerable. Demon immortal Chiju's sneak attack on Limitless succeeded. Because he knew that once Limitless became a venerable, he would have no chance of defeating him. This battle lasted for 9 days and 9 nights. Then Demon immortal Chiju lost. His eyes were red. He shouted at Limitless demon venerable. You clearly passed your tribulation and became a venerable long ago. Why did you seal your cultivation level and fight me to the death? Limitless demon venerable was bathed in blood. During the intense battle, he had also been on the verge of death several times. He smiled lightly. Because you are my Tao guardian, only when I am truly at the brink of death can I truly understand the relationship between venerables and Tao guardians. Ha ha ha. The truth has proven that my guess was correct. Tao guardian, I already know the secret of Tao guardian. Demon immortal Chiju stared with wide eyes. To verify this guess, you even disregarded your own life? Even if you become a venerable, you will be invincible in the world. Limitless demon venerable replied. Even if I become a venerable, it is only a first-level cultivation level. Compared to this, exploring the great Tao is more tempting. Oh limitless, you have not changed your personality even after 1,000,000 years. You are still that limitless. Demon immortal Chiju pointed at limitless demon venerable and scolded. Limitless demon venerable smiled. Just like how I am limitless, you are still that demon immortal Chiju, right? Demon immortal Chiju gritted his teeth. He was so angry that he felt powerless. He grabbed Practice Gu and flew towards limitless demon venerable. You are right, I am still me. Come. Limitless demon venerable's eyes shined with bright light. Good. You are my Tao guardian. Our fates are intertwined. According to my deduction, only with the help of a Tao guardian can a venerable advance and break through the venerable realm, reaching eternal life. Demon immortal Chiju gritted his teeth. Then let me see what true eternal life is. Saying so, he activated Practice Gu. Practice Gu's light enveloped limitless demon venerable's body. Limitless demon venerable's body expanded rapidly. From the size of a normal person, he became a 10 feet tall giant. In contrast, demon immortal Chiju was extremely weak. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. He had to stop using Practice Gu. As for limitless demon venerable's aura, it was completely concealed. He was no different from a normal person. But anyone could tell that the current limitless demon venerable had reached an unfathomable level of strength. Because even under the immortal's investigative killer moves, he was still like a normal person. The immortals could not see through him. Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and Paradise Earth's immortals did not move. They were observing the situation. It would be very difficult for them to stop him. Limitless demon venerable breathed in deeply. He stretched his arm into the hole in the world boundary again. A moment later, he retracted his arm and palm were unharmed. The entire place was silent. Even Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation, Immortal Venerable fell into extreme shock when they saw Limitless Demon Venerable's unharmed arm and palm. After a Gu cultivator became an immortal, there would always be earthly calamities, heavenly tribulations, grand tribulations, and myriad tribulations. After reaching rank 9 cultivation level, the calamities and tribulations would become even more terrifying. Venerables would face a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaotic calamity every 100 years. This chaotic calamity was the chaos outside the world boundary. Every time it arrived, the Venerable's life would be in danger. They would have to use all their strength to survive. Ordinary Gu immortals did not know. But all the venerables had been tested by chaotic calamities. They knew the terror of these calamities and tribulations. Now Limitless Demon Venerable tested it himself. He did not even use any defensive methods. He directly resisted the chaos, and was actually unharmed. This scene gave all the venerables an incomparable shock. As for Feng Yuan and the others who knew about it, because they had not experienced it personally, they were not as moved as the venerables. You did it. After a long while, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply. Giant Sun Immortal was silent. No, he has not yet. This is not complete eternal life. Paradise Earth suddenly spoke with an extremely firm tone and expression. The immortals looked over. Yes, he has not yet. This is not eternal life. At the next moment, Limitless Demon Venerable also spoke, his expression showing a trace of melancholy. Next, he made a shocking move. Facing the hole in the world boundary, he opened his mouth and started to suck. A large amount of chaos was sucked into Limitless Demon Venerable's stomach. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's pupils shrunk. They could not help but suck in cold breaths of air. If the venerables were like babies, then the chaos was like fire. Earlier, Limitless Demon Venerable put his arm into the chaos. He was using his body to cook the fire. Now he was even more reckless, he was directly swallowing fire. After Limitless Demon Venerable sucked in a large amount of chaos, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. At the same time, chaos continued to flow out of the hole. It was like a torrent constantly washing his head, shoulders, and body. Limitless Demon Venerable activated his killer move for the first time. An extremely powerful aura burst out, causing the hearts of all the immortals to tremble. Everyone watched quietly. They knew that Limitless Demon Venerable was trying something. This was a charge. He was charging towards the true state of eternal life. Ever since he was young, he had always maintained an exuberant curiosity. He was like an ignorant child, filled with the desire to explore the unknown. He wanted to understand everything. He wanted to know the truth. Fame and fortune were not what he sought. His venerable identity had never made him feel a trace of pride. He had once reached the peak of the world, the end of heaven and earth. He still wanted to leave, but there was no path left. Thus, he painstakingly planned to cooperate with Star Constellation. He pulled the entire goo cultivation world, and risked his life to create the crazed demon formation. He had accumulated over 1,000,000 years, all for this moment. All for the sake of finding the truth. There was no path left. He moved his legs and used all his strength to step into the endless darkness. He wanted to carve out a path. This was his final charge. Limitless had already used all his strength. A long time passed, but it also felt like a few breaths of time. Whoosh! Black fire suddenly spewed out of Limitless Demon Venerable's nose and ears. The immortal's hearts shook. Next, Limitless Demon Venerable slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the immortals, he said plainly, "I failed." "No, me too." Demon Immortal Chi-Ju shouted. He attacked again, using all his strength to activate Practice Goo. A profound light shot towards Limitless Demon Venerable from Demon Immortal Chi-Ju. The black fire on Limitless Demon Venerable's body was extinguished rapidly. Limitless Demon Venerable obtained some time to breathe. He laughed heartily before shaking his head. "Chi-Ju, stop. If I don't use all my strength, how can I know the result?" Demon Immortal Chi-Ju retorted angrily. "Are you willing to give up just like this? True eternal life. I want to see it too. I want to see it too." Limitless Demon Venerable sighed. His expression was extremely complex. "After 1,000,000 years of accumulation, I still failed. Do you still not understand? Eternal life never existed." At the next moment, bam! Limitless Demon Venerable shattered, turning back into countless fragments of truthful floating ice. "No!" Secret Schemer and Not Immortal screamed at the same time. They were grief-stricken. Limitless Demon Venerable had failed, because Demon Immortal Chi-Ju was too deeply involved with him. He was instantly attacked by the primal chaos, and vanished into thin air. A Grand Pseudo-Venerable could not even last 3 breaths of time. The terror of the primal chaos calamity could be seen from this. The immortals present were still in a daze. This battle in Crazed Demon Cave, that involved almost all the Venerable's schemes for 1,000,000 years actually ended like this? Star constellation Immortal Venerable was revived. Giant Sun Immortal was revived. Paradise Earth cultivated Heaven Path. And Spectral Soul Demon Venerable lost his rationality. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable suppressed all the immortals with terrifying strength, but still did not succeed. He died on the path of exploration. Eternal life? That was an extravagant hope. No, it did not exist. How could it fail? How could it fail? Not Immortal shouted. Secret Schemer held his head dazed. There is no eternal life. Hee. There is no eternal life, hee. He had almost gone crazy. Is there really no eternal life in this world? Venerable is already the limit. Is there no path ahead? Star constellation Immortal Venerable muttered. Her words were once again the greatest doubt in the immortals' minds. No one could answer this doubt. Limitless Demon Venerable might be the most qualified. His attainment in this aspect far surpassed the immortals. But he died. He failed. He died under the primal chaos calamity. It was as if he was using his life to tell the immortals the cruel truth. Whoosh! Right at this time, the sound of wind blew. Fang Yuan suddenly took action, snatching a truthful floating ice. The immortals were immediately jolted awake. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead. He turned into pieces of truthful floating ice. Most of the truthful floating ice were destroyed in the primal chaos, but there was actually a small portion that remained. The primal chaos could not do anything to them for the time being. These were the eternal life results deduced by Limitless Crazed Demon Formation, and they were definitely the essence of it. Limitless Demon Venerable was dead, but his 1,000,000 years of effort was not just a popped bubble. He still left behind abundant results. Snatch! There was nothing to say. After the immortals reacted, they attacked almost at the same time. Rumble! A large number of killer moves were unleashed, colliding and exploding. Heaven fell and earth cracked. Not Immortal and Secret Schemer did not even have time to scream before they died on the spot. But the remaining truthful floating ice pieces were still intact. They were still shining brightly. This was normal. Even the primal chaos calamity could not do anything to them for the time being. The killer moves of Venerables and Pseudo-Venerables naturally could not do anything to them. Rumble. The scene was chaotic. Killer moves affected each other. The immortals kept each other in check. Get lost! Giant Sun Immortal shouted angrily. Golden light filled the sky and burst out like a tsunami, destroying everything in its path. Fang Yuan and the other Pseudo-Venerables hurriedly dodged. The golden light suddenly formed a whirlpool, sucking in one of the truthful floating ice pieces. Seeing this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly and threw down a handful of flying stars. There were hundreds and thousands of flying stars, shining with dazzling starlight. They collided with the golden light, and both were destroyed. Giant Sun Immortal did not succeed. That truthful floating ice piece that was sucked into the golden light regained its freedom and floated in the void. This truthful floating ice piece was the largest one. The rest of the truthful floating ice pieces added together were only about the same size as it. Giant Sun Immortal was trying to take away half of the eternal life results of 1,000,000 years. How was that possible? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would not agree so easily. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal's gazes collided fiercely. Right at this time, Lu Weiyin suddenly attacked, aiming at the small truthful floating ice piece closest to him. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not move, but starlight suddenly flashed and sent Lu Weiyin flying. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan was also stopped by Giant Sun Immortal. When he wanted to attack another truthful floating ice piece, the golden light was like a needle that almost pierced through his body. The two Venerables were opposing each other, but they had the same attitude towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal, they were both very domineering. They did not want to leave these truthful floating ice pieces to outsiders. Fang Yuan and Lu Weiyin were both stopped. The Pseudo-Venerables quietened down and waited for a new opportunity to appear during the battle between the two Venerables. The loophole was slowly expanding. Limitless Demon Venerable had already died. Before he died, he was able to suppress this small loophole. But after his death, the strength he left behind declined rapidly. Although the primal chaos outside the world boundary did not continue to seep in, it was not far from that happening. Giant Sun Immortal glanced at the hole in the world boundary and said calmly to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, "Star Constellation, why don't we stop and get rid of these pseudo-venerables first, then fix the loophole, and finally split the truthful floating ice? What do you think?" Star Constellation Immortal Venerable nodded, then used her actions to give the most direct reply. For a moment, starlight scattered in all directions, attacking Feng Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move immediately followed. Feng Yuan and the rest dodged left and right, escaping pathetically. Limitless Demon Venerable was already dead. The crazed demon formation was also destroyed. Without limitless retaliation, the two venerables could attack to their heart's content. Of course, they had not used their full strength from start to finish. Even now, they were guarding against each other. Even so, Feng Yuan and the rest were still in great danger, struggling on the edge of life and death. "We can't hold on. The two venerables can't compete. Everyone, I will retreat first," Feng Yuan shouted, pulling Qi Si Ancestor out of the 9th layer. Paradise Earth immediately frowned. Crazed Demon Cave only had the 9th layer left. If Feng Yuan retreated like this, the two venerables would not be able to chase after him, because whoever chased after him would give the other venerable a chance. But this way, they were simply giving up on the truthful floating ice. Because as long as either of the two venerables attacked and blocked the 9th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, it would be very difficult for the retreating pseudo-venerables to come back in. As long as they stalled for some time, the two venerables would keep the truthful floating ice. Then it would be very easy to deal with the pseudo-venerables. But right at this time, the two venerables snorted coldly. "Everyone else can leave, but you Feng Yuan cannot. Please throw out the truthful floating ice that you snatched earlier. This is not something you can take away." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal spoke one after another, expressing their clear-cut attitudes. Among the Gu Immortals present, Feng Yuan was the first to obtain a piece. The others, including the two venerables, had not obtained anything yet. Moreover, the piece that Feng Yuan obtained was very large. It was at least 10% of the total truthful floating ice fragments. At this moment, the two venerables worked together again to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression changed. Earlier, the two venerables had worked together to deal with him, but the pressure was completely incomparable to now. Soon, Feng Yuan was forced to use Reverse Flow Protection Seal again. Reverse Flow River was almost empty earlier, but during this time of rest, the river water recovered a little in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerables' killer moves were reflected back at them. However, for the two venerables, Reverse Flow Protection Seal was only a problem, an obstacle. They only needed to use some ingenious methods to deal with it. "Paradise Earth, I am willing to share the truthful floating ice with you. Now that the lips are gone, the teeth are interdependent, we have to work together," Feng Yuan shouted. Paradise Earth nodded. Feng Yuan is right. Saying so, he made a move. But he did not care about Feng Yuan's safety. Instead, he targeted a piece of truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was quickly stored in Paradise Earth's immortal aperture. At the same time, Giant Sun Immortal also targeted the largest truthful floating ice. As long as he obtained this piece, he would be the victor of the entire battle in Crazed Demon Cave. The two venerables could not do anything to each other. If Giant Sun Immortal wanted to retreat, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not stop him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's gaze was extremely cold. Boom. Killer moves collided. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable successfully stopped Giant Sun Immortal again. But she could not stop Paradise Earth in time. Heaven Path Method. Paradise Earth's Heaven Path method to collect the truthful floating ice was very profound. His aura was concealed to the extreme. The two venerables could not sense it. After activating it, it was extremely fast. Even star constellation Immortal Venerable tried to stop it. But she did not succeed. Paradise Earth succeeded. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sighed deeply, taking out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain of heaven and earth looked like a lantern. Star constellation Immortal Venerable used her killer move and shone the lantern on all the Gu immortals. At the next moment, endless emotions formed into a terrifying tsunami that attacked the immortals' hearts. The immortals' expressions changed. They resisted it with difficulty. Feng Yuan used Fortitude Gu. Giant Sun Immortal injected Immortal Essence into Kinship Gu again, while Paradise Earth used the killer move Emotionless Heaven and Earth to deal with it. Star constellation Immortal Venerable sneered, taking out Book Mountain again. Book Mountain shone with bright light. All sorts of killer moves were activated, attacking all the Gu immortals. Giant Sun Immortals methods, Chi Si Ancestors and Demon Immortal Chi Ju's killer moves, Paradise Earth's killer moves, and even Limitless Demon Venerable's methods. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally used her full strength, using the two secluded domains of heaven and earth as the cores of two killer moves, temporarily suppressing everyone present. Her expression turned pale rapidly. The starlight around her dimmed rapidly. The 10 billion thoughts in her mind were quickly expended. She was almost out of energy. Using this chance, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shook Book Mountain. Limitless chains appeared again, pulling a piece of truthful floating ice into her immortal aperture. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest one, but there was an immortal Gu inside. This immortal Gu was not discovered by anyone except Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was because of this immortal Gu that she was willing to give up on the biggest piece of truthful floating ice and take this small piece first. After taking this immortal Gu, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable immediately stopped her killer move, putting away Book Mountain and defending with all her strength. Her actions were very wise. Giant Sun Immortal could no longer suppress him. At the next moment, he shouted loudly. Golden light shot everywhere as he counterattacked fiercely. His attacks wreaked havoc, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to retreat continuously. She was like a duckweed in a huge wave, cutting a sorry figure. Giant Sun Immortal also took the chance to take a piece of truthful floating ice. This piece of truthful floating ice was not the biggest one. It was the one closest to Giant Sun Immortal. Because Giant Sun Immortal also knew that he could only suppress Star Constellation Immortal Venerable for a few breaths of time. He could not take the biggest piece of truthful floating ice in time. Sure enough, at the next moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recovered, and also counterattacked Giant Sun Immortal. The two Venerables fought intensely, because they were using all their strength to take the truthful floating ice. They had no other choice. This gave the pseudo-Venerables a good opportunity. Feng Yuan and Paradise Earth took 3 to 4 pieces of truthful floating ice. Shen Shang, Lu Weiyin, and Qi Si also had 1 or 2 pieces. Not long after, the truthful floating ice was snatched clean. Only the biggest piece was left. The two Venerables had heavy injuries. They tried to attack, but were obstructed by each other. The two Venerables raced against time and attacked the pseudo-Venerables again. This time they had more motivation. After all, the pseudo-Venerables all had some truthful floating ice. The two Venerables showed strange expressions as they suppressed the pseudo-Venerables. Paradise Earth displayed even greater battle strength at this moment. Almost every breath of time, his strength increased. His aura was also rapidly approaching rank 9 Venerable level. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's eyes shine brightly. So that's it. Paradise Earth. You cultivate Heaven Path in this body. This truthful floating ice is closely related to Heaven Path. You can actually absorb strength from it and raise your cultivation level. You have amazing methods. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's tone was full of praise. At the same time, her killing intent surged. Earlier, when Feng Yuan asked for help, Paradise Earth was willing to give up on Feng Yuan to snatch a piece of truthful floating ice. So this was the reason. Evidently, as long as he had enough truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth could make up for the disadvantage of being forced to revive early and become a venerable again. And this time, he was not a venerable of Earth path, but the extremely special Heaven path. Once Paradise Earth became a Heaven path venerable, he would become the #1 expert in the world. Regarding this, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal would definitely not ignore it. Fate Gu was destroyed. The two of them had the final say in the world. No one was willing to have Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable join the fray, not to mention that this Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was stronger than both of them. Without any communication, the two venerables joined forces for the third time. This time, they gave up on Fang Yuan and focused on dealing with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth used Heaven Path Killer moves consecutively to block the two venerables' attacks. But soon, he showed signs of being unable to hold on. Even though Heaven Path methods were profound, the two venerables' might was superior. Paradise Earth was at the juncture of life and death. He shouted to the others, "Friends, please lend me a hand." Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang hesitated for a moment before stuffing their truthful floating ice into jewel yellow skies at almost the same time. Paradise Earth took the truthful floating ice from jewel yellow skies and used it to increase his cultivation level. His aura rose rapidly. He was only a step away from becoming a venerable. Just one step away, friend Fang Yuan. Paradise Earth transmitted urgently. Fang Yuan sneered. "I can give you the truthful floating ice, but can you pay a sufficient price to satisfy me, Paradise Earth?" Paradise Earth gritted his teeth. He immediately sent Northern Plains Paradise Earth true inheritance from jewel yellow skies, as well as all kinds of Heaven Path killer moves, as well as a wealth of Heaven Path cultivation insights. Of course, the most important thing was the alliance agreement. In order to obtain the most crucial truthful floating ice, Paradise Earth gave in greatly. Fang Yuan handed a small piece of truthful floating ice to jewel yellow skies. The two sides quickly made a transaction. "Haha, the final truthful floating ice is yours, Paradise Earth." After the transaction was completed, Fang Yuan directly shouted. Paradise Earth's heart shook. Sure enough, at the next moment, the two venerables erupted with endless killer moves, encircling Paradise Earth in the center and attacking him relentlessly. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable raised the lamp high up. Endless emotions attacked Paradise Earth's heart. Giant Sun Immortal's hands continued to move, attacking Paradise Earth's luck continuously. Paradise Earth's injuries were terrifying. He was like a mortal at the edge of a cliff, his life hanging by a thread. Shen Shang, Lu Weiyin, and even Fang Yuan and Qi Si Ancestor attacked from afar, using killer moves to alleviate Paradise Earth's pressure. But it was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart. Paradise Earth gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. The truthful floating ice was slowly digested. It was truly going to help him become a venerable again. But at the crucial moment, Paradise Earth's killer move made a strange mistake. The killer move failed. The backlash arrived. Paradise Earth's cultivation level was stuck at the final step. The two venerables attacked one after another, instantly engulfing Paradise Earth. "Quickly save him!" Lu Weiyin shouted. He was the first to attack. The other pseudo-venerables' hearts jumped. They quickly followed suit. The two venerables naturally did not want Paradise Earth to be saved like this. They chased after him. The pseudo-venerables used their full strength. They could be said to be fearless. They finally blocked Giant Sun Immortal's killer move with great difficulty. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable Starlight, however, struck Paradise Earth's body. Paradise Earth roared. Veins popped up on his face. He used all his strength to activate his killer move. His defensive killer move was broken. His body was almost riddled with holes. Starlight continued to ravage his body, but the healing killer move was still effective. Paradise Earth's final breath was hanging on. At this time, Qi Si made a move protecting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan quickly arrived beside Paradise Earth. "Fang Yuan!" Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang's hearts shook. Their 4 eyes shined with the light of hope. The two venerables' expressions turned grim. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to save Paradise Earth, boom! Fang Yuan's palm slammed on Paradise Earth's back before piercing through his chest. Paradise Earth was already at the end of his rope. Fang Yuan's attack was the final straw that broke the camel's back. At the moment of death, Paradise Earth's eyes opened wide. He grabbed Feng Yuan's arm. "Rest in peace, Paradise Earth." Feng Yuan smiled lightly. At the next moment, Paradise Earth's dying aura completely dissipated. He died with everlasting regret. Everyone was shocked. The two venerables looked at Feng Yuan with indescribable expressions. Lu Wei Yin's lips trembled. He broke the silence and shouted at the top of his lungs. "Feng Yuan, what did you do?" "Feng Yuan, you?" Shen Shang's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. Qi ancestor hovered beside Feng Yuan's main body. He also had a strange expression. Everyone knew that Paradise Earth was their only hope of contending against the two venerables' unbridled behavior. But the one who killed this hope was not the two venerables, but Feng Yuan. Was Feng Yuan crazy? He actually did such a thing. He was too reckless. Something is wrong. Giant Sun Immortal muttered. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also frowned. She did not say anything. The two venerables looked at Feng Yuan calmly storing Paradise Earth's corpse into the sovereign immortal aperture. They felt a subtle change in the atmosphere. "Feng Yuan, what should we do now?" Shen Shang asked anxiously. "Without Lord Paradise Earth, how can we resist the two venerables?" Lu Wei Yin stomped his feet and stared at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. "Simple, I just need to become a venerable, right?" Saying so, he no longer concealed his aura, it was exposed. Rank 9 cultivation level. At once, the battlefield fell silent again. "Deceiving us." Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. Starlight flowed like water as it charged towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan breathed out lightly. Qi tides rumbled and blocked the starlight. On the other side, Giant Sun Immortal also attacked. Countless golden needles shot down like a storm. Feng Yuan waved his hand. Red light filled the sky and burned all the golden needles. The two venerables' pupils shrunk. Lu Wei Yin, Shen Shang, and even Feng Yuan's Qi clone were tongue-tied. The two venerables attacked fiercely, but Feng Yuan blocked them all, displaying true rank 9 cultivation level. He really became a venerable. Gu Alliance. 8588488609. As long as you are the alliance leader of Venerable Mortal Gu, there is no restriction on your books. You can enter this group. After entering the group, please verify your alliance leader identity with the administrator. You can take a screenshot. Additionally, this time's explosive update ended here. A total of 6 chapters have been updated. 5 chapters have been repaid for. The remaining updates are: first place in the logo design competition, Lu Menghan Bing, Book Friend 201812102249451884. Heavenly Essence C, Handsome Beauty Qi, Gua Desolate Een, Jade Heart Taoist, Clear Wind Smells Immortal Drunken Moon Summoning Dream, Big Raccoon. This glory shines brightly because of you. Time easily forgets people eating melon. 3 Suns Dazzling World Reality Bewitches Life, God Ta Si. There are also 15 IOUs. The deduction is definitely correct, because it was not me who did it. Another thing, this book's update strategy has been adjusted, removing the Alliance Leaders update system, using monthly votes. Above 2,000 monthly votes, 1 chapter will be added for every 1,000 monthly votes. Recently, I have not been eating or sleeping well. I have also stopped playing Hearthstone. I just want to have a good new year, using all my free time to write. The result is today's explosive update. My hands are lousy, especially when there are too many characters and too many clues. It is really hard to write. If I write too quickly, I cannot guarantee the quality. For example, singing poems, that was all my effort. But now, this level is completely because I went through the liver life formation and went into a frenzy to write. I have reached the limit of my ability. Most importantly, I am living in fear every day, afraid that a new alliance will appear. The alliance leaders are too enthusiastic. We are unable to follow the previous promise of 1 chapter per alliance, crying. Thus, we adjusted the policy and stopped updating for the new alliance leader. Actually, the alliance leader did not update much at the beginning, but for some reason, he was inexplicably led by the new alliance leader. Of course, to compensate the alliance leaders and provide them with better benefits, After discussing with the management team, we decided to create the Gu World Alliance Leader Group, as well as the following 3 benefits. 1. Alliance Leader's exclusive logo. I specially found a designer to design it. 2. Alliance promotion card written by me, smiling. If you want it, please register your address in the Alliance Group. 3. I will enter the group at least twice a month to interact with the Alliance leaders. For currently it is a secret. Rumble. Feng Yuan unleashed his killer moves, forcing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal to retreat. What in the world is going on? When did Feng Yuan become a venerable? Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang saw Feng Yuan fighting the 2 venerables. They had complex expressions as they asked Qi Si Ancestor anxiously. Qi Si Ancestor was also in a daze. He smiled bitterly. I do not know either. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang were speechless. Feng Yuan had concealed himself so deeply, he even tricked his clone. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable were also silent, because the 2 of them realized that Feng Yuan's strength was vaguely higher than both of them. He was clearly a rank 8 pseudo-venerable earlier. How did he become a rank 9 in the blink of an eye? The 2 venerables were also very confused. Strange, this is very strange. Giant Sun Immortal attacked fiercely. Golden light filled the sky with terrifying might. Feng Yuan gave a light shout, using his methods to forcibly suppress the monstrous golden light. He has far more Dao marks than Giant Sun Immortal. Seeing this, Lu Weiyin and the rest felt their hearts jump. Giant Sun Immortal secretly sucked in a deep breath of cold air. He focused his attention and activated his method. At the next moment, his vision changed as he observed the luck above Feng Yuan's head. At first, Feng Yuan's luck did not leak out at all. Giant Sun Immortal could only see cooking luck pot. But soon, Giant Sun Immortal increased his strength. Golden blood flowed out of his eyes as he finally saw through cooking luck pot's defense. He saw Feng Yuan's true luck. A silver pillar of light stood tall in the sky. It was grand and condensed enough. The foundation of the silver light pillar was a brown grave. Most of it had already dissipated. Only a few remnants were left. Giant Sun Immortal had a thought. He sighed internally. This is Paradise Earth's luck on one hand. It can help stabilize the silver light pillar. On the other hand, it can be used to excavate and replace Feng Yuan's foundation. It was originally the biggest threat to Feng Yuan's luck. But now that Feng Yuan has killed Paradise Earth, the threat is gone. The remaining remains of the grave are the foundation of Paradise Earth that Feng Yuan has not completely digested yet. Giant Sun Immortal looked up again. He saw the top of the silver light pillar. Back when they were in the Alliance, Giant Sun Immortal had already seen Feng Yuan's luck. Compared to before, Feng Yuan's silver light pillar was no longer covered by the 3 layers of clouds. It pierced through directly. It was truly an indomitable spirit. The 3 clouds were at most revolving around the top of the silver light pillar. This meant that the 3 venerables could not cover Feng Yuan. Among the 3 clouds, Giant Sun Immortal's cloud had already turned pure gold. It was at the top. Star Constellation Immortal Venerables and Spectral Soul Demon Venerables clouds were at the bottom. They seemed to be tearing apart. Giant Sun Immortal had another thought. Is this hinting that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is rapidly escaping Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control? Giant Sun Immortal was not surprised. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was in existence on the same level as Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. It was already an amazing feat for Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to control him. But it was not realistic to completely control a Venerable. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable escapes Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's control later, what will happen? No matter what in terms of luck, Feng Yuan really became a Venerable. Giant Sun Immortal believed in his own luck path methods. He was sure of it now. At once, Giant Sun Immortal looked at Feng Yuan with a gaze filled with anger. How did Feng Yuan become a Venerable in the blink of an eye? Looking at his expression and tone, it was as if rank 9 level was nothing special. What did he think a Venerable was? If rank 9 Venerables could become rank 9 Venerables so easily, then what was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable? What were the previous Venerables worth? Star constellation Immortal Venerable was also thinking rapidly. Fang Yuan is indeed a rank 9. I underestimated his craftiness and treachery. When did he become a venerable? Was he at this cultivation level from the start? All the signs indicate otherwise. He secretly became a venerable at some point during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. But his attainment level is clearly not enough. In the Battle of Primordial Domain, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal tacitly attacked Fang Yuan and destroyed the refinement path-related Primordial Domain. Wait a minute. Giant Sun Immortal suddenly had a thought. He looked at Fang Yuan while retreating. Does Thieving Heaven's true inheritance contain refinement path true meaning? You already have enough refinement path attainment level. Fang Yuan smiled, but his attacks became even more ferocious. Giant Sun Immortal was sent flying by the continuous attacks. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to shoot out flying stars. Stardust flew like lightning and hit Fang Yuan's back one after another. Fang Yuan staggered from the impact. He almost fell forward. He immediately straightened his back and reached out his hand to wipe his back. The starlight on his back was shining brightly. They were the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. But after being wiped by Fang Yuan, these Tao marks all turned into his own. The power of rank 9 refinement path. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's heart jumped. Fang Yuan having such a method was a huge nightmare to her. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's combat system was lacking in offensive methods. It mainly relied on the power of consecutive attacks. And the key to consecutive attacks were the Tao marks left behind by the flying stars. With these Tao marks, the subsequent flying stars would deal more damage to the target. But now, Fang Yuan directly turned these Tao marks into his own. The flying star combo was immediately broken. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable continued to use this killer move, she would not be making things difficult for Fang Yuan. She would be helping him. Fang Yuan easily broke the flying star combo and took the opportunity to counterattack. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not block it. She could only retreat for now. This refinement path killer move is used to perfection. Fang Yuan was prepared for it. It is just that he has been restraining himself. Only now that he has become rank 9, and the battle in Crazed Demon Cave is at the final juncture, he took out this trump card. At this moment, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finally experienced the true extent of Fang Yuan's craftiness. The killer move was prepared long ago. It was impossible that he could not use it just because Fang Yuan had not advanced to rank 9. If Fang Yuan had used it earlier, it would have been very effective. But he did not use it, causing Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to misunderstand that he could not deal with the flying star killer move. In the final battle, he took it out and caught Star Constellation Immortal Venerable off guard. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She instantly realized a certain truth and blurted out. Fang Yuan, you did it on purpose in the Battle of Primordial Domain earlier. You purposely held back and gave up on the Battle of Primordial Domain, allowing Giant Sun and I to destroy the refinement path Primordial Domain. You showed weakness to the enemy so that we would look down on you even more. Giant Sun Immortal heard this, and his mind immediately brightened. He could not help but glare at Fang Yuan even more angrily. Fang Yuan was still smiling. He said plainly, Star Constellation, you think too highly of me. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sneered. Fang Yuan, don't think of deceiving me. Regardless of whether Thieving Heaven's true inheritance has refinement path true meaning or not, before you entered Primordial Domain, your attainment level was already very close to Supreme Grandmaster. After entering Primordial Domain, you quickly realized that even if you sacrificed a portion of the refinement path Primordial Domain, you could still step into the level of a refinement path Supreme Grandmaster with your own strength. Thus, you purposely held back and let Giant Sun and I destroy your venerable intentions on the surface. There are many benefits to doing this. Firstly, to become a venerable, you need to break through the obstruction of the heavenly Tao and undergo tribulations. It is very risky. You need to choose your timing carefully. Once you openly become a Supreme Grandmaster, we will definitely be on guard against you. Secondly, even if you quickly become a venerable, the three worlds are not united yet. Limitless eternal life is still far away. You still need to wait. And with limitless retaliation, even if you become a venerable, your strength will not be fully displayed. Thirdly, if you are not a venerable, you will subconsciously be ignored by us venerables. In our hearts, even if Paradise Earth is only a pseudo-venerable, he is more of a threat than you. Lastly, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, all parties clearly had many trump cards that they did not reveal. For example, you do not know how much I have infiltrated the Crazed Demon formation. Thus, you have been hiding your methods all along, waiting for the situation to become clearer. After we have exhausted our methods, you will fight for the final victory. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable defended against Feng Yuan's attacks, while analyzing Feng Yuan's schemes to everyone present. Be it Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, they did not want a third venerable to appear and compete with them. Paradise Earth was the best example. He attempted to become a venerable right under the eyes of the two venerables, but was heavily injured by them in the end. Giant Sun Immortal heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's analysis and understood even more clearly. With a whistling sound, he stepped on golden light and attacked Feng Yuan. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable attacked Feng Yuan from another direction. The enemy was fierce. Feng Yuan dodged temporarily. Giant Sun Immortal chased closely, shouting. Back then, I charged into the door of life and death to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's trump card and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's condition. You also charged in. What a good scheme. If you stayed outside, you would still have to deal with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, who came out later. But by following me, you could probe the strength of the Celestial Court and my longevity heaven. Back then, because of Celestial Court's arrangements, the door of life and death was closely connected to the immortal graveyard. It could not be destroyed in a short period of time. Giant Sun Immortal secretly inspected luck. He knew about the strange changes in Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's luck. He wanted to investigate clearly. If possible, he wanted to destroy the close relationship between the two venerables. Giant Sun Immortal naturally knew that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had a backup plan, but he still charged into the door of life and death, because he had his own trump card. When he used bloodpath methods to completely revive, no matter how severe his injuries were, they would heal completely. Giant Sun Immortal had been using this trump card to probe more of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's methods. From Giant Sun Immortal's perspective, this was the first time he was fighting a venerable. Venerables had extremely deep foundations. He had to probe them thoroughly. To destroy the immortal graveyard, he had to attack the door of life and death. By charging into the door of life and death, he could investigate the true relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. If possible, he would break this relationship and save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, then work together with him. If there was a higher possibility, he would take the door of life and death for himself. With all sorts of plans, Giant Sun Immortal's trip to the door of life and death was indeed to probe Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's emotional methods. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable left the door of life and death, did Giant Sun Immortal really not have any methods to stop her? That was not the case. Giant Sun Immortal was actually happy to see Star Constellation Immortal Venerable leave. Firstly, the eternal life research results still needed some time to brew. He had already left a surveillance method in the Crazed Demon Formation, Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. Secondly, when the three forces in Crazed Demon Cave were fighting for supremacy, other than Green Lotus Great World's Celestial Court, Savage Wilderness Great World's Longevity Heaven, and Yellow Earth Great World's Paradise Earth. In the end, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable forced Paradise Earth to revive prematurely with pseudo-venerable cultivation level. After Paradise Earth entered the door of life and death, Giant Sun Immortal did not use his final trump card and left. Although he did not save Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he worked together with Paradise Earth. Boom! Fang Yuan counterattacked. Giant Sun Immortal's killer move was broken, and he was forced back. Giant Sun Immortal roared. Paradise Earth was forced to revive prematurely. This is what you, Fang Yuan, wanted to see, right? Good acting skills, good acting skills. After leaving the door of life and death, I was hit by Qin Dingling's method and fell into a disadvantage. I needed your help, but you were trapped by star constellation Immortal Venerable. You purposely fell for it. You purposely made the Qi Si clone use Who Rise. That way, the Qi Si clone would be restrained and John Budu would not be able to leave. You just openly watched us fight. Giant Sun Immortal gritted his teeth as he spoke. Back then, he was still an immortal zombie, suppressed by star constellation Immortal Venerable, and schemed against by thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The foundation of his combat system was dug out. Although the situation was dangerous, Giant Sun did not panic. That was because he still had a trump card in his hand. Giant Sun did not act, because he wanted to see the other people's trump cards. In the end, Paradise Earth attacked. Paradise Earth did not attack star constellation Immortal Venerable directly. He tried to help Paradise Earth. After failing, he immediately saved Fang Yuan. From this, it could be seen that Paradise Earth's thoughts were unpredictable. However, after Fang Yuan was saved, he still refused to help Giant Sun. Instead, he went to kill the unimportant Qin Dingling. This way, Giant Sun Immortal had no choice but to use his Bloodpath trump card and revive completely. Fang Yuan succeeded in killing Qin Dingling. But how could this be hidden from Giant Sun Immortal? He was very clear in his mind. Since he exposed his strength, he immediately gave up on his previous stance and joined forces with Star Constellation Immortal Venerable to deal with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was thus attacked by two Venerables together. He had to expend Reverse Flow River. But he was still hit in the end. His Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered a tribulation. Wait! Giant Sun Immortal thought of this and suddenly shouted. At that time, you took advantage of the fact that your Immortal Aperture was hit, and your aura was mixed up. You took the chance to break through the Heavenly Tao's seal, adding calamity after calamity. You deceived everyone and succeeded in passing the tribulation, becoming a venerable. Giant Sun Immortal finally understood. Back then, he thought that he had succeeded. He detected the decline in Fang Yuan's luck, and the calamity aura coming out of him. But to think that Fang Yuan actually used this to secretly break through the Heavenly Tao's seal, breaking through an even greater calamity. Giant Sun Immortal's methods alone were not enough to create black fire in Fang Yuan's Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Black fire was a remnant of the chaotic calamity. Fang Yuan did not speak. He attacked fiercely. Giant Sun Immortal resisted with difficulty. He stared at Fang Yuan and continued. You became a venerable right under our noses just like this. I originally thought that you were not proficient in concealing your aura. But to think that you had such shocking attainment in this aspect. You hid your cultivation aura all this while. You actually deceived me and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. No, even Paradise Earth was deceived by you. This great liar Fang Yuan actually managed to deceive them to the end. All the Venerables were fooled by him. Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang looked at each other. They were filled with shock. The battle between the Venerables became more intense. They gradually used their full strength. They could not interfere. The Qi Si clone was also forced to the edge of the void. Looking at Fang Yuan, who had the upper hand, Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang had complex emotions. On one hand, they were shocked and impressed. After all, Fang Yuan successfully broke through and became a venerable. He even suppressed these two great existences. But on the other hand, Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang were very angry. They had a close relationship with Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth's death was mostly due to Fang Yuan's scheme. Paradise Earth had no choice but to expose his huge secret. He could absorb the truthful floating ice and increase his cultivation level. Fang Yuan purposely made a deal with Paradise Earth. He even shouted so loudly to provoke the two Venerables into attacking Paradise Earth with all their might. In the end, the two Venerables' attacks helped Fang Yuan instead, allowing Fang Yuan to kill Paradise Earth in the end. Treacherous, insidious, vicious. These words circulated in Xin Shang and Lu Weiyin's minds. They were all used on Feng Yuan. Rumble. The golden aurora retreated, the starlight dimmed. Feng Yuan was in the limelight. His aura was like that of a tiger. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal had bitter expressions on their faces. They had expended a lot of energy fighting until now. Their trump cards were exposed one after another. Their injuries were still there. They had not had time to heal. On the other hand, Feng Yuan had been restraining himself and hiding his strength. His thoughts were too deep. Boom! The three venerables clashed again. Feng Yuan had a slight advantage. The two venerables retreated. They both coughed out blood. Their injuries worsened. Feng Yuan wore a snow-white robe. His black hair fluttered in the wind. He swept across the battlefield with an aura that covered mountains and rivers. He firmly held the upper hand. He suddenly chanted, knowing early on the difficulties of the world, still hoping to soar through the clouds. Cold winds blowing my body like cotton wool. Fate sea sinks up and down travels alone. Heart forged by thousands of strokes, painstakingly forged a sword. Today's sword points to overlapping clouds. Refine goo, refine humans, and refine the heavens. Feng Yuan's attacks were like raging waves. They enveloped the entire battlefield, covering the 8 extremities of the universe. Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not resist. They were forced to retreat. Feng Yuan grabbed. The final truthful floating ice flew towards him. Don't even think about it. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted. She had no choice but to use the door of life and death at the final moment. The door of life and death suddenly erupted with a suction force. Giant Sun Immortal attacked at the same time. His killer move landed on Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan exposed a flaw because he wanted to obtain the truthful floating ice. He was sent into the door of life and death by the two venerables. The tactic succeeded. The two venerables looked at each other. They revealed a trace of joy. But at the next moment, Danghun Mountain Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River. A killer move that used the 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth. As the core was activated by Feng Yuan, a path of life was formed, extending from the door of life and death. Feng Yuan instantly returned to the battlefield. He threw the enraged spectral soul demon venerable into the door of life and death. The two venerables were dumbfounded. Giant Sun Immortal's eyelids were twitching. This was the killer move that he had been waiting for Feng Yuan to come up with, when he was trapped in the door of life and death. Feng Yuan had been evading with a troubled expression. In the end, he declared that the deduction had failed. But now, Giant Sun Immortal saw that Feng Yuan was so familiar with this move. He had clearly practiced it many times. Before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Feng Yuan had already used this move. But he still used Danghun Luo Pasil to fool Giant Sun Immortal and the rest. Seeing that the door of life and death could not trap Feng Yuan, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sighed lightly. At the next moment, the door of life and death opened. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable jumped out. He was still in a bad mood. His mind was in a mess. He did not attack Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. He attacked Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan instead. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable took the chance to snatch the truthful floating ice. The scene was chaotic. Immortal killer move, Danghun Luo Pasil. Feng Yuan broke 1,000 of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arms with one attack. After Feng Yuan became venerable and passed the Black Fire Calamity, his Dao marks were slightly higher than Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's. Feng Yuan roared and chased after them, finally obtaining the final truthful floating ice in his hands. Star Constellation, I have tried my best. Suddenly, verdant great sun's sigh came from Spectral Soul's stomach. Next, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's gaze changed, becoming hazy. His roaring and anger stopped abruptly. He gave up on Feng Yuan and Giant Sun, charging towards the hole expressionlessly. Boom! With a loud sound, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable actually used his body to block the hole. The immortals were stunned. The scene was silent again. This was a nameless grassland. The soil was poor, the grass was barren. Most of it was withered wild grass. The sky was gray, there was no sunlight. Dark winds blew on the immortals' faces. Dozens of Gu immortals were gathered in this ordinary place. The Gu immortals' gazes were focused on two of them. One was a male immortal, wearing a yellowish-brown leather robe of northern plains, with a thick red leather belt and a pair of black leather boots. The thick leather robe could not conceal his muscular body. As for his face, it was not outstanding, it was rather ordinary. But none of the Gu immortals present could ignore him. Because his surname was Chu Du, he was the domination immortal. And facing him from afar was a female immortal. This female immortal wore black gold armor. Half of her face was covered by a mask, covering her nose, mouth, and cheeks. Only the upper half of her face was exposed, but it had strong lines, sharp eyebrows, starry eyes, and a heroic aura. She was the famous Northern Plains Gu immortal, Fairy Black Moon, who had challenged all kinds of experts without a single defeat. As for her true identity, He Lulan, only a few Gu immortals knew. Not long ago, after He Lulan defeated Lu tribe's rank 7 Gu immortal expert Lu Chang, she took the initiative to challenge Chu Du. Chu Du did not back down, he agreed. Once the news of this battle spread, the Northern Plains Gu immortals were extremely sensitive. They paid close attention to it. At this moment, it was the time for the two immortals to fight. Chu Du, you are finally here. He Lulan's eyes burned with battle intent. A battle of strength path. I have been waiting for this for a long time. Chu Du happily replied. No matter what the outcome is, I want to invite you to Chu tribe as a guest. We can exchange our cultivation experiences on strength path. He Lulan snorted coldly. Chu Du, I have heard of your great name. But if you want to exchange pointers, let's see if you have the qualifications. Come, let's fight. Chu Du smiled. Please. He Lulan did not hold back. Her body moved like lightning, flying into the clouds. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One figure after another shot down from the clouds, like shooting stars. Rushing towards Chu Du. Chu Du raised his head. Seeing this, he immediately retreated. His speed was even faster. He pulled apart the distance between them, activating his killer move, and pushing his palms upwards. Rumble! A surge of power gushed out. The chi waves were pushed back. He Lulan's strength path phantoms crumbled like bubbles under the wild attack. Chu Du pushed his palms again, instantly sweeping away the dark clouds above them, revealing a clear sky with resplendent sunlight shining down. He Lulan, who had drilled into the clouds earlier, was also exposed. He Lulan had a solemn expression, using the cover of the dark clouds. Her killer move was ready. In the next moment, her hands clenched into fists, raising them above her head. She aimed at Chu Du and smashed down. A thunderous explosion occurred. The air distorted. The fist shadows instantly arrived in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms to block the attack. Bam! With a loud sound, he was forced back over 100 steps. But he quickly stopped in mid-air, shaking his arms, causing a layer of dust to fall from his sleeves. He was unharmed. He Lulan was not an exception. Her following attacks were like torrential rain, continuous and unstoppable. Chu Du blocked and counterattacked time and time again. Both sides were still a distance away from each other, attacking from afar. Their auras shook heaven and earth. The spectating immortals stared at both sides without blinking. Interesting. To think that a strength path Gu immortal would have so many long-range combat methods. It seems that Fairy Black Moon and Chu Du are evenly matched. It is still early. Cho Laowu snorted coldly. Strength path Gu immortals are best at close combat. These two are only probing each other with long-range attacks. Chu Du was firm as a mountain, while He Lulan displayed many exquisite long-range offensive methods. After a dozen rounds, both sides suddenly charged and collided fiercely. An explosion occurred, shaking the hearts of the immortals. The two are truly fighting. This is an extremely rare strength path battle. Whoever wins will likely become the #1 strength path Gu immortal in the current 5 regions. In the current 5 regions, there were very few Gu immortals who cultivated strength path. After all, strength path was declining. It was not something that had been declining for 50 to 60 years. It had been declining for a long time. Before He Lulan appeared, Chu Du was the publicly recognized strength path expert in the current 5 regions. He could be said to be the face of the world. He Lulan suddenly appeared. Her path was a huge surprise to many Gu immortals. To think that another freak of strength path had appeared. Under everyone's gazes, the two exchanged punches and kicks. It was hard to tell who would win. Offense and defense were constantly changing. A huge amount of strength was contained in every attack. Be it Chu Du or He Lulan, they did not retreat at all. They fought fiercely and fiercely. The battle between Strength Path Gu Immortals could be said to be simple and unadorned. It was not as flashy as other paths. However, the Gu Immortals present felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. Even though Strength Path is declining, Strength Path Gu Immortals cannot be underestimated. If I were to fight with either Chu Du or Fairy Black Moon, I would be in deep trouble. Every time Chu Du and He Lulan fought, there would be a thunderous explosion. The air around them was distorted. Air currents were created. The wind was blowing nonstop. Compared to long-range combat, Strength Path was more suited for close combat. A Gu Immortal with some attainment in Strength Path would be able to threaten them with their punches and kicks. The advantage of close combat was the frequency of attacks. He Lulan and Chu Du fought faster and faster. The spectating Gu Immortals could not help but break out in cold sweat when they put themselves in their shoes. In the future, when I meet a Strength Path Gu Immortal, I cannot let them get close to me. The punches and kicks are too frequent. Such a battle does not allow time to prepare killer moves. But without killer moves, how can I defend against such a storm of punches and kicks? More than 10 rounds passed. Chu Du gradually gained the upper hand. He Lulan was strong and had many methods, but in terms of battle experience, she was slightly inferior to Chu Du. Her cultivation time was far less than Chu Du's. Chu Du relied on his rich battle experience to accumulate advantages bit by bit. Then, these advantages accumulated and gradually suppressed He Lulan. Chun Chung, In Wu Kei, and the rest had solemn expressions. This cannot go on. I need to take a risk. He Lulan's gaze was like a sharp blade flashing past. She knew. If she did not think of a way to change this, if this continued, she would be the one to lose. At the next moment, He Lulan roared. Her punches and kicks flew like a torrent towards Chu Du. Chu Du was like a reef by the sea. No matter how strong the waves were, he did not move at all. He Lulan was not surprised. While Chu Du was defending, she retreated quickly while preparing her killer move. Chu Du smiled lightly, quickly approaching her. Oh no! Chun Chung saw this and shouted. The spectating Gu Immortals saw this and immediately understood that Chu Du had been waiting for this chance. Chu Du burst out with astonishing speed, rapidly approaching He Lulan. He Lulan was forced into a corner. She could only stop her killer move and fight Chu Du with her punches and kicks, blocking the opponent's endless attacks. Precisely so, when she stopped her killer move midway, the killer move's activation failed and caused a backlash, causing He Lulan to suffer severe internal injuries. Chu Du created this opportunity and also used it, forcing He Lulan to the point where she could only defend herself. Chu Du had completely gained the upper hand. A wave of cheers erupted. The voices came from Chu Du's foster sons, as well as Chu tribe's external elders. Don't be happy too early. Fairy Black Moon still has trump cards that she has not used yet. The Northern Plains Gu Immortals who supported He Lulan had grim expressions as they retorted. Totem Killer moved Dark Capital Strength Biao. At the next moment, He Lulan's body shook slightly. A tiger roar resounded. A huge pitch-black tiger sent Chu Du flying with its claw. The pitch-black tiger's wings flapped as it vanished on the spot. Appearing behind Chu Du quickly turned around to defend himself. Even though he blocked another attack from the Dark Capital Strength Biao, his body was still sent flying like a cannonball, crashing towards the ground from the recoil. It appeared. Fairy Black Moon's signature method, Dark Capital Strength Biao. Someone shouted excitedly. Cho Lao had a cold expression. This was the first time he had seen it. This totem killer move is too convenient. Normally, it would rest on the skin, and when it is needed, it can be activated with just a thought. That's right. Hao Zhen gritted his teeth. If not for this move disrupting the situation, our first Supreme Elder would have already grasped victory. P.S. 1. Congratulations to One Sword One Painting, and Dodo has dollars for becoming the alliance leaders of this book. Thank you very much for your support. 2. Typos and bugs in chapters 213 to 246. Recently, many readers have provided typos and bugs, but because of the lack of time, they can only be corrected slowly. 3. I will go to the Alliance camp tonight. 4. I will try to maintain a stable update during the new year. I will not prevent unexpected goo from appearing. The Dark Capital Strength Biao had astonishing speed. It was very hard to deal with. Most importantly, after He Lulan stabilized herself, she hurriedly used a healing method on herself before joining the battle. She cooperated with the Dark Capital Strength Biao, attacking from both sides. Chu Du was at a disadvantage. Chu Du was in a sorry state. His leather robe was torn in many places, showing his weakness in defense. Soon, blood flowed out of his mouth. His injuries were accumulating. Chu tribe's Gu immortals had grim expressions. They could not see any hope of Chu Du turning the situation around. The advantage that the Dark Capital Strength Biao gave He Lulan was too huge. You will be defeated like this. He Lulan shouted as she used her killer move, 8-directional strength fighting. Chu Du was surrounded by several figures. He could not break out of the encirclement. Suddenly, a shadow descended from above. It was the Dark Capital Strength Biao. It opened its mouth and bit at Chu Du. If it bit him, even if Chu Du did not die, he would be heavily injured. At the crucial moment, Chu Du laughed loudly. I finally caught you. At the next moment, a Strength Path giant hand appeared and grabbed. The Dark Capital Strength Biao was caught off guard. It growled and tried to fight back. But it only lasted for a breath of time before the Strength Path giant hand grabbed it and slammed it into the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the earth trembled, rocks and dirt flew everywhere and smoke and dust rose. Immortal Killer Move Battle Strength Transpiration. Chu Du suddenly burst out with an aura. His body expanded as he turned into a 10 feet tall giant. His upper body was exposed. His skin was red. The 58,000 pores on his body opened up as sweat turned into steam, enveloping his entire body. Immortal Killer Move, Heaven and Earth Combined Strength. Chu Du stretched out his arms and slammed his palms together in front of his chest. At the next moment, the immortals gasped. He Lulan's expression changed. The surrounding 1,000 li was completely covered by a formless force. The Gu immortals found it hard to move. They were like mosquitoes that had fallen into a drop of oil. Affected by this killer move, the Dark Capital Strength Biao's speed fell sharply. It was no longer a threat to Chu Du. This is almost a quasi-battlefield killer move. He Lulan gritted her teeth. Chu Du's move was beyond her expectations. I did not want to use it. He Lulan snorted internally. She activated Expend Energy Immortal Gu in her Immortal Aperture. This rank 7 Immortal Gu was secretly lent to her by Longevity Heaven. Other than that, there was a killer move that used Expend Energy Immortal Gu as the core. It was called 70% Expend Energy. The situation was urgent. He Lulan immediately used this move. This move was silent when it was used, but when it was used its aura erupted. It was extremely fast. Chu Du tried to dodge, but he did not manage to dodge. After being hit by this move, his every action, even his killer moves, required more energy than before, more than half. While Chu Du's condition fell, He Lulan attacked fiercely again. The battle reached its climax. Both sides were in a deadlock. The spectating immortals quickly retreated, leaving the range of the Heaven and Earth combination killer move. They calmed down and continued to watch the battle. Regardless of the result, these two are at the peak of Northern Plains rank 7. With such terrifying battle strength, they might even be able to challenge rank 8 Gu immortals. Chu Du, Black Moon. The pillars of strength path in the world are undoubtedly these two people. The Gu immortals sighed. At this point in the battle, be it He Lulan or Chu Du, they had won everyone's admiration. Now that they were evenly matched, the immortals were even more interested in the final outcome. Awesome, truly awesome. Chu Du had many fractures. His robes were dyed in blood, but he laughed loudly. This battle made him very excited. He Lulan gritted her teeth. She was at a disadvantage again. The reason was still battle experience. Every tiny detail of Chu Du's control was superior to He Lulan's. Bit by bit, it affected the entire battle. Hei Lulan tried to salvage the situation, but the more she attacked, the more flaws she had, giving Chu Du more opportunities to take advantage of. He was clearly hit by my 70% expend strength killer move. How can he still have so much stamina? Chu Du did not look tired. Hei Lulan was surprised. Chu Du had immense strength. Hei Lulan was already using all her strength, but she could not take down Chu Du right now. She could only hope that 70% expend strength killer move could tire Chu Du out. However, more than 10 rounds passed again. Before Chu Du got tired, Hei Lulan was already at a disadvantage. She was in imminent danger. Hei Lulan gritted her teeth. She was not willing to lose. In this situation, she could only take a risk. At the next moment, the dark capital strength Biao roared loudly, pouncing towards Hei Lulan. Hei Lulan advanced instead of retreating, fusing into the dark capital strength Biao's body in the air. With a burst of black light, the dark capital strength Biao's huge body shrunk rapidly, turning into a half-beast half-human form. Sticking to the surface of Hei Lulan's armor, it was like smoke and also like an illusion. This was a higher-level usage of totem killer moves. Gu immortals and totems were closely connected. Their battle strength rose sharply. Chu Du, go down! Hei Lulan shouted, flapping her tiger wings. She instantly appeared in front of Chu Du. Chu Du raised his arms. Hei Lulan's iron fists landed on his arms. A huge force erupted like thunder. The surrounding air exploded. Chu Du was sent flying uncontrollably. Chu Du stomped on the ground, creating a deep trench. While he was still flying, Hei Lulan suddenly appeared above Chu Du. Boom! With another heavy attack, Hei Lulan sent Chu Du crashing into the ground. Boom, boom, boom! Hei Lulan floated in the air. Her fists rained down like a storm. The ground shook, smoke billowed. The terrifying strength made many Gu immortals turn pale. Lord Chu Du! Father! Chu tribe's Gu immortals shouted. They were extremely worried. Hei Lulan's state was too powerful. She had a dominating stance. Chu Du could not retaliate at all. Enough, stop, Black Moon. Chu Du's voice came from the deep pit. He spoke with difficulty. Hei Lulan ignored him. Her fists rained down like a tide. Is Chu Du admitting defeat? Wu Guang said excitedly. Something is wrong. Master's condition is not good. Chen Cheng's expression changed. With this reminder, everyone realized that Hei Lulan's gaze was like a wild beast. She had already lost her rationality. She was only using her killing instincts to control her killer moves. Chu tribe's Gu immortals were all overjoyed. There is still hope. Great. As long as First Supreme Elder survives this, we can win. This killer move is too powerful. Fairy Black Moon's killer move failed. She might suffer a backlash and lose her life. But right at this moment a figure pounced out. It was Chu Du. But Chu Du's following action was out of everyone's expectations. He actually endured the violent attacks and got close to Hei Lulan without caring about his life, eventually placing his hand on Hei Lulan's shoulder. A vibration force was emitted. Hei Lulan and the dark capital strength Biao were separated. Hei Lulan regained her rationality. Her pupils shrunk. She was shocked to find that her left fist had pierced through Chu Du's right chest. And Chu Du had used a method to save her, preventing her from suffering the terrifying backlash of the killer move. Why? At once, Hei Lulan fell into deep confusion. But right at this moment, the dark capital strength Biao's ferocity did not decrease. It appeared behind Chu Du again and bit down. Stop! Hei Lulan shouted in her mind. Her thoughts erupted as she tried to stop the dark capital strength Biao. In this situation, Chu Du would definitely pay the price of his life after being attacked like this. But the dark capital strength Biao was not under Hei Lulan's control. It was extremely ferocious. Right when Hei Lulan thought that Chu Du was going to die, a surging aura burst out of Chu Du's body. The killer move arrived and sent the dark capital strength Biao flying. The immortals were shocked. Rank 8 cultivation level? Chu Du became a rank 8 Gu immortal? Our first Supreme Elder is rank 8? When did he advance? Hei Lulan stared with wide-opened eyes, staring at Chu Du. Why? Saying so, she retracted her left hand from Chu Du's chest and placed it on Chu Du's shoulder. A killer move was activated by He Lulan. But it was not an offensive killer move, it was a healing killer move. Chu Du's expression was pale, he accepted her goodwill and smiled at her. Ever since you went around challenging people, I have been paying attention to you, Fairy Black Moon. Do you know? Even if you did not challenge me, I wanted to fight with you. A fair fight. Because Strength Path has been lonely for too long. I'm really happy that you're here. Continue walking down this path, Black Moon. Revive Strength Path, let it shine again. Chu Du spoke his thoughts. Looking at his shining eyes, He Lulan was speechless. The dark capital Strength Biao was forced back by Chu Du. It flew back again. But now, He Lulan had regained control of it. The dark capital Strength Biao was heavily damaged. It returned to He Lulan's body. He Lulan looked at Chu Du deeply before leaving. Before she left, she said, Chu Du, you've won this battle. This battle shook the entire Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Even though Chu Du won, the result was out of everyone's expectations. Chu Du displayed rank 8 cultivation level. He became a higher up among Gu immortals. Be it him or Chu tribe, their reputation soared. And during the intense battle, Chu Du first sealed his cultivation level, fighting with Fairy Black Moon as a rank 7. Finally, Chu Du disregarded his own safety and saved Fairy Black Moon. All these factors made the neutral Gu immortals have a good impression of him. Even In Wu Kei, Chun Chung, Wu Guang, and others who supported Fairy Black Moon felt admiration for him. After returning to Chu tribe, a foster son suggested holding a celebration banquet, inviting all the immortals to use this battle to raise Chu tribe's reputation. But Chu Du rejected it. Chu Du dealt with this battle in a very low-profile manner. However, his advancement to rank 8 Gu immortal still created a huge impact on the current situation in Northern Plains. A few days later, Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced a shocking piece of news. At almost the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal revived, while Guyue and Feng Yuan became Refinement Path Demon Venerables. The world was in an uproar. The immortals were shocked. P.S. In the last 2 to 3 days, 6 book friends have become the alliance leaders of this book. During the new year, I would like to thank everyone for their support. Thank you One Sword One Painting, Moon Ancient $, Emo Shadow Moon Desolate Year. And especially thank you Wooden and Rock for your Silver Alliance. Over the next 2 months, Daoist Gu's management group will hold Abe Daoist Gu book group activity. Everyone is welcome to participate. Please refer to the following chapter for details. Daoist Gu was an enchanting book, not only because of the charming main characters, Guyue and Feng Yuan, but also because of the other characters that left a deep impression on the reader. It could be said that Daoist Gu was not just a biography of Feng Yuan's life. It was also a grand stage where countless characters would go on stage to display their talents. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan Wu Yong Wu Shui Pengde Lady White Rabbit, Li Xiaobai Zhan Budu, Empress Wu Ji, Taironan, Shang Xan Ci, Yang San Mu Lu Wei Yin Yifan, Hong Yi, Han Li Duke Long, Qin Dingling Fairy Myrtle Chewei, Guyue Fangzheng, Yuan Qiong Du, Thunder Ghost True Monarch, Chini Li Huang, Flesh Whip Immortal Golden Hooped Immortal Feng Jioga, Fairy Bai Qing Feng Kim Hong, Zhao Linyan, Wang Xiao Air Song Zi Xing, Bo Qing, Ruan Dan Di Zongxing Shabi 95, Mao Li Qiu Qing Chou, Bing Sai Chuan, Chu Du Dongfang Naganori, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Ma Hong Yin Old Ancestor Shui Hu, Zishan Makoto, Qin Bai Sheng, Nie Kuang Feng, Butian Kong, 3 Crazed Demon Eccentrics, Shen Shang, Song Yi Shi Xia Hanemo, Zui Xian Weng, Miao Ming Shen, Shi Clan's first Supreme Elder Fong Gong Fong Di Chong, Thousand Transformations Ancestor, Long Hair Ancestor, Old Eccentric Tian Nan, Old Immortal Kong Ju, Little Fox Immortal Land Spirit, the Land Spirit of Langia, 10 Venerables Primordial Origin, Star Constellation Limitless Reckless Savage, Red Lotus Genesis Lotus, Thieving Heaven Giant Sun, Spectral Soul Paradise Earth Great Dream Renzu of Myth City, Verdant Great Sun, Guyue Desolate Een, Northern Dark Ice Soul, Boundless Forest Samsara, Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance, Myriad Gold Wondrous Essence, Great Strength True Martial, Carefree Wisdom Heart, and others. Among these characters, there were pure humans, variant humans, sinister heroes, kind-hearted young ladies, mortals and goo-immortals, losers and victors. There were mysterious legends, as well as heroes with great achievements. They cultivated all kinds of paths, and had all kinds of goo-worms. They had their own stories, their own pains, their own misfortunes, their own glory, and their own unique fortuitous encounters. They also had their own ambitions. Some were selfish, some were thinking for their race, some even transcended their race and loved the world. Among these characters, there would definitely be some that would make you laugh heartily, or move you to tears, or even hate them. Towards them, you might have a few words to say, then come and participate in this book friend character selection event. The book's character column currently only had the main character Feng Yuan. It was empty. Who could accompany the main character Feng Yuan and become this book's iconic character? Participating in the event. Below the Goo Immortal Character Selection Event post. In Chidian Point's book review section. 1. Write down the name of the character you want to recommend. 2. Upload your closest image. Uploading will give you bonus points, can also be skipped. 3. Describe the character's most outstanding moment. Can paste the original text. 4. Express your own opinion towards the character. Bonus points if there are self-created poems. Note: 1 character per level, 1 image. Event period: February 3rd to March 31st. Selection rules. First, look at the number of likes on the post. Second, the management team will discuss the selection and get the final result. Event rewards. The first 3 winners will receive 2,000 Chidian coins and 2 character posters, signed by the author. The 4th to 10th winners will receive 1,000 Chidian coins and 1 character poster, signed by the author. During the event period, the officials will open the character column for the most popular characters at fixed times. Note: this building prohibits online posts, check-ins, and irrelevant comments. The final explanation of this event is reserved to the Goo Immortal management team. Feng Yuan returned to Eastern Sea. Under the setting sun, the sea was red. Seabirds chirped and the sea breeze blew. There was still some distance from Eastern Sea's Xia family's headquarters, but it was not far. This place is good. Feng Yuan quickly landed on a small uninhabited island. Several investigative killer moves were used. Feng Yuan knew the entire island like the back of his hand. He did not find any threats or mysteries. Feng Yuan directly threw out the 5 regional limit formation. Soon, 5 colored smoke mixed into one and enveloped the entire island, before spreading out from the sky, sea, and bottom of the sea. If he was still rank 8 and escaped from Crazed Demon Cave, he would definitely choose Eastern Sea Xia family's headquarters, or secretly go to places like Immemorial White Heaven to hide and recuperate. But Feng Yuan had rank 9 cultivation level now. He was a venerable, he could do it openly. If Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, or Giant Sun Immortal chased after him at this time, Feng Yuan would be happy to see that. Feng Yuan slowly closed his eyes. His divine sense surged as he probed into the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. He had accumulated several beads of rank 9 Immortal Essence. Rank 8 Immortal Essence was commonly known as White Lychee Immortal Essence. Rank 9 Immortal Essence was slightly larger. It was like an apricot and was orange in color. This was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence. Feng Yuan was already familiar with the characteristics of rank 9 Immortal Essence. After all, he had obtained some Immortal Essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal and Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. But at this moment his heart was still surging. After all, this was Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence that belonged to him alone. Using Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence, Feng Yuan slowly activated a method. Refinement Path Killer Move, Refine Self. A faint yellow light that was the size of a fist flowed out of Feng Yuan's dantian. Next, the yellow light slowly flowed around Feng Yuan's body. The important thing was the wounds on Feng Yuan's body. There were hundreds of wounds on Feng Yuan's body. Most of them had only been roughly treated before returning. Even now, there were still many wounds bleeding. Specks of starlight or golden light shone on his bones, or his mangled flesh. As the yellow light flowed in, the starlight and golden light dissipated wherever it went. This meant that the Tao marks that star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun, Immortal left on Feng Yuan's body, were all refined by Feng Yuan. But the refinement process was not pleasant. Intense pain constantly assaulted him. Feng Yuan's body trembled slightly, his face was pale, and his forehead was soon filled with cold sweat. Finally, the yellow light stopped on Feng Yuan's severed arm. It lasted for an hour before the faint yellow light dissipated. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, slowly relaxing. After a while, he immediately activated Man as Before Compound Killer move. At the next moment, his injuries were all healed. His severed arm was also completely healed. But when Feng Yuan touched his new hand, he still felt a little weak and powerless. But this already made him very satisfied. Feng Yuan's injuries were severe. Star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were not much better off. Feng Yuan was almost certain that their healing efficiency was lower than his. Because Feng Yuan had the killer move Refined Self, this killer move could rapidly refine the Tao marks on the Gu cultivator's body and turn them into his own. The root of this method was Feng Yuan's former killer move Self-Cleansing. Feng Yuan had used this to refine the Tao marks left behind by the killer move Flying Star in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, directly breaking star constellation Immortal Venerable's Flying Star combo. His body's injuries were healed. His soul was also at peak condition. Feng Yuan started to deal with the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was first hit by Giant Sun Immortal's killer move, triggering calamities and tribulations. Almost at the same time, under Feng Yuan's secret manipulation, it broke through the Heavenly Tao's seal and faced the Chaos Calamity. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture suffered huge losses. Its foundation fell sharply. Compared to before in Crazed Demon Cave, it only had 20% of its foundation left. It was simply a scene of devastation. It was too horrible to look at. However, before the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, I had already predicted this situation and made preparations. Feng Yuan gathered his focus. His thoughts surged as he activated the compound Immortal Killer move, Landscape as Before. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's middle-aged year essence pool, as well as the year essence pools scattered all over the place, were completely opened. The accumulated water of the River of Time formed a vast phantom river under the effect of Landscape as Before. It quickly swept through the entire Mini-5 regions and spread to the Mini-9 heavens. The phantom river of the River of Time quickly dissipated, but what was left behind were many restored resource points, mountains and rivers. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals saw this and cheered. Their morale greatly boosted. Feng Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. Back then, when he created the year essence pools and created the time path regions, he had already planned to cooperate with Landscape as Before. After using this method, the water of the River of Time in the year essence pool almost dried up. Many of the time path regions existed only in name. The difference between the Sovereign Immortal Aperture and the outside world's time flow was greatly reduced. It would take some time for the year essence pool to accumulate enough water of the River of Time to raise the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's time flow. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation thus recovered by 40%. This way, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture only lost 40% of its foundation, greatly reducing the time, effort, and resources that Feng Yuan needed to rebuild it. 40% of the losses were caused by the Chaos Calamity. Landscape as Before could not be used. Gu Immortals who died in the Chaos Calamity could not be revived through human sea. There were many other losses as well. The Immortal Essence loss was huge. The once vast amount of rank 8 Immortal Essence reserves was now only 10% left. It had already fallen below the danger level and was in a very dangerous situation. This was one of the main reasons why Feng Yuan stopped and did not continue to make things difficult for Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The good news was that Feng Yuan was now a Venerable. The rank 9 Yellow Apricot Immortal Essence he produced was far more durable than White Lychee Immortal Essence. The bad news was that the rank 8 Immortal Gu Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus, which had helped Feng Yuan Immortal Essence reserves greatly, could not provide much help to Feng Yuan anymore. At the same time, The sovereign immortal aperture's flow of time was close to the outside world. Fang Yuan's immortal essence reserves were not as efficient. And in the near future, Fang Yuan needed to rest, manage his immortal aperture, and refine the natural Tao marks of the outside world. He needed a lot of immortal essence. I lack a lot of immortal essence, and immortal Yuan stone is already of little help to me. If I disregard everything and prioritize increasing the sovereign immortal aperture's flow of time, it will not be appropriate. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Venerables faced a grand tribulation every 10 years, a myriad tribulation every 50 years, and a chaos calamity every 100 years. Grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, unless they were dream path or pill path, they did not pose much of a threat to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was wary of the chaos calamity that occurred every 100 years. Although he had already passed a chaos calamity in Crazed Demon Cave, that was only the heavenly Tao's seal. The scale of the chaos calamity was far smaller than the chaos calamity that occurred every 100 years. If the sovereign immortal aperture's flow of time increased too quickly, Fang Yuan would quickly attract a chaos calamity. If he did not handle it well, he would be heavily injured or even on the verge of death, giving other venerables a chance. Replenishing immortal essence was a problem. Other than this loss, Fang Yuan also lost a large number of immortal goo. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, after goo immortals died, Fang Yuan did not retrieve their immortal goo or immortal apertures. Moreover, the 7 immortal goo houses that Fang Yuan took out, including Rising Cloud City, were all lost in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. Fang Yuan's loss of immortal goo this time was so great that other than Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven, no other superforce could bear it. Fortunately, during the later stages of Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan consciously reduced his losses. For example, when Zhan Buddha died, his remaining will sent many precious transformation path immortal goo into jewel yellow skies. Other than immortal essence and immortal goo, many goo immortals also died. Steel Rush Warrior, Frost Butterfly Eternal, Xiaohe Jian, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch, and even Fang Yuan's clone, Zhan Budu, and others all died in the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. A portion of them also died in the sovereign immortal aperture to resist the calamities and tribulations. Most of them revived through human sea, and needed to cultivate to become immortals again. A portion of them could not be revived. Among these people, there was a rank 8 goo immortal, the last generation combat beast king. His death made Fang Yuan feel a trace of regret. This old man had worked hard, and made great contributions. He was a great help to the sovereign immortal aperture. Unfortunately, he was burned to death by the black fire. Fang Yuan could not revive him. Other than these material losses, Fang Yuan also had a large number of hidden losses. The most important thing was that he exposed many killer moves. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan had no choice but to expose a large number of compound killer moves and trump cards. For example, Refined Self, Totem, and so on. As time passed, these killer moves could not be used anymore. They needed to be modified. If he fought against other venerables in the future, and used the same killer moves, Fang Yuan would face a huge risk. Compared to these losses, Fang Yuan gained even more. In the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained a lot. He was the undisputed #1 winner. Firstly, Fang Yuan plundered the first 7 layers, and obtained a large number of Chaos Tao Mark immortal materials. In the 8th layer of Crazed Demon Cave, he used Thieves' Den, and obtained a large number of rank 9 immortal materials. These rank 9 immortal materials were enough for him to attempt the refinement of rank 9 immortal goo. The second item was Primordial Domain. Fang Yuan's Primordial Domain was similar to Giant Sun Immortals. It was slightly inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerables. Primordial Domain had huge value, especially to Fang Yuan. The third item was Paradise Earth's Northern Plains True Inheritance, as well as his Heaven Path cultivation results. It included how to digest truthful floating ice, and raise his Heaven Path cultivation. The fourth item was Information. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan gained a detailed understanding of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal, celestial court, and longevity heaven. He was no longer as confused as before. Star constellation immortal venerable and giant sun immortals methods. Their combat systems. Celestial court's door of life and death immortal graveyard. White cloud city crushing seemingly not painting path formation. Ruandan's pill path. Longevity heaven's 8 extreme formation. Calamity luck alters luck changing golden light path. And so on. The 5th item was also Feng Yuan's greatest gain. His cultivation level rose, he became a venerable. This was a qualitative change at the peak. From now on, he had turned from a chess piece into a chess player. He could openly set up the world and rule over the 5 regions. The history of humanity, and the history of variant humans had to record his name. At this point, he stood shoulder to shoulder with the previous 10 sages. He was like the sun, shining for all eternity. No matter how heroic the other Gu immortals were, they were all stars in the sky. Guyue Feng Yuan, the 11th venerable in the Gu cultivation world. A demonic cultivator, who became venerable through refinement path. According to the title promoted by Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven. Heaven refining demon venerable. P.S. Summarizing the past, looking forward to the future. I wish the readers all the best. In the coming new year, you will be like Feng Yuan, walking towards a happy life with a brand new appearance. Eastern Sea. Shin Clan's headquarters, Myriad Sparrow Island. An elderly Gu immortal stood in front of a stone door, waiting silently. The elderly Gu immortal emitted rank 8 aura. He had a high status. He was Shin Clan's current first supreme elder. Shin Songsheng. Rumble. The stone door of the closed secret room slowly opened. 2 Gu immortals walked out. The one in front wore a gray robe. His long black and white hair draped over his shoulders. It was Shin Shang. He cultivated human path. His infiltration in Divine Emperor City was a fortuitous encounter. After breaking out of Divine Emperor City, the black fire injuries in his immortal aperture had completely healed. His battle strength had risen. He had absolute pseudo-venerable battle strength now. After Shen Shang stepped out of the stone door, he stopped at the side and smiled at the Gu immortal behind him. Dao friend Lu, please. This Gu immortal wore simple linen clothes. He had a strong body like a bear. He wore a bamboo hat. Half of his face was pale and weak. It was Lu Wei-yin, who had come out of Crazed Demon Cave alive. Lu Wei-yin cupped his hands slightly. Senior Shun's human path methods are extraordinary. My injuries have already healed by 30%. I can only repay this favor in the future. Shin Shang laughed heartily. Dao friend Lu, there is no need to thank me. There is no need to call me senior. In Crazed Demon Cave, you and I fought side by side. We worked closely together. With such camaraderie, we can talk as equals. Shin Songsheng smiled. Sirs, the banquet is ready, please come in. Before Lu Wei-yin could continue being modest, Shin Shang laughed and grabbed his arm, bringing him into the banquet enthusiastically. The banquet was held outdoors. It was at the top of the red sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island. There were only 3 seats in the pavilion. Shin Shang sat at the main seat. Lu Wei-yin sat at the guest seat, and Shin Songsheng sat at the back. There was no need to talk about the fine wine and delicacies on the stone table. Lu Wei-yin only tasted a little as he gazed into the distance. He saw that the surface of the sea was like a mirror. There were no waves. The setting sun was shining brightly. The clouds were like fire. What a beautiful scene! Lu Wei-yin had just praised. At this time, countless birds chirped on the island. Countless red sandalwood branches shook slightly in the chirping of the birds, creating a beautiful sound. For a time, the sounds of nature mixed together slowly reverberated, spreading far and wide between the vast sea and the sky. Lu Wei-yin could not help but show an expression of indulgence. He closed his eyes to enjoy the scenery. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes and let out a breath of air. I have heard of Eastern Sea's Shin Clan's red sandalwood Myriad Sparrow Island long ago. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. To be able to come out of Crazed Demon Cave alive and see this scene, my heart is at peace. Sigh, it is good to be alive. Lu Wei-yin's strength was already at the peak of rank 8. His defense was even more outstanding among pseudo-venerables. However, The battle in Crazed Demon Cave made him experience the feeling of weakness. Ignoring the difficulties involved, Lu Weiyin had been on the brink of death many times. Thinking of these dangerous situations, Lu Weiyin still felt some lingering fear. Shen Songxing immediately showed a curious expression. He inquired, if not for Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven's announcement, the entire 5 regions would still be in the dark. What happened in Crazed Demon Cave? Not only did Giant Sun Immortal and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable revive, but even Guyue and Fang Yuan became Heaven Refining Demon Venerable? Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven suffered losses. Even though they gained a lot, Fang Yuan was the biggest winner. Thus, they did not give any detailed information about Crazed Demon Cave. Now that the world was shaken, after the shock, the Gu Immortals felt a huge surge of curiosity. Shen Songxing naturally could not avoid it. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang looked at each other. They talked about the battle in Crazed Demon Cave with complex expressions. After Shen Songxing heard this, he was silent for a long time. Limitless Demon Venerable's pursuit, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme, Giant Sun Immortal's strength, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's regret, as well as Guyue and Fang Yuan's forbearance. The scale of this battle was simply too high. Even Demon Immortal Qi Ju, Zhan Budu, Qi Si Ancestor, Lu Weiyin, Shen Shang, and others became foils. The price of this battle was also extremely shocking. Pseudo-venerables like Zhan Budu and Demon Immortal Qi Ju died. Fang Yuan lost close to 50 Gu Immortals. Only half of Longevity Heaven's 8 extremities remained. In Crazed Demon Cave, including Nie Kuangfeng, Bukong, and Duan Hu, countless living beings died. In the end, Limitless Demon Venerable failed in his attempt to attain eternal life. Fang Yuan became the biggest winner. Shen Songxing frowned, asking the 2 immortals, I still have 3 things I do not understand. First, if I were Limitless Demon Venerable, why would I be in such a hurry and take such a risk? With such strength, I could suppress the world. If this Crazed Demon formation did not work, I might as well set up another one. Shen Shang shook his head. Limitless Demon Venerable was determined to pursue the path. After 1,000,000 years of accumulation and planning, how could he be willing to give up without testing it? Lu Weiyin added, back then, he might not have been in that state for long. He seemed to have revived, but he was not a living Gu Immortal. At least after he died, he did not have flesh and blood, nor did his immortal aperture fall. He turned back into truthful floating ice. So that's it. Shen Songxing nodded, asking, second, are we really going to leave Spectral Soul Demon Venerable alone in the void of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer? Lu Weiyin pondered. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was first controlled by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, his emotions surged, and he almost lost his memories. He only vaguely remembered Lord Paradise Earth. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was released from the Door of Life and Death by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, he actually took the initiative to suppress the hole in the world boundary. It was truly out of our expectations. He did not regain his memories and rationality like I had expected. His emotions did not fluctuate. He could be said to be indifferent and emotionless. Furthermore, he treated the hole in the world boundary as his biggest target. He suppressed it with his body, ignoring everything else. His strange state is like a soul beast. Shen Shang said, why did Spectral Soul Demon Venerable become like this? I have already discussed it with Dao Friend Lu, but there was no conclusion. The way I see it, the Venerables probably do not have a definite answer. They are only guesses at most. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained the upper hand and took the final truthful floating ice, while Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was focused on suppressing the hole in the world boundary, the 3 Venerables stopped. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, they were very weak at that time. Since Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was dealing with the hole in the world boundary, it was wise to ignore them for now. Saying so, Shen Shang looked at Lu Weiyin and continued, as for how we will deal with them in the future, and whether Spectral Soul Demon Venerable will regain his rationality, we cannot estimate it. Lu Weiyin nodded, his expression turning grim. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was addicted to killing. He had not regained his rationality. He could only stay in the 9th layer of the void, and could not break out. But if he regained his rationality, the 5 regions and 2 heavens would not be at peace. Shen Songxing finally asked. The third matter is that Feng Yuan's series of schemes to become a venerable have been exposed by star constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. But I still do not understand. Why does Feng Yuan have so many new killer moves? Those endless compound killer moves, those totem killer moves, and most importantly Dang Hun Luo Pasil, as well as the killer moves made from Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Pa Valley, and Reverse Flow River. I do not understand. Forget about other aspects. But Feng Yuan's specialty in wisdom path has always been to prevent others from deducing him. His wisdom goo was also destroyed in the celestial court. How can he have such rich killer moves? Don't tell me, he also has a huge improvement in wisdom path? But isn't this improvement too huge? Forget about Dang Hun Luo Pasil. That killer move that allowed him to leave the door of life and death so easily uses 3 secluded domains of heaven and earth as the core, and seems to have successfully created the road of life. Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang both shook their heads. They did not know. The former sighed. If not for Feng Yuan not being so unpredictable, he might not have become the biggest winner. The latter said, I have many guesses about this. The 3 immortals ate as they talked, discussing these guesses for a while. After they were full, Shen Songxing took out cups and brewed tea for Lu Weiyin and Xin Shang on the spot. Lu Weiyin looked at it for a while and sensed some clues. He asked with great interest, Is this 6 sound tea? Shen Songxing smiled. I am just a small fry. Please allow me to show you my incompetence. Lu Weiyin said with a stern expression. Shen Clan's 6 sound tea is famous in the world. To think that I would have the fortune to taste it today. There is a saying in luck path. Extreme misfortune brings bliss. There is another saying. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune. Haha, I am truly fortunate today. 6 sound tea was a set of 6 small cups of tea. The refinement process, temperature, type of teacup, order of drinking, and drinking method of these 6 small cups of tea were all very detailed. Shen Songxing used rank 8 immortal materials to make the first cup of tea. It was called Autumn Tree Sound. The tea was clear and transparent. It was like the clear sky in autumn, untainted by even a speck of dust. When the tea entered his throat, Lu Weiyin only felt a refreshing sweetness. His mind was clear, without a trace of pollution. It was like he was carefree. He had turned into a bird or a breeze, flying in the autumn sky, forgetting all his worries. Shen Songxing made the second cup of tea. It was called Cloud Flow Sound. This tea had a unique taste. It was soft like cotton wool instead of tea, but it melted the moment it entered his mouth. It turned into cold water that flowed down his throat into his stomach without any obstruction. He made the third cup of tea. It was called River Cry. But Shen Songxing was halfway through when tears flowed down his face. He failed to make the tea. I am ashamed. Shen Songxing quickly apologized while wiping his tears. Lu Weiyin had benefited from Xin Shang's treatment, and was treated so warmly by Xin Clan. He knew that the climax of the show was coming. He asked. Xin Clan's first supreme elder, why are you crying? Shen Songxing then said, Thank you for your concern, fellow Taoist Lu. I am so ashamed that I shed tears. My Xin Clan has been established for over 1,000 years. But to think that in my generation I, Shen Songxing, am useless and incompetent. My Xin Clan is facing destruction. This great red sandalwood myriad Sparrow Island, and the tens of thousands of people in Xin Clan, are going to turn into a dream. Xin Shang heaved a long sigh. Lu Weiyin asked, Friends, are you worried about Feng Yuan? Precisely so. Not long ago, we received news that this demon venerable has returned to Eastern Sea. He is on a mortal island. The 5 restriction profound light chi is covering an area of 10,000 li. I am worried and fearful. The whole of Xin Clan is worried and fearful. Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world is even more worried and fearful. Shen Songxing said this as large amounts of tears flowed down his face. P.S. Thank you to Old Alliance leader Hysterical Elegance for your generous reward. Thank you for your support all this time. Congratulations to Third Langya for becoming the new alliance leader of this book. The Grand Shen clan's first supreme elder was truly crying at this moment. Shen Songxing's fear towards Fang Yuan was a part of it, but more importantly, he had his own plans. The Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven announced it at the same time. This news could not be fake. Fang Yuan had become Heaven Refining Demon Venerable, and Qi Si Ancestor was Fang Yuan's clone. The whole world knew about it. Before this, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had been supporting Qi Si Ancestor. They created the Righteous Qi Alliance to resist the Variant Human Alliance under Fang Yuan. But the leaders of both sides were Fang Yuan. It could be said that the whole of Eastern Sea's Righteous Path super clans were being toyed around by Fang Yuan. After Shen Songxing learned of this, he felt ashamed and angry, but soon, he felt uneasy and fearful. Shen clan was an Eastern Sea superforce. They had a huge foundation and controlled the 7 seas. How could they face Fang Yuan? Previously, when Fang Yuan was still a pseudo-venerable, Eastern Sea's superforces disregarded past grudges and allied together. They even elected Qi Si Ancestor to stabilize the situation. Now that Fang Yuan had become a pseudo-venerable, Shen clan and the other superforces could not run away. Because their roots were in Eastern Sea, they could not migrate. Even if they migrated, where would they go? Firstly, they could not go to southern border and western desert, because they did not have venerables protecting them. If Fang Yuan was unhappy and pursued the matter, they would be finished. Secondly, Central Continent and Northern Plains had venerable leaders who could resist Fang Yuan. But there were many super forces there. How could outsiders like Shen clan have room to develop? They were bullied by Fang Yuan in Eastern Sea. But would they not be oppressed by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal in Central Continent and Northern Plains? The 5 regions' chaotic war was inevitable. If Shen clan sided with other venerables, when the chaotic war erupted, they would be used as cannon fodder. Thus, Shen Songxing gathered the clan's elite Gu immortals and discussed for a long time. They felt that surrendering to Fang Yuan now was the best choice. Even though it was shameful, Fang Yuan was a demon venerable after all. Anyone would understand. After Shen Songxing made up his mind to join Fang Yuan, he thought further. Since they were going to join him, Shen clan would definitely benefit more if they were the first to do so. If Shen clan took the initiative to join forces with a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin, while also encouraging other Eastern Sea Righteous Path members to join Fang Yuan, they would definitely leave a good impression on Fang Yuan. Shen Songxing secretly reported this plan to Shen Shang. Shen Shang thought about it for a long time and felt that it was feasible. It was best to convince Lu Weiyin first. Shen Shang felt that there was a high chance of convincing Lu Weiyin. Even though he had not met Lu Weiyin many times, they had a deep relationship. Shen Shang had received pointers from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, while Lu Weiyin was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's true inheritor in southern border. According to the relationship between Central Continent sects, the two could be considered fellow disciples. Furthermore, during the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang had fought side by side without any conflicts. This time, after returning, Shen Shang used human path methods to heal Lu Weiyin. If Lu Weiyin used earth path methods alone, it would take a long time. At once Shen Songxing cried, while Shen Shang drank tea at the side, waiting for Lu Weiyin's reaction. Lu Weiyin sighed internally. He knew that Shen Shang and Fang Yuan had an unclear relationship. During the Fate War, they had worked together to resist Celestial Court. During the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, Shen Shang left Divine Emperor City and fought against Celestial Court because of Fang Yuan's words. What about Lu Weiyin? Where should they go from here? Lu Weiyin had considered this question for a long time already. After the battle in Crazed Demon Cave, the world was turned upside down again. The 3 venerables were in a stalemate, and there was the possibility of other venerables reviving. Everything needed to be reconsidered. Lu Weiyin, who had pseudo-venerable battle strength, was clear of his position. Fighting against venerables was courting death. But under certain circumstances, pseudo-venerables could still influence the outcome of venerables. Just look at the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal were in a stalemate, they recruited Feng Yuan and the other pseudo-venerables one after another. These people were the best chips that could tilt the scales of victory. In Crazed Demon Cave, even when the three venerables stopped fighting, Feng Yuan and the rest did not deal with Lu Weiyin and the rest. Other than the three venerables being in bad states and being wary of each other, they could not take the risk. If they could not kill these pseudo-venerables, they would be forced to join other venerables instead. Thus, Lu Weiyin and the rest returned safely. Lu Weiyin pondered. If Lord Paradise Earth was still alive, I would definitely follow Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. The reason why I helped Feng Yuan ambush Spectral Soul during the pursuit battle was because I wanted to use Feng Yuan's strength to revive Lord Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. But now Lord Paradise Earth was actually killed by Feng Yuan. Lu Weiyin gritted his teeth, showing an indignant expression. If Paradise Earth was killed by Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, Lu Weiyin would feel better. But the truth was that Feng Yuan killed Paradise Earth. And Feng Yuan was able to escape from Spectral Soul mostly because of Lu Weiyin's desperate ambush. Shen Shang observed his expression. He knew that Lu Weiyin could not calm down. He could understand Lu Weiyin's conflicted emotions. Shen Shang did not speak. He had also received Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's favor. It was not appropriate for him to speak now. Shen Songxing did not have such misgivings, he advised. In my opinion, Lord Lu Weiyin, there is no need to be too conflicted. Back then, you took the initiative to help Feng Yuan because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's final instructions. After pausing for a while, Shen Songxing continued. Furthermore, even though Feng Yuan took Lord Paradise Earth's life, that was the final attack. But that was only the final attack. The main culprits were Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Lu Weiyin sighed deeply to the sky. He had to nod and sigh. That makes sense. He smiled bitterly. The situation changed, the world changed without Lord Paradise Earth. I am just a floating duckweed. Even though Mushroom Man blessed land still exists, the Mushroom Men have already entered the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. They are all Feng Yuan's hostages now. I am in a dilemma. I cannot calm my emotions. Shen Shang, we have a deep friendship in battle. I wonder what you think. Can you teach me? I am all ears. Shen Shang coughed twice. I won't hide it from you. I am likely going to join Lord Heaven Refining Demon Venerable. The truth is, back when we were in the Blue Dragon Whale, we had an agreement with Lord Feng Yuan. Later, we worked together and went through the Fate War, as well as the battle in Crazed Demon Cave. After working together several times, Lord Feng Yuan has not mistreated my Shin clan. Of course, to say that Feng Yuan is trustworthy, that is pure nonsense. He is a demon venerable after all. But Shen clan's foundation is still here. If we move now, the future is uncertain. After thinking about it, I can only do this. Gu immortals could not cultivate without resources. Shen clan had a huge foundation and many Gu immortals. They needed a huge amount of resources to sustain their cultivation and nurture new Gu immortal seeds at the same time. Of course, every Gu immortal had their own immortal aperture. But it was hard to be self-sufficient with just the resources in the immortal aperture. If that could be done, Jewel Yellow Skies would not be so prosperous. The sovereign immortal aperture could be self-sufficient, but it was unique. Even though it could be refined again, it involved many immortal materials. The 10 extreme physiques needed to be prepared. And the Gu refinement process also required tribulations. The investment and risk were too high. After hearing Shen Shang's words, Lu Weiyin had a heavy expression. He nodded slowly. Brother Shen has helped me a lot. Since you have decided, I will follow you this time. Shen Shang and Shen Songxing looked at each other. They muttered internally, old fox. Lu Weiyin said this because he wanted to use his decision to repay Shen Shang's favor of healing him. As expected, a pseudo-venerable like Lu Weiyin was a genius among geniuses. He could not be deceived under normal circumstances. Shen Shang coughed. It is for the best that you have made this decision. In the future, We will be able to look after each other. Shen Songsheng quickly went along with it. He suggested using Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin's names, with Shen Clan as the leader, to contact the other Eastern Sea superforces and join Fang Yuan. Lu Weiyin had already expected this. He nodded and agreed on the spot. Shen Songsheng made the 6-sound tea again. After tasting the tea, Shen Shang brought the satisfied Lu Weiyin back to the stone room to heal their injuries. Lu Weiyin and Shen Shang's injuries were quite severe. A single treatment was definitely not going to be enough. Even if Shen Shang used human path methods to remove the venerable Dao marks in their injuries, he would need to spend some time. On the morning of the next day, Shen Songsheng set off and visited the other superforces. His contact work was going smoothly. Originally, these superforces were all based in Eastern Sea, but the superforces heard that Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin were joining Fang Yuan. Demon Immortal Qi Ju had already died in Crazy Demon Cave. There were only 3 pseudo-venerable battle strength left in the world. Among these 3, Shen Shang and Lu Weiyin were joining Fang Yuan, while the remaining Qi Si ancestor was the Righteous Qi Alliance's alliance leader, Fang Yuan's Qi Path clone. This was too powerful of an example. Eastern Sea's other super forces followed suit. Of course, not everyone wanted to join Fang Yuan. Xia Xian, Xia Jia, and the other Gu immortals had already decided to leave Eastern Sea and defect to the Righteous Qi Alliance the moment Celestial Court and Longevity Heaven made the announcement. These Xia clan Gu immortals were quite pitiful. Their foundation was first devoured by the variant human alliance. Then they joined Qi Si ancestor and wanted to recover their lost territory. However, Qi Si ancestor and Fang Yuan put on a show. They killed Xia Ruiji and the other important Xia clan Gu immortals. This demon Fang Yuan killed my clansmen and devoured my foundation. This enmity is irreconcilable. Eastern Sea, I will come back one day. Let's go, otherwise Zui Xianwang will come to patrol us. Hee, don't worry. For today's escape, I specially found a rare wine for Zui Xianwang. With his nature, he would be dead drunk by now. Xia clan's Gu immortals conversed while flying close to the sea, secretly leaving Eastern Sea and entering Central Continent. Zui Xianwang watched them from afar until they could no longer be seen. This old Gu immortal sighed deeply. He had a worried expression. He was already regretting agreeing to Qin Dingling's request. Right now, he was an inner member of Celestial Court, hiding in the Righteous Qi Alliance. Celestial Court had secretly instructed him a day ago to let these Xia clan Gu immortals go. I did it this time. The mission was easy, but what about next time? Zui Xianwang thought of Fang Yuan's venerable cultivation level. All the wine lost its taste. Chapter 22-29. News of the first heavily injured Gu immortal on the verge of death arrived. The Warbeast King's heart tightened. So fast, his heart felt even heavier. The more Gu immortals died, the lower the sovereign immortal aperture's resistance. If it reached a certain limit, it would cause an avalanche that could not be controlled. The combat beast king gritted his teeth. Send the message, Xiao Heitian doesn't need to rescue him. All desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts, and even immemorial desolate beasts are to give up on rescuing him. First, he would do his best to ensure the safety of all the major cities. Next, he would secure the important resources. What results did the Wisdom Path Gu immortals deduce? Star Collection City naturally had Wisdom Path Gu immortals. I have not deduced half of it yet. After all, there are too many calamities and tribulations. A Wisdom Path Gu immortal said while sweating profusely. Show me the results first. The last generation Warbeast King almost stomped his feet. The results were quickly obtained. The Combat Beast King immediately made his choice in Star Collection City, mobilized all the Gu immortals. Oh! Wu Shuai was the first to receive this order. A strange expression appeared on his face, and then he slowly retreated. In a short period of time, while he was fighting against the flame monsters, the extreme marsh flowery mist swamp had been completely destroyed. More than half of the flame monsters remained. There were too many of them. Even with Wu Shuai's full strength, he could only eradicate a small portion of them. Now that the target of these flame monsters had been destroyed, they focused all their hostility on Wuxia. Seeing Wuxia retreat, how could the flame monsters spare him? They all chased after him. Wuxia led the way, and met another Gu immortal along the way. This Gu immortal also had a Qi monster army behind him. The two Gu immortals met at the center, while the flame monsters and Qi monsters fought against each other. It really works. These calamities and tribulations weren't formed naturally. They were caused by my main body being struck by Giant Sun Immortal's killer move. Because it's just a change in luck. Without Providence's unified command, it's like an army of billions without a marshal to lead them. We can use calamities to deal with calamities. Wuxia was delighted. This was the deduction result of the Wisdom Path Gu Immortals. Some Gu Immortals collected the acid rain. Some Gu Immortals directed the flowing heavenly river into the desert. With this, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's situation finally eased. We've stabilized our footing. The last generation Warbeast King let out a breath of turbid air. In just a short time, his head was already drenched in sweat. The calamity was too fierce. If they reacted any slower, they would probably collapse. Thankfully, they fought against the calamities and tribulations. The Gu Immortals managed to stabilize themselves. However, this was far from enough. Calamities and tribulations were still happening everywhere, and only a small portion of them were able to consume each other. The entire Sovereign Immortal Aperture was still being destroyed by the calamities and tribulations. With every breath of time, the losses were increasing. Supreme Marshflower Mist. The tribulation clouds in the sky have completely dissipated. More than half of the tribulation clouds above the Needle Forest snowfield have dissipated. The dark blue graphite mine has been completely destroyed. The tribulation cloud has been defeated. Something's wrong. Something abnormal has happened. Report. There are more than 20 tribulation clouds in different parts of the small 5 regions. This is the earth-shaking heavenly tribulation. The Beast King of the last generation had just heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the bad news. Oh no! His face turned pale. Combining the information he had received, he had a map of the 5 minor regions in his mind. At this moment, the earth-shaking heavenly light tribulation had appeared in all the key locations. Bam bam bam. Yellow pillars of light shot out from the tribulation clouds. The pillars of light hit the ground and penetrated deep underground. The tribulation clouds surged as a large number of tribulation clouds entered the yellow pillars of light. The pillars of light suddenly lit up. This light flew down and went underground along the pillars of light. Boom! With a loud sound, the ground shook intensely. Boom! 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 The earth-shaking pillars of light in different parts of the 5 minor regions continued to attack. The ground shook even more intensely. The terrifying shockwaves continued to spread. Everywhere they went, the ground shook. Mountains crumbled, rivers changed their course, and the sea roared. Giant Sun Immortal's method is Luck Path. It targets the Immortal Aperture's resources. Now that these resource points are either destroyed or suffering heavy losses, the Earth Vein stands out. Thus, there are so many earth-shaking heavenly light tribulations. They are surrounding all the Earth Vein nodes, trying to get rid of them. Wuxia's expression was cold. Even though the calamities and tribulations caused by Giant Sun Immortal were not controlled by Providence, at the end, there would be such changes. It was equivalent to making up for the lack of commanders. However, do you think the Earth Vein that we painstakingly built will be destroyed so easily? Wuxia sneered, activating the formation. The Earth Vein formation activated. A grand aura spread rapidly. The earth-shaking tremors that were wreaking havoc underground were suppressed. Next, Star Collection City sent Gu Immortals to various locations and started attacking the earth-shaking heavenly light pillars. The giant heavenly light pillars broke one after another. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's Gu Immortals worked together and got through the current crisis. The tribulation clouds changed again, this time forming a beast calamity in various places. One after another, primordial desolate beast level golden steel earth rats attacked the various nodes of the Earth Vein from all directions. 7 to 8 Earth Vein nodes were destroyed before these golden steel earth rats were exterminated. The remaining few were enslaved by Wuxia. The tribulation clouds changed again. They still targeted the earth vein. The immortals defended the earth vein with all their strength, working closely together. Even though the earth vein nodes continued to decrease, the situation was gradually turning for the better. Even though the calamities and tribulations were still ever-changing, their target was still the earth vein. This was a controllable factor. It gave the immortals a lot of convenience. There were more than 10 calamities and tribulations that targeted the earth vein. After the immortals defended against them, most of the tribulation clouds that covered the entire sovereign immortal aperture had already dissipated. However, just when the immortals thought they were about to pass, an aura that made all the living beings in the sovereign immortal aperture feel fear suddenly appeared. At first, this aura was very small, but soon, the aura grew stronger at the deepest part of the tribulation clouds. Under the immortals' shocked and fearful gazes, a fire burned deep within the tribulation clouds. Black fire. The moment the black fire appeared, it burned the remaining stubborn tribulation clouds into nothingness. The black fire grew rapidly. Lumps of black fire fell down continuously. Wherever it went, be it the ground or the sky, everything was burned into nothingness. The immortals drew in a breath of cold air. The black fire was so terrifying. It was like the nemesis of all existences, the natural enemy. Isn't this the black fire from the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven? It actually appeared here. Giant Sun Immortal has such a good method. Wu Shuai's heart jumped. Even an existence like him felt extreme threat from the black fire. There was nothing to say. The immortals quickly defended against the black fire. But none of their methods were effective. Even when Fairy Meow-een and Lady White Rabbit used their full strength, they could only destroy the surface of the black fire. Moreover, once the black fire was damaged to a certain extent, it would transform into black water or black lightning. Many Gu immortals were caught off guard and killed by the black calamity. At the crucial moment, He Chun Xiu made his move. Don't panic. My main body also expected this situation. He instructed me to deal with it. He Chun Xiu said as he activated the Human Path Formation. The Human Path Formation had the Thousand Wish Tree, as well as the secluded domain of heaven and earth, human sea. Bam bam bam. Lumps of white light slowly flew out of the formation. These lumps of light were huge. They flew to all parts of the mini-5 regions. Wherever there was a black fire, the white light would pounce on it. The black fire quickly dissipated, changing forms during this period. But no matter what type it was, it continued to dissipate within the white light. The white light's effect was very good, but the black fire continued to collide and expand. If this continues, it will be bad. Even though human path killer moves are effective, they cannot match the growth of the black fire. What should we do? The immortals panicked. Oh no! Black fire has appeared on Dang Hun Mountain in Luo Pa Valley. The earth vein formation is also being burned by the black fire. The situation was rapidly worsening. He Chun Xiu, Wu Shuai, and the rest had a change of expression. The situation was going out of control. Fang Yuan's human path formation was also not working. What to do? The defending Gu immortals were already doing their best, but there was nothing they could do. They could only rely on Fang Yuan's main body. Fang Yuan's main body continued to dodge. He was bathed in blood now. His hair was disheveled. One of his arms was severed. He was in a terrible state. Against the two venerables, he had no chance to counterattack and regain the initiative. 5 restriction profound light chi was forced to stop. One word could be used to describe Fang Yuan's current state. He was barely alive. Giant Sun Immortal's methods were truly powerful. He was taking drastic measures. The defending Gu immortals in the sovereign immortal aperture could do nothing. They could only hope for Fang Yuan's main body to take action. But Fang Yuan could not find such an opportunity. The two venerables worked together like a torrential storm. He could barely breathe. I need to get rid of the black fire. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. If he ignored the black fire, his sovereign immortal aperture would be finished. Immortal killer move, Hu elevation. Suddenly, a chi path killer move arrived, temporarily blocking a venerable. This was the Qi Si clone's attack. He had finally broken free from the restriction. Here I come. Jean Budu shouted. Without the responsibility of protecting Qi Si, he was freed. He charged forward and arrived in front of Giant Sun Immortal. Fang Yuan's main body took the chance to retreat. Immortal Killer Move Mortal Flame Smoke. He activated his method to first save the human path formation. Next, he cooperated with the human path formation to attack the scattered black fire. Lumps of burning white fire intertwined with the black fire, tearing at it. The main body's attack was truly extraordinary. The black fire's growth was immediately stopped. However, Jean Budu and Qi Si Ancestor were both repelled. Paradise Earth's ally. Fang Yuan retreated rapidly, flying towards Paradise Earth. Paradise Earth breathed in deeply, using the killer move Heavenly Web again. With his help, Fang Yuan had a chance to breathe again. When the two venerables broke the Heavenly Web, Jean Budu and Qi Si Ancestor came to reinforce again. Up until now, the two venerables had not taken Fang Yuan's life. They were frowning. The crazed demon formation became fewer and fewer. The venerables started to let loose. Their attacks became more terrifying. Fang Yuan could only escape in a sorry state. Immortal Gu House Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress. Fang Yuan hid inside the Immortal Gu House, activating a killer move. This move used ability Gu as the core. It could absorb the power of the black fire. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's stalemate finally turned for the better. Peaceful Soil Heavy Mountain Fortress held on for a while for Fang Yuan, before it was destroyed by the two venerables. Die. After fighting for a while, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly used a ruthless killer move. Protect me. Fang Yuan could not dodge in time, he shouted in shock. At the crucial moment, Jean Budu flew over and used his body to block the killer move. Boom. With a loud sound, Jean Budu was torn to pieces. He died on the spot. Chapter 2230. Fang Yuan's eyelids twitched. The other pseudo-venerable's heart sank. In contrast, the morale of the Celestial Court's immortals rose greatly. Fang Yuan lost his main clone, Jean Budu. His immortal aperture was rapidly absorbed by the crazed demon formation. But fortunately, all the immortal Gu were sent to jewel yellow skies in time under the control of Jean Budu's will. But the black fire was still rampaging in the sovereign immortal aperture. Giant Sun Immortal attacked again. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only command the Qi Si clone to block the attack. The Qi Si clone did not have a thick defense like Jean Budu. He would definitely die under Giant Sun Immortal's attack. But Fang Yuan could only choose to lose this clone for the safety of his main body. But at the next moment, the starry path shook and twisted, forming into a blue lump that trapped Qi Si Ancestor. Giant Sun Immortal was caught off guard. His killer move landed on the starry path lump and destroyed it instantly. Giant Sun Immortal turned around and looked at Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The latter sighed. Lu Wei-yin and the rest were shaken. This was the first time the two venerables had made a mistake in their cooperation since the start of the battle. They were truly too lucky. The Qi Si clone managed to survive. He continued to protect Fang Yuan with his life. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture's situation had only gotten slightly better. As long as Fang Yuan relaxed his efforts to save himself, he would lose control again. The entire Immortal Aperture would face destruction. With a loud sound, the void shook. Crazed Demon Cave's 8th layer dissipated completely. The final unified Great World turned into nothingness. Countless living beings became sacrifices. The door of life and death mixed with the immortal graveyard and flew over. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable caught them and stored them in her immortal aperture. At this point, of the 9 layers of Crazed Demon Cave, the first 7 layers were cleared by Fang Yuan. The 8th layer was completely gone. Only the 9th layer was left. And in the Crazed Demon formation at the center of the 9th layer, only that final truthful floating ice piece was left. The 3 Crazed Demon eccentrics stood on the surface of the floating ice, activating practice Gu together, seemingly carrying out the final sculpting. The hearts of all the immortals shook when they saw this, whereas Fang Yuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The crisis was over. He had finally made it through the most difficult moment. As Fang Yuan expected, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal did not attack him again. They stood on the spot and looked at each other. The atmosphere instantly became subtle. The two venerables had originally joined forces to deal with these pseudo-venerables first. In the end, Fang Yuan used all kinds of methods and tried every possible way to survive. The plan of the two venerables had failed. Now the immortality results were almost complete. The most important thing was to snatch this fruit. Whoever tangled with these pseudo-venerables would create an opportunity for another venerable. We did it, we did it! The three eccentrics of the crazed demon cave suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice. They were exhausted and paralyzed on the ground, but they were extremely excited. Immortal killer move, luck gamble. The two venerables were in a deadlock for a while, when the starry path suddenly shook and Qin Dingling appeared. She activated her killer move again, attacking Giant Sun Immortal. At the same time, Golden Hooped Immortal King appeared again, activating his golden hoop to trap Giant Sun Immortal. Compared to Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable clearly had the advantage. As long as Giant Sun Immortal was hit by this method, the foundation of his combat system would be excavated. He would definitely fall into a disadvantage. Even if he missed, he would be delayed for a moment, because he had to deal with Qin Dingling and Golden Hooped Immortal King. With this moment of advantage, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable would probably maintain it until the end and snatch the immortality results. However, at the next moment, Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly. Star Constellation Immortal, you have a good method, but you seem to have forgotten something? At the next moment, a rank 8 Immortal Goo House shone brightly. Most of Crazed Demon Cave's 9th layer was filled with this light. It was Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace. This Immortal Goo House had been placed in the Crazed Demon formation by Giant Sun Immortal earlier. Giant Sun Immortal used it to escape. Fang Yuan and the rest also benefited from it. Since then, this Immortal Goo House had been participating in the Crazed Demon Formation's operation until it was sent out. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not the truthful floating ice. After it was sent out, it hid itself deeply. Even Star Constellation Immortal Venerable could not find it. Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace was not simple. It had been participating in the Crazed Demon Formation's operation. It was compatible with this world. Now that it was activated by Giant Sun Immortal, the Crazed Demon Formation was immediately affected. Limitless chains became restless. This Star Constellation chessboard formation, that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable set up forcefully fused with limitless chains. It also involved many pseudo-venerables including Fang Yuan. It was already close to its limits. At this moment, Giant Sun Immortal burst out. Limitless chains finally broke free from the starry path, causing the whole Star Constellation chessboard formation to collapse. GUH. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable spat out a mouthful of blood. She suffered a terrifying backlash. Using this chance, Giant Sun Immortal flew into the sky, rapidly closing the distance between him and the Crazed Demon Formation. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable did not have time to heal her injuries. She took out that mysterious secluded domain of heaven and earth again. This secluded domain was like a lantern, but also like a birdcage. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable aimed the lantern-like secluded domain of heaven and earth at Giant Sun Immortal's back, lightly shaking it. Giant Sun Immortal was immediately affected by countless emotions. His speed fell sharply. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable shot out starlight specks as she chased after him. Bam bam bam. The two venerables fought. Wind and thunder rumbled. Ghosts and deities were shocked. Fortunately, this was the void, otherwise nothing could exist. The two venerables were intertwined. They reached the final mountain-like truthful floating ice almost at the same time. Suddenly, the two venerables stopped at the same time, their expressions strange. Pang Shan of Crazed Demon Cave's 3 eccentrics had woken up. He was originally extremely fat, but now he was emaciated, as if all the essence in his body had been squeezed out. What's going on? Why haven't we attained eternal life yet? Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Unfortunately, we don't have any strength left. Pang Shan's gaze was unfocused. His condition was not right. He had a foolish expression as he muttered. Alerted by his voice, the other two immortals also woke up. Secret Schemer's expression was unsightly as he collapsed on the ground. He cupped his fists towards the two venerables outside. Venerables, the eternal life research results are just a step away. No, half a step away. As long as either of you activate practice Gu slightly, you can completely sculpt this truthful floating ice. The two venerables were silent. This final truthful floating ice was no small matter. Whoever entered it would not be able to come out immediately. If they wanted to come out, they had to completely sculpt this truthful floating ice. But how could this be so easy? Right now, the 8th layer was destroyed. There were no other great worlds that could provide the crazed demon formation with fuel and clues. That was to say, if they wanted to sculpt this truthful floating ice, they would have to contribute their own strength. The amount of contribution was crucial. If they contributed too much, even if the venerable that entered the truthful floating ice seized the initiative, they would lose a lot of battle strength. In the end, another venerable that was in perfect condition might take advantage of it. Be it Star Constellation Immortal Venerable or Giant Sun Immortal. They had their worries. They could only pause and ponder. On the other side, the battle between the Pseudo-Venerables and Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals was still continuing. Duke Tong, don't you like to block me? Demon Immortal Chi Ju laughed sinisterly as he pointed with his finger. Bam bam bam. The chi lump exploded, blowing Duke Tong into pieces. Not even his bones remained. Spear Forest. Che Wei shouted. Countless spears shot out from the surroundings, forming a dense forest. Lu Wei-yin charged forward, breaking through the spear forest and grabbing with his hand. A giant yellow hand flew out and grabbed Che Wei. Without star constellation chessboard formation, even if you have unparalleled talent, how can you block me? Lu Wei-yin sighed. The giant yellow hand grabbed and turned Che Wei into meat paste. The Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals were inferior to Pseudo-Venerables after all. Earlier, even inside star constellation chessboard formation, these Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals could not resist Pseudo-Venerables. They died in battle frequently. After reviving in the Immortal Graveyard, they quickly rushed over to participate in the battle, creating a dangerous balance in the battlefield. But now, without Star Constellation Immortal Venerable controlling the situation, without Star Constellation chessboard formation, these Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals immediately collapsed. They were slaughtered. They could not stop the Pseudo-Venerables. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable saw this and snorted coldly, immediately helping them. Giant Sun Immortal would not let go of such a good chance. He immediately acted and obstructed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. The two Venerables fought again. The two Venerables were evenly matched. It was hard to determine the victor. Using this time to catch his breath, Giant Sun Immortal opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance and let out Calamity Luck Altar. At the same time he transmitted, Bing Sai Chuan go. Calamity Luck Altar quickly charged towards the truthful floating ice. Bing Sai Chuan received Giant Sun Immortal's orders and was about to enter. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable snorted coldly. The lantern in her hand shook again. Calamity Luck Altar's momentum immediately stopped. Bing Sai Chuan, who was in charge of controlling Calamity Luck Altar, suddenly clutched his chest as he knelt down, crying with his head lowered. He blamed himself as he sobbed. It's all my fault. It's all my fault. It's my fault. It's all my fault. If I were slightly stronger, I would have helped Master defeat the Celestial Court long ago and obtain the eternal life research results. What's the point of living? I failed Master's trust. Sob sob sob. I might as well die. Saying so, Bing Sai Chuan actually activated a killer move. He wanted to commit suicide. Giant Sun Immortal sighed as he took Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's attack head-on, summoning Calamity Luck Altar back to his side. Golden aurora flowed, permeating Bing Sai Chuan's body and mind. Bing Sai Chuan obtained Giant Sun Immortal's help. He broke free from his self-blaming emotions. He broke out in cold sweat, feeling lingering fear. If not for Master's help, I would have committed suicide. This is Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's method? Master has been suffering from such terrifying emotions all this time? Thinking of this, the fear in Bing Sichuan's heart intensified. His expression was pale as he collapsed on the ground. His body was shivering like a leaf. He opened his mouth and gasped for breath, but he still felt suffocated. He was filled with fear. He was about to be scared to death. Giant Sun Immortal took action again, saving Bing Sichuan. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable smiled. She knew that Giant Sun Immortal was protective of his people. She also took advantage of the fact that Giant Sun Immortal did not have a method to revive his subordinates yet. Giant Sun Immortal avoided her for now. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable opened her immortal aperture's entrance and let out Qin Ding Ling and the other immortals. Even though these Gu immortals were killed by Lu Wei-yin and the rest, they soon revived in the immortal graveyard. Once these people came out of Star Constellation's immortal aperture, they split up and charged towards the truthful floating ice. Chapter 2231. Giant Sun Immortal snorted coldly. He used all sorts of methods to kill all of these celestial court members. The two venerables restrained each other. They used all sorts of methods, but none of their subordinates managed to enter the truthful floating ice. The situation was in a deadlock again. After a long battle, a figure suddenly approached the truthful floating ice. It was Shenshang. Courting death. Giant Sun Immortal shouted coldly. Golden light shot out from his eyes. At the same time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable also attacked Shenshang. Shenshang screamed as he quickly retreated. Paradise Earth and Lu Wei-yin helped him with all their strength. The two venerables' attacks tore through his defenses one after another, but Shenshang was still hit. Shenshang cried out as he fainted on the spot. His injuries were terrifying. He was barely hanging on. After fighting for a long time, the two venerables were enraged. They also knew the upper limit of their strength. Shenshang's attempt directly touched the two venerables' reverse scale. They immediately joined forces. Shenshang's miserable state made the pseudo-venerables' hearts palpitate. The two venerables used their actions to tell them that this was the outcome of trying to fish in troubled waters under their noses. The situation was in a deadlock. The two venerables restrained each other. Their attention was basically on each other. They let the pseudo-venerables watch from the sidelines. It was also wishful thinking for the pseudo-venerables to charge onto the truthful floating ice. Once they made a move, they would be attacked by the two venerables. After Shenshang, Paradise Earth, Qiju, and the rest also made their moves, they seized the opportunities created by the two venerables, but they all failed. Lu Wei-yin was heavily injured. Paradise Earth had light injuries. They were breathing heavily. Shenshang woke up. His injuries were heavy and could not be healed in a short period of time. Demon Immortal Qiju saw that the situation was bad. He retreated early. He would rather waste the opportunity. He was in a good state. As for Fang Yuan, he rarely made a move. He mainly watched the battle and tried his best to save himself. He had finally gotten rid of the black fire, but he had paid an extremely high price. In the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, most of the resource points were lost. Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, and other secluded domains of heaven and earth that were attacked by the black fire were very damaged. Many immortal Gu were also destroyed by the black fire. The number of Gu immortals was even higher. 60% of the Gu immortals died, including the old combat beast king of the last generation. With just this one tribulation, Fang Yuan was almost beaten back to his original state, and his foundation was lost by 70 to 80%. I only have 20% of my immortal energy left. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. Even though he had time path methods to speed up immortal essence production and heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus's assistance, his consumption was too huge, not mentioning all sorts of construction and immortal Gu refinement. Just the continuous battles caused his immortal essence to fall rapidly. Fang Yuan's meticulous planning was of no use. There was no room for saving at all. It was very dangerous to use only 20% of his celestial core power to deal with two venerables who were in peak condition. Boom boom boom. The two venerables attacked. Their killer moves became stronger and stronger, surpassing their limits. The crazed demon formation continued to operate. Immediately, the limitless chain appeared out of thin air and shot towards the two venerables. As the two venerables defended against the limitless chains, their attacks became more ferocious. At first, the two venerables restrained themselves, but after a stalemate, Giant Sun Immortal broke through his limit and triggered the chain's counter. He defended against the chains while attacking Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly gaining the upper hand. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was forced into a corner. She could only raise the level of her killer moves to deal with Giant Sun Immortal. This way, she also provoked the attacks of the limitless chains. The situation gradually went out of control. The two venerables fought and competed with each other. The power of their killer moves gradually increased. At first, there were only hundreds or thousands of chains, but soon, the limitless chains multiplied by several times and joined the fight between the two venerables. The pseudo-venerables retreated. They were almost forced to the edge of the ninth layer. The two venerables are fighting with all their might. No, more accurately speaking, they cannot stop. Even if they know this is not right, they have no choice. The vicious competition has already begun. What should we do? If this goes on, we won't be able to hold on. So this is the true strength of a venerable. We, the pseudo-venerables, do not even have the qualifications to observe the battle. The pseudo-venerables conversed. Paradise Earth looked at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan, do you have a good plan? Feng Yuan's expression was pale. His aura was extremely weak. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Right at this time a change occurred. After the killer moves of the two venerables collided and exploded, a large amount of remnant power hit the truthful floating ice. The truthful floating ice was heavily injured. Cracking sounds could be heard as countless cracks appeared on the floating ice. The three monsters of Crazed Demon Cave were heavily injured. Among them, Pang Shan even died on the spot. Floating ice, floating ice. Secret Schemer coughed out blood, but he shouted anxiously. His expression was distorted. He did not have the demeanor of a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. What are you doing? You fools. This is the fruit of eternal life. Only one person needed to activate Practice Gu, but you destroyed it. Not Immortal pounded his chest and stamped his feet, pointing at the two venerables as he cursed, falling into hysterical madness. The pseudo-venerables' expressions were unsightly, but the two venerables did not care. The eternal life research results were destroyed, their hearts shook. But they could not stop. At this point in the battle, whoever stopped would be suppressed by the other party and suffer a huge loss. The two venerables were evenly matched. Once they suffered a huge loss, the outcome would be affected. The outcome would not only affect the eternal life research results, but also the overall situation of the 5 regions. Whether it was Giant Sun Immortal or Star Constellation Immortal Venerable who won, it would affect the reputation of Longevity Heaven and Celestial Court. It could even decide the ownership of the 5 regions. Of course, retreating was also an option, but if they retreated, the other party could quickly interfere with the eternal life research results, sending someone to complete the final step and take the eternal life research results. Thus, they absolutely could not retreat. Although the eternal life research results were slightly damaged, they were still mostly intact. But if they continued fighting like this, neither venerables would retreat. If they could not decide the victor, the eternal life research results might really be completely destroyed. The two venerables were naturally aware of this, but they could not give up. Even if they failed in the end, it was better than the enemy succeeding. Feng Yuan. Under such a situation, Giant Sun Immortal suddenly shouted, "Celestial Court is our common enemy, help me. We will split the eternal life research results equally, just like Primordial Domain." The immortals were stunned. Giant Sun Immortal had tried to kill Feng Yuan not long ago, but now, he actually asked to cooperate. Was Giant Sun Immortal so shameless? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable reacted the fastest, shouting, "Feng Yuan, Celestial Court has always wanted to recruit you. They had tried to recruit you before. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, why can't we work together?" Everyone was stunned again. Giant Sun Immortal was like this. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was like this. Were all venerables like this? But very quickly, the immortals accepted this seemingly absurd reality. A venerable's strength far surpassed pseudo-venerables, but Feng Yuan was not ordinary. Not long ago, even when the two venerables joined forces, he still managed to survive. This showed Feng Yuan's strength. Right now, the two venerables were in a deadlock, but Feng Yuan had enough bargaining chips. Whichever side he bet on, the other side would fall into a disadvantage. Just based on the current situation, a slight disadvantage was enough to determine victory or defeat. Even if the venerables still had backup plans, it would not be a loss to rope in Feng Yuan to offset their trump cards. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. Great plan, venerables. It is not impossible for me to help. But can the two of you afford it? Feng Yuan was not afraid now. His aura had fallen to rock bottom. The calamity had caused the sovereign immortal aperture to be in ruins. But the situation was completely different now. No venerable would foolishly find trouble with him, because it was not worth it. Even if the two venerables joined forces again, without the burden of the black fire tribulation in the sovereign immortal aperture, Feng Yuan could last for some time. Not to mention that the two venerables could not join forces again. Giant Sun Immortal and Feng Yuan had fallen out. But he took the initiative to make up for it because Giant Sun Immortal was strong, while Feng Yuan was weak. The same reason applied to the relationship between Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and Feng Yuan. Even though Feng Yuan and the Celestial Court had deep enmity, with the eternal life research results in front of them, they could indeed work together. Why not? Feng Yuan had never been a person who was blinded by emotions. But the two venerables had fallen out. They could not easily work together. They were very wary of each other, unless an even stronger force appeared in the outside world, and forced them to think that working together was more beneficial. Giant Sun Immortal smiled lightly. Feng Yuan, I can give you all of my primordial domain. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable followed up. I can also give you all of my primordial domain. My Wisdom Path True Inheritance and Genesis Lotus Wood Path True Inheritance can also be traded. Not just Feng Yuan, but also Paradise Earth, Lu Weiyin, Shenshang, Qiju, and everyone else. Everyone knows the magnanimity of my celestial court. I swear in the name of Star Constellation. Crack crack. Before Star Constellation Immortal Venerable finished her words, the immortals heard a crisp sound. Secret Schemer and Not Immortal stared blankly at the truthful floating ice with wide eyes. The truthful floating ice was covered in cracks in the blink of an eye. Don't tell me that attack completely destroyed this truthful floating ice? Not Immortal hugged his head as he shouted. The immortals stared at the truthful floating ice. If the truthful floating ice was completely destroyed, what was the point of fighting for it? Bam! At the next moment, with a soft sound, the truthful floating ice completely shattered. The crystal-like fragments flew everywhere before dissipating. Only a human-shaped ice block was left. This human-shaped ice block's shape and outline were very vague. But after a few breaths of time, it became vivid and lifelike. After another few breaths of time, it turned into flesh and blood. Eventually, under the immortals' dumbfounded gazes, the human-shaped ice block turned into a goo immortal. It has always been crazed demon Dao addict. About to ask the universe of yin and yang. Millions of years of planning and accumulation. Today, Limitless shall attain eternal life. This immortal finished chanting and slowly opened his eyes. His expression was plain, but Giant Sun Immortal, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, and even Paradise Earth were shocked. Limitless? Paradise Earth was in disbelief. Limitless? Giant Sun Immortal frowned deeply. Limitless Demon Venerable, how did you revive? This is impossible. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was speechless. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.